A beautiful, majestic mansion stands proudly under a clear blue sky as sunlight reflects off its grand facade. Warm sunlight and a soft breeze slip in through the window as a new morning begins. She walks gracefully through the mansion hallway in an elegant purple dress, her long black hair flowing behind her as the maids bow. Duke Euclid Judeon, the head of the Judeon dukedom, sits calmly across from her and says, "Please divorce me, wife." A heavy silence fills the luxurious study as the couple sits opposite each other at the desk. Shocked by his sudden request, she can only ask with a tense smile, "What did you just say?" He looks at her hesitantly and begins to speak, saying, "Well?" Euclid clearly restates his wish, while Evgenia Judeon, Euclid's wife, looks on with a cold, composed expression as she holds her teacup. She lets out a heavy sigh and places her teacup back down on the saucer with a soft click. Euclid flinches slightly, seemingly intimidated by her cold reaction. Realizing her expression is too harsh, she internally scolds herself, thinking she made a scary face again and needs to relax. She looks straight at him and asks with a serious tone, "Are you seriously asking for a divorce?" Sitting across from him, she explains that she's not so rigid as to think honesty is the only virtue, and that she can be quite generous with white lies. Smiling warmly to ease the tension, she gently adds, "Keep that in mind when you answer." Euclid remains quiet, looking down with a sorrowful expression. He places a hand over a document and firmly states, "Yes, I am serious. That is why I prepared these documents." She freezes in utter disbelief, unable to believe what is happening. Her mind races as she reaches out, thinking, "He even prepared divorce papers?" Looking down at the document, she realizes that he has already signed them, and the soft handwriting is undeniably Euclid's. Despair washes over her. She wonders what in the world went wrong, especially since she tried so hard to make him happy. A surge of anger mixes with her sadness, thinking, "And he has the nerve to bring up divorce out of nowhere?" Euclid looks at her earnestly and says, "Please look them over whenever you wish, wife." Instead of accepting it, she grips the papers tightly and coldly declares, "Absolutely not." She rips the divorce papers right in front of Euclid, making it clear that a divorce is completely off the table. Standing up with an air of absolute authority, she throws the shredded papers and commands, "Nope, not happening. Take them back." She begins to walk away as Euclid desperately calls out to her to wait. She notes that normally seeing him this stunned would leave her helpless. But not right now, she thinks determinedly as she reaches the door. She bites her lip in frustration, thinking about how all her efforts might just end in a divorce. Tense and frustrated, she recalls her previous life before she was reincarnated into this world. In her previous life, she was born as a baby, surrounded by money, blessed with incredible financial luck. Her arrogant and controlling father took all the credit for their financial success, ignoring her mother and looking down on his daughter. Worn down by his constant arrogance and control, her mother finally took her and walked out of his life. The very moment they walked out, her father's business began to collapse rapidly, proving that his success was tied to her presence. Buried under massive debts, her panicked father came running back, begging them to return and promising to change. Though they had no fond memories of him, the relentless pressure forced them to return, and immediately his business miraculously took off once more. Within a single month, he cleared all his debts and rose to prosperity again, making those who once mocked him suddenly beg for his favor. However, tragedy struck when her parents died in a sudden accident, and her grandmother, who had shielded her from greedy relatives, passed away as soon as she became an adult. Standing high up in her office, she realized that she truly was born with incredible financial luck. She won the lottery, and every stock she touched succeeded, causing her wealth to pile up endlessly. Yet no amount of money could satisfy her, especially when she realized that everyone around her only cared about her wealth. With her trust completely shattered, she found romance and dating pointless, leaving her with only one escape that brought her comfort. Her only solace was a web novel on her phone titled "Choosing My Man Among Dangerous Men, The Saintess's Dangerous Choice." Lounging in her dinosaur pajamas, she would happily yell at her phone, "Euclid, you are my future!" The reverse harem novel, The Saintess's Dangerous Choice, follows the story of the heroine, Melissa, who is caught between three prominent male leads: the Crown Prince, the High Priest, and the Master of the Assassin Guild. Yet, out of all those main candidates, the one who completely captured the reader's heart was none other than the gentle master of the Ludian dukedom, Euclid Ludian. Despite his charm, Euclid has an incredibly weak presence in the story, ranking even below a common houseplant in terms of overall prominence. She would get deeply frustrated with the novel's characters, crying out, "Why can't you see the true worth of a pure-hearted man like Euclid, who blooms like a gentle flower among dangerous men?" She sobbed over her phone, feeling like she had chosen a tragic favorite character who gets pushed aside. To make matters worse, throughout the entire run of the novel, Euclid only ever appeared in a single official illustration, matching her imagination perfectly but leaving her desperately wishing for more. Desperate for Euclid's happiness, she typed a message to the author offering to pay any amount of money for a sequel or new series starring Euclid. Right after sending the message, she is shocked to see an instant reply, wondering how a normal reader could get a response so quickly. She nervously stares at her screen, wondering if the author is sending a rejection mail telling her to stop being ridiculous. But the moment she opened the reply, a bright light flashed, her vision went completely white, and all strength left her body. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself sitting up in a luxurious royal bed, confused and wondering if she had simply fallen asleep. Where am I? I've never seen this place before. Why am I somewhere like... She looks around the unfamiliar, luxurious bedchambers in utter confusion. Her hand freezes as she touches the bedsheets, completely stunned by her surroundings. Why does my face look like this? She gasps, staring at her incredibly beautiful yet unfamiliar reflection in the mirror. Hold on, silky black hair, purple eyes, and a face that looks downright vicious? Villain-level vicious. She looks in the mirror with absolute shock and horror. The woman who gets swayed by the crown prince and divorces Euclid? The villainess of the Saintess's dangerous choice, Eugenia Basilian? She realizes she has possessed the story's villainess. Did I actually possess Evgenia's body? And why are there bandages on my head? She tilts her head in confusion as question marks float around her. Let's try to sort this out. The author's reply came after I emailed them, and the moment I opened it, I remember light swallowing me whole. She sighs deeply, trying to piece together how she ended up inside the novel. Don't tell me I'm dead, she gasps in fear, but her panic is interrupted by a knock at the door and a voice calling out, I am coming in, my lady. Huh? Who? She looks toward the door with a tense, guarded expression. A cute maid carefully enters the room holding a tray with a warm tea set. My lady, you're awake? The maid cries out in surprise. Startled, she can only ask in return, who are you? The maid looks at her with wide, shocked eyes, completely caught off guard. What did she just say? If it's Anne, Yevgenia's loyal maid. She quickly recognizes the maid from her knowledge of the novel. Only ever read in novels is actually happening to me. She staggers, feeling lightheaded, as Anne rushes to support her, pleading, My lady, you haven't fully recovered yet. Please don't strain yourself. Wait, does that mean? Her eyes widen in sudden, thrilling realization. She lets out a creepy, sinister laugh, causing Anne to squeal in terror. Eek! My lady? She imagines her dream wedding with Euclid, clasping her hands together in absolute bliss as sparkles frame her imagination. The refined and gentle head of the Ludian ducal house. She envisions her beloved bias, Euclid, smiling warmly with a tiny bird resting on his finger. She recalls her previous life, where she lovingly made her own budget DIY paper standees of Euclid because there was no official merchandise available. To possess Evgenia, who will become Euclid's wife, she squeals with delight, incredibly happy to have possessed the very person who gets to marry her favorite character. Even though they end up getting divorced in the original story, her joyful expression instantly deflates into dark despair, leaving Anne looking at her with concern. Hold on, that's just the original story, right? Now that I've possessed Evgenia, I can change the plot, can't I? She gains a sudden burst of motivation and confidence. Hit the jackpot money-wise, but I'm done with this life of going back and forth between home and work every day. This is the perfect chance to marry my bias. She resolves to escape her tedious past life of endless work and win over her beloved character. She dreams of holding Euclid's hand at their wedding ceremony under a beautiful, glowing light. All right, first things first. I need to figure out what point in the story this is. She sits gracefully on a couch, deep in contemplation, while Anne addresses her. Anne, how did I end up getting hurt? She asks. Anne replies with concern, Oh dear, you don't remember? His Highness the Crown Prince sent a marriage proposal to Lady Melissa, Anne explains the shocking news. If it's the point where he sent a proposal to the heroine Melissa, then thankfully it's early in the novel. She analyzes the timeline while Anne pours her tea. Evgenia's a bit of a grump, but it's before she starts bullying Melissa. Wait, that means... She smiles to herself, relieved that she hasn't done any irreparable damage yet. You got so furious that you bashed your head against the wall in the Duke's study, Anne explains. But she quickly covers Anne's mouth in sheer embarrassment, yelling, Stop it! I knew from the novel that she throws tantrums when things don't go her way, but self-harm in the Duke's study? Are you insane, Evgenia? She holds her head, absolutely mortified by the original character's extreme actions. I thought it was just fasting or throwing fits when she didn't get her way, but seeing it like this, she's totally out of control? She stresses out, realizing how chaotic Evgenia's personality truly was. No, actually, thanks to this personality, the Crown Prince despises me, which lets me marry Euclid. She realizes Evgenia's terrible reputation is actually a blessing in disguise. She stands up with determination and says, "Anne, I need to go find the Duke." People can't be fixed, but words can be. That's the saying, right? I'll go to the Duke right now and tell him I'm giving up my obsession with the Crown Prince. She confidently reaches for the door handle, ignoring Anne's panicked cries of, "Ah, miss, wait a sec." As she opens the door, two palace guards instantly cross their sharp spears, blocking her exit with a metallic clang. "Sama," she freezes in shock, staring at the weapons pointed in front of her. "You can't go outside, Lady Evgenia." She collapses back into the room, covering her face in terror, while the guards firmly block her. "How dare you point a blade at the lady? Are you out of your mind? Get that away right now!" Anne yells protectively, while Evgenia trembles due to her severe ichnophobia, realizing that sharp objects terrify her in both her past and present life. That's not the important part. The soldiers just said I can't go out, right? That means... She looks up at the guards, starting to put the pieces together. "I'm under house arrest right now." She sits on the floor, absolutely stunned by this sudden turn of events. "I'm sorry I couldn't tell you sooner. Actually, after you fainted, the Duke ordered you confined to quarters." Anne explains the situation apologetically. "It's fine. I have business with Father, so could you request a meeting for me?" she asks calmly, sitting on the edge of her bed. "Pardon? Father? You're talking about the Duke, right?" Anne gasps, completely taken aback, because Evgenia never called her father father. "Yes, Duke Basilian." His daughter bashes her head into a wall and collapses, and he doesn't even show his face? She covers up smoothly with a cynical smile. "When you collapsed, the Duke was so shocked," Anne quickly reassures her, trying to clear up any misunderstanding. "But he's away right now. There was trouble with the Merchant Guild, so he left in a hurry for the north with the young Duke." Anne explains their absence. If it's the north at this point in the story, he went under the pretext of Merchant Guild business to scout potential sons-in-law. She ponders quietly until Anne asks, "Oh, are you worried about the person in the basement?" "The basement," Anne continues. "You ordered us to only bring him food when you say so. You're probably worried the meals got cut off while you were unconscious? Don't worry, yesterday I saw Lady Melissa sneaking into the annex to take care of him," Anne explains, while a mysterious pink-haired boy is shown sitting behind iron bars. "Ah, miss, just like you said last time, I'll pretend I don't know," Anne mutters as she carefully observes Evgenia's reactions. "I completely forgot. At this point in the story, he was locked in the basement," Evgenia thinks to herself, looking deeply alarmed. "In that case, Anne, there's no time for this. Hurry and get some rope," Evgenia commands urgently. "Miss!" Anne gasps, her hands trembling as she tightly grips the rope to prepare for the escape. "Are you really sure about this?" Anne asks with worry as Evgenia climbs over the balcony window, with Evgenia responding confidently, "Yep, just hold on tight." "If I'd known you'd do this, I wouldn't have brought the rope. Do you really have to go yourself?" Anne cries, while a chibi Evgenia reassures her, "Don't worry, I'll be right back." Evgenia, she's not short, so why does she always wear high heels? Even if appearances matter. Seriously, please, if only Evgenia hadn't done that to him, she worries as she climbs down. With a soft landing, Evgenia successfully reaches the ground outside the mansion, carefully letting go of the rope. Phew! Yevgenia wipes her forehead, thinking to herself, just thinking about marrying my fave while climbing down somehow. "You're amazing!" Anne whispers down with relief from the balcony above. It's a bit chilly outside. Evgenia shivers and sneezes as she sneaks through the mansion's dark courtyard. A quiet, chilly night hangs over the luxurious mansion garden as water flows gently from the swan fountain. Yevgenia looks up at the dark, silent building before her, realizing this is the annex. She spots a dark shadow shifting near the entrance columns and freezes in shock. "The soldiers will patrol soon, so now's the perfect time," she whispers, hiding behind a wall to stay hidden. "Has he escaped already?" she worries, her eyes widening in panic. Soft, elegant footsteps approach through the shadows as a figure walks gracefully across the glowing ground. Melissa, the beautiful heroine of the novel, stands glowing radiantly like a pure saintess in her white gown. Melissa is the heroine of The Saintess's Dangerous Choice. Shocked by Reinhardt's wretched state in captivity, Melissa secretly slips him food and medicine while avoiding Evgenia's eyes. Honestly, if I'd possessed her just a little earlier, Evgenia sighs with deep regret. She wouldn't have brought him from the illegal slave market, and I wouldn't have let him meet Melissa, she thinks as she opens the heavy door. Well, the important thing is Melissa's feelings, she tells herself, her heels clicking as she descends the stairs. She walks cautiously through the cold, dark stone hallways of the basement prison. Walking past the heavy iron cell bars, Yevgenia's steps echo quietly in the dark dungeon. Ah, good, she sighs in relief as she stops in front of a cell. He hasn't escaped yet. Inside the dark cell, a pink-haired boy sits chained to the wall. The pink-haired boy slowly looks up, revealing a stunningly handsome face framed by soft pink locks. A dramatic splash screen introduces his character, Richard. In the original story illustrations, Richard was a dazzling and elegant noble figure with peerless princely beauty. But as the title, The Saintess's Dangerous Choice, suggests, every male lead in this novel has a screw loose, and among them, Richard is the most dangerous man. Twisted and devoid of emotion due to a life of slavery and a secret birth, he meets Melissa while being held captive after being sold to Evgenia. The first time he receives warmth and care from someone, that was the moment Richard learned the emotion called love. And after escaping the annex and becoming the master of the underworld, Richard develops a thirst for revenge against Evgenia and an obsession with Melissa. And that obsession becomes so blind that he doesn't even hesitate at kidnapping and confinement. Of course, Melissa, whose type is a gentleman, and even I, who's devoted to Euclid, didn't really like him. But seeing him in person, he's even more handsome than in the illustrations, isn't he? He totally looks like an idol. This is why Richard had such a strong fan base among the readers. His eyes are like a baby deer's. Standing in front of his cell, Evgenia says softly, "I heard you were sick, that you collapsed and wouldn't be able to come for a few days." "That's what I heard," Richard responds, gripping the iron bars. "What's this? I thought he'd want to beat me to death the moment he saw me, but he looks like he's worried about me. If anything, I'm the one feeling disgust, like I'm facing my sworn enemy." Ah, she gasps in sudden realization. Richard's eyes are still fine, she observes as she stares closely at his face. That's right, the reason Evgenia bought Richard, the crown prince who rejected her and sent a marriage proposal to Melissa. Overcome with rage towards him, Evgenia wanted to gouge out Richard's red eyes, which were identical to the crown prince's. Of course, she might have just wanted the red eyes for herself. She's seriously insane. Okay, if I set him free while he's still unharmed... Huh? That mark on the back of his hand. Is that a slave seal? She notices, looking closely at his hand. Come to think of it, the only thing she hasn't done yet is gouge out his eyes. Maybe he's hated me ever since the moment he was dragged here as a slave? Ba-dump. If that's the case, even if I free Richard now, wouldn't he try to kill me? She worries, breaking into a nervous sweat. No, let's not get scared ahead of time. I even have the self-defense magical tool I got from Anne just in case, she reminds herself, looking at her glowing bracelet. More importantly, if I don't free him now, I might have to face Richard after he becomes an assassin. She opens the lock, prompting Richard to ask in surprise, "What are you doing?" "Come out," Yevgenia commands firmly, standing before the open prison cell. "Use this to unlock your shackles," she says, presenting a heavy ring of keys. With a loud metallic clang, the keys slip from her fingers and fall onto the stone floor. I was trying to hand it to him gently, but my hand lost its strength. And on top of that, I was so flustered I spoke like some helpless maiden. She panics in deep embarrassment. Richard looks down silently under the shadow of his pink hair. Chained by his ankles, Richard uses a key to unlock the metal cuffs. Evgenia thinks to herself, okay, so while he's unlocking the shackles, I need to find his belongings. Evgenia walks over to search a dark corner of the dungeon hallway, thinking, let's see, maybe it's that box? As she pulls a pouch and a wooden chest from a larger crate, Evgenia says, that's it. From behind, Richard calls out softly, I've unlocked the shackles. In a chibi flashback, Evgenia shoves the bundle of belongings and a purse toward Richard, commanding, this too, take it with you since I'm giving it to you. Richard stands before her, fully dressed in a traveler's dark cloak, clutching a pouch of funds. Evgenia sighs in relief. Whew, I somehow managed to get him dressed and give him some money. Evgenia looks at him calmly and says, you're a free man now. You don't have to be in a place like this anymore. Richard stares back at her with a tense, solemn expression as she commands, now go. Noticing his grim look, Evgenia starts to break into a nervous sweat. Huh? He doesn't look happy. What's going on? Maybe he wants an apology? Standing before him, Evgenia says softly, I'm sorry for everything, while Richard looks down at her in silence. Looking away with a troubled expression, Evgenia continues, I know that saying this now must seem absurd, like I have some hidden motive. With a look of genuine regret, she apologizes sincerely, saying, but I'm truly sorry for buying you, locking you up in a place like this, and hurting you." Hearing her unexpected words, the pink-haired boy stands frozen in stunned silence, his eyes wide with disbelief. She points to the bag in his hand, adding, "There are gold coins and jewels in the pocket. It should be enough to settle down wherever you want." She faces him once more, emphasizing, "You're a free man now." A bead of sweat rolls down Yevgenia's cheek as she smiles weakly, hoping, "With this much, he should forgive me, right?" Staring at the slave brand on the back of his hand, Evgenia gets worried. Maybe I should have packed some medicine for him too? In the original novel, it said he gets rid of the slave seal from the market on his own, but I can't help but feel concerned. Richard turns his head slightly, asking in a low, trembling voice, "Why do I have to go?" leaving Evgenia completely stunned. "Huh?" Richard looks up with wide, tear-filled crimson eyes, weeping as he begs, "Please let me stay." With a sudden crash, Richard drops to his knees in desperation, crying out, "Master!" while Evgenia gasps in utter shock, "Huh?" Shaking with tears, Richard looks up at her pleadingly, "Is it because I didn't call you master?" Grabbing tightly onto the hem of Yevgenia's gown, his hands tremble as he whimpers, "That's why you're throwing me away, isn't it?" Richard buries his face in his hands, sobbing uncontrollably, "Hick, I was wrong, so please don't throw me away." Looking down at the weeping boy, Evgenia realizes, at this point in time, Richard is 18 years old. She feels a wave of pity wash over her. 4 years younger than Evgenia, he's still just a kid. Since he's only ever known life as a slave, the anxiety must be greater than the fact that he's suddenly free, so much so that it feels like being abandoned. Richard continues to cry. The narration reads, "Perhaps realizing that I wasn't going to change my mind, Richard cried like that for a long time, and then when I showed no reaction." Eventually, his silhouette walks away, disappearing into the dark forest trail. As if resigned, he left the dungeon on his own. Walking back through the mansion halls, Yevgenia crosses her arms defensively, arguing with herself, "Yevgenia was the one who locked him up, and I only freed him, so why do I have to feel guilty?" She visualizes chibi Richard as a whimpering, abandoned puppy in a cardboard box labeled, "Please raise me." Even though I've read the novel multiple times, this was a side of him I never imagined. Standing on the balcony, Evgenia tries to reassure herself. "No, I did the right thing. I can't keep him around out of a moment of pity. Even if I hadn't let him out, he would have escaped on his own." She then envisions Richard's dark future. After that, he becomes the master of a huge assassin's guild. Under a bright full moon, Evgenia quietly slips through a set of double doors back into the main building. He'll probably follow the original plot for the sake of revenge, but I just hope he spares me and my favorite character from his list of targets. She creeps stealthily across the polished marble floor of the grand hall. Unknown to her, the dark boot of an observer is visible in the foreground. Suddenly, a cold voice pierces the silence. "Hey!" Yevgenia freezes in terror. Heart pounding, she slowly turns around to find a dark figure standing behind her. "I made sure to check the night's patrol times and routes, so what happened?" Sweating profusely, Evgenia panics. "This is bad. If they find out I left my room, I could be punished badly." As the figure steps into the light, Evgenia freezes. Wait, that face! Before her stands a tall, strikingly handsome knight with short black hair and deep blue eyes. The same black hair and blue eyes as Evgenia. This person, who looks like an imperial knight, must be... The knight looks down at her with a cold, piercing glare. Alexis? The second son of the Basilian ducal family? Alexis Basilian? Alexis crosses his arms, demanding, "I heard you were ordered to be confined, so why are you loitering around here?" He stares down at her with intense disapproval. Is father's command a joke to you now? Evgenia Basilian? Evgenia sighs internally. Damn it, I wanted to get away with this quietly. Looking at Alexis, Evgenia thinks, of all people, I had to get caught by this guy? Alexis blinks in surprise at her silence, asking, "What? I thought you'd throw a fit like usual. Why are you so quiet?" Alexis smirks mockingly, asking, "They said you went crazy and bashed your head against a wall. Did you really lose your mind?" This immediately angers Evgenia, who thinks, but this punk, his attitude is... Turning to face him fully, Evgenia snaps back. "Crazy? Did you feed your chivalry to a stray dog?" Alexis glares back, taken aback by her sudden insult, as Evgenia points a finger at him, declaring, "Talking to your older sister like that? Such bad manners." Alexis flinches, completely shocked by her words. What are you doing?" Evgenia is also stunned, realizing, just now. Alexis stares at her, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. "Did you say older sister?" Alexis looks thoroughly creeped out and confused. "Huh? Did you just tell me to call you older sister?" Evgenia sweats as she thinks, why is he saying that? Isn't Evgenia 2 years older than Alexis? She asks aloud, did I say anything wrong? Alexis scoffs, huh, what a joke. You used to hate it whenever I called you older sister. Alexis holds his head, groaning in comedic frustration. Since when did you ever treat me like I was younger? Are you sure you didn't hit your head a little too hard? Right, you smacked your head and even passed out. There's no way you're fine. Evgenia sighs in relief. Oh, thank goodness. I thought I'd said something stupid. Alexis looks away, telling her coldly, so now, after all this time, please, just go somewhere else. Angered by his dismissive attitude, Yevgenia snaps back with her arms crossed. Don't pretend you suddenly care about me. As Yevgenia storms off, Alexis stands alone in the vast hall, looking down with a complicated expression. Yevgenia wonders with a sweat, did I go too far? Alexis shouts in frustration, sweat beads forming on his forehead. Why aren't you saying anything? At least get annoyed or angry. Say something. Stop staring at me like I'm some kind of bizarre creature. Keeping her eyes closed, Evgenia blushes slightly as a cold sweat breaks out. She panics internally. Wait, this is bad. I think I'm about to sneeze. If I sneeze right now, Evgenia's dignity. Unable to hold it back, Evgenia turns away and lets out a muffled, embarrassed cough. Alexis stands beside her, looking completely bewildered. Sweating in shock, Alexis points at her and asks, hey, you! While Evgenia covers her face, completely flushed with embarrassment. Yevgenia quickly turns on her heels and walks away, her boots clicking against the marble floor. She commands, I'm going back to my room, so don't follow me. Alexis stands alone in a hall filled with purple and white lilies, holding his forehead in complete exasperation. What the? Don't tell me you cried because you're upset. Safely back inside her chambers, Yevgenia lets out a huge sneeze into her handkerchief. Achoo! Wrapped in a warm blanket, Evgenia sniffs miserably as she thinks, I caught a cold of all things. Damn it. Achoo! Evgenia peers through her bedroom window, wrapped snugly in her blanket. If I'd known, I would have dressed warmer yesterday. Looking down from her window, she notices a crowd in the courtyard. Huh? Why is everyone outside? Even the servants. And Melissa. Who's that next to Melissa? Yevgenia presses her face against the window bars, looking closely at the scene below. Huh? Spotting Alexis in the courtyard, Evgenia reacts with a chibi look of shock. That's Alexis? Why is he here? Wrapping her blanket tighter, Evgenia grumbles in comedic annoyance. Still, thinking back on it, unbelievable. He's not even the one who got put on house arrest, and he didn't visit me once, so why is he mad at me? She watches as a grand carriage pulls up and a distinguished man steps down. Huh, someone's getting out of the carriage. Everyone's giving formal greetings. Wait, is that the Duke of Basilium? As the Duke stands by the carriage, Evgenia contemplates their upcoming meeting. I need to meet him anyway, since there's something I have to tell him. Thinking about facing him suddenly makes me nervous. What if I say something wrong? Huh? Is the Duke giving orders to a servant? Evgenia watches from her window as a maid runs toward the manor on the Duke's orders. It must be something urgent. Suddenly, Anne bursts into the room, gasping in panic. My lady, the Duke! He asked for you to be brought to him. Evgenia smiles wickedly as she plots with a chibi devil in her mind. So that urgent matter was me. Good. This actually works out. If I want to meet Euclid soon, I need to speak with the Duke first. A dark, regal portrait displays Duke Basilian. The narration reads, the head of the most powerful noble house in the empire, second only to the imperial family. The Duke is shown analyzing a chessboard. The narration reads, a seasoned politician who sees several moves ahead and is rumored to be a cold-hearted merchant with no blood or tears. A close-up of the Duke's icy gaze is shown. The narration reads, meeting his eyes feels like standing on thin ice, and his voice, deeper than a cavern, overwhelms everything. From such a man. Against a backdrop of bare winter trees, the narration reveals, I have to get his approval to marry Euclid. Anne dresses Evgenia in a magnificent purple gown with black lace, chattering away. He's always been interested in you, my lady. He must have known I served you, so he summoned me. The Duke must have been very worried about you. Yevgenia looks skeptical as she replies, anyone would be alarmed if someone suddenly collapsed into a wall right in front of him. Anne looks at Evgenia with sparkling eyes and asks, my lady, we're all set, right? Wearing her beautiful gown and elegant purple gloves, Evgenia says with confidence, then let's go. Anne reaches for the door handle, worried about her mistress. My lady, your fever still hasn't gone down. Are you sure you're all right? Maybe you should visit him later. Yevgenia responds firmly, no, I'm going now. I'm fine. Walking down the hallway with Anne, Evgenia spots a guard holding a spear. This guy is... Yevgenia recalls threatening this exact guard the day before. When I came back yesterday after going out, he's the knight I somehow intimidated into keeping quiet, isn't he? I don't think he'll betray me, but I should finish this cleanly. Confronting the nervous guard, Yevgenia asks, "What's your name?" causing him to snap to attention and shout, "Gressel Pion, ma'am." Evgenia looks at him with a calculating gaze. Gressel Pion? That sounds familiar. Smiling, Evgenia offers him a deal. "I'll say you faithfully stood guard outside my door." Anne looks on in surprise. The guard's face becomes a comical blur of sheer panic. Evgenia asks, "Understood?" As they walk down the stairs, Anne looks at Evgenia and asks curiously, "My lady, do you like that knight?" leaving Evgenia completely shocked. "Huh?" Anne clenches her fist with a fiery look. "You actually need someone suitable for that matter? Should I take care of it myself?" While Evgenia wonders in confusion, "That matter?" Evgenia plays along to keep up appearances. Looks like Evgenia and Anne had something planned. "I can't say I don't know anything, so I'll play along." She responds, "Yes, go ahead." Walking down the hallway, Evgenia suddenly stops in shock as her heel clicks on the stone. Alexis stands in the hallway waiting, turning to look at her coldly. She sighs, "Why are you here?" Alexis looks down at her and demands, "I asked why you're here." Evgenia crossly retorts, "Do I need a reason not to be here?" In a chibi thought bubble, Evgenia mockingly chides him, "Isn't this too much slacking off? This time of day, you should be reporting to the Imperial Knights." Alexis's veins pop in irritation. Alexis explodes in anger, his face turning red as he yells, "What? Slacking off? I just finished a week of training and today's my first day of leave, and I only found out last night." Looking away with a troubled, slightly worried expression, Alexis mutters, "That you collapsed." Staring at him blankly, Evgenia is surprised by his hidden concern. Alexis blushes heavily and shouts, "What's with that face?" Gesturing wildly in annoyance, Alexis warns her, "Did you tell father you were wandering around without permission? Don't act all tough, just stay quiet," while Evgenia watches in mild amusement. Suddenly, a shadow falls over them as a cold, imposing voice speaks from behind. "Do you even know where we are? And you're chatting away like this?" Alexis immediately freezes and stammers in terror, "Big brother, it's not like that," as the stern figure commands, "Quiet." Evgenia looks on with a tense expression. Since Alexis called him Big Brother, that confirms it. Older than Alexis, with a colder expression. He must be Shionel Basilian, the Duke's eldest son. Looking at Shionel, Evgenia's chest suddenly clenches in sharp physical pain, and she grabs her gown. But something feels off, just like with Richard before. As the three siblings face each other in a tense standoff, the narration concludes, "Even without Evgenia's memories, the emotions are crystal clear." Shionel looks at Evgenia coldly and warns, "If you're going to make a scene like last time, you should leave. It won't change anything to your liking." He cannot help but feel an inexplicable irritation. Keeping her head down, Evgenia softly replies, "I'm not here to cause trouble." Yet simply seeing Shionel causes that strange, lingering irritation to rise inside her once more. Glaring coldly, Alexis demands, "Then why are you here? You should still be on house arrest, shouldn't you?" Evgenia looks at him with a composed expression and states, "There's something important I need to discuss with father." Taken aback, Shionel asks in surprise, "What did you just say?" Before the heavy study doors suddenly begin to unlock. As the doors swing open, a powerful voice from within calls out, "Come in!" Alexis and Shionel stare in utter disbelief, wondering why their father is letting her enter while she is supposed to be under house arrest. Walking inside the dimly lit room, Evgenia thinks to herself, "I'm sure." Sitting behind his massive desk in the shadowy room, the Duke looks up and says, "I told you to come in." The Duke gazes at them with an icy, overwhelming intensity, repeating firmly, "I believe I told you to come in?" A tense silence falls over the room as Evgenia stands before her father, flanked by her two silent and nervous brothers. With her heels clicking sharply against the floor, Evgenia takes a step forward as she realizes that the imposing man before her is indeed Evgenia's father, Duke Basilian. Looking at the Duke, she nervously muses, "Although there weren't any illustrations, he has a colder and sharper impression than described in the novel. What should I do? He's scarier than I thought. He confined me to my room when I was on probation, so if I say something wrong, won't he exile me?" Facing her father, Yevgenia suddenly feels a wave of annoyance. Come to think of it, it's unfair. It was the original Yevgenia who caused the commotion, so why do I have to be treated like this? Sensing her shift in attitude, the Duke gasps slightly in surprise. Evgenia notes, "The reason I can endure this treatment quickly is..." Suddenly, tears well up in Yevgenia's eyes as she lets out a soft, helpless sniffle. Shocked and entirely caught off guard, the Duke's cold facade instantly shatters as he stammers, Evgenia? Shionel freezes in complete disbelief, thinking to himself, Evgenia is shedding tears? Wiping her eyes with her gloved hand, Evgenia is utterly baffled. What the? Tears came out without me realizing. It is unfair, but not enough to cry over. Is it possibly because of Evgenia's remaining emotions? Panicking at the sight of his crying daughter, the Duke abruptly stands up, knocking his chair back with a loud clatter. Hurrying over to Evgenia with a worried expression, the Duke hesitantly extends his hand. Gently offering his handkerchief, the Duke softly tells her, "Wipe your tears." Evgenia is completely bewildered, thinking, what the? He's so different from the Duke I imagined. To think he handed me a handkerchief? Squeezing the cloth in her gloved hands, she remains silent as the Duke says with a sigh of regret, I heard your health had improved, but I guess I was mistaken. I'm sorry for calling you out, Evgenia. Looking at the soft, remorseful expression on his face, Evgenia realizes the man in front of my eyes is just an ordinary father who worries about and cares for his daughter. Staring back at him, she relaxes slightly, thinking, exile or whatever, worrying about that just now seems foolish. Was I mistaken about his character? Observing the grand decorations in the study, she reminds herself, anyway, to meet Euclid, I have to talk to the Duke about the marriage arrangement. Bowing her head politely, Yevgenia says, I'm sorry, father. The Duke stares in shock as Evgenia continues, you must have been very surprised when I caused a commotion in the office previously. I won't ever do that again. Looking up at him with absolute resolve, Evgenia adds, and I will give up on His Highness the Crown Prince. In absolute shock, the Duke asks, is that true? Evgenia sniffs into her handkerchief and answers, yes, I have my pride too. To send a marriage proposal to my cousin Melissa, knowing my feelings clearly? She looks determinedly at her father, declaring, now I want to find someone who will only look at me. So, father, I beg of you, while secretly celebrating that the Crown Prince's actions actually worked out in her favor. Clasping her hands tightly, Evgenia makes her move. Could you find a marriage partner for me? She reflects, although I intend to give up my feelings for His Highness the Crown Prince right now, I'm scared that I don't know when this resolve might waver again. So, to prevent myself from acting recklessly like before, I thought it would be right to get married as soon as possible. She imagines a blissful, bright wedding day with Euclid, surrounded by golden flowers and warm smiles. Shionel crosses his arms, demanding skeptically, are you serious? To which Evgenia replies instantly, yes, it is my utmost sincerity, without a shred of falsehood. Shionel is left speechless as Evgenia tells them, please decide the partner yourself, father and brother, realizing her words have successfully stunned them into silence. Pushing her advantage, she adds, however, if possible, I want to do it before His Highness the Crown Prince. In a situation like this, I have to push even harder. With a serious expression, she states, the wedding doesn't need to be grand either. Just, I want to leave the capital where His Highness resides the moment I can, while internally plotting to enjoy a peaceful newlywed life with her favorite character. The Duke and Shionel exchange stunned glances, completely unaware of her true intentions, as Evgenia secretly hopes nothing goes wrong to change her marriage partner. Leaning in with a sweet smile, Evgenia casually adds, I trust father will choose well, but still a family that is too low in status. The Duke proudly responds, Yevgenia, no matter what anyone says, you are a bazillion princess. Puffing out his chest, the Duke reassures her, the family has its pride. We will never choose a partner who doesn't match our status. Hearing this, Evgenia lets out a huge sigh of relief. Turning around, Evgenia prepares to leave, wondering, should I go back to my room now? Pausing in her tracks, she thinks, but the Duke's reaction leaves something to be desired. Shall I deliver a finishing blow? Father? Looking back with an elegant, dramatic flair, Evgenia says, I admit I've been willful all this time. She bows her head slightly, stating, I acted very poorly towards the family, too. That won't happen anymore. Gripping her gown tightly, she delivers her final line, because the Evgenia you knew is no more. The Duke watches her with deep concern, murmuring her name, Evgenia. She smugly thinks the Duke must have understood by now, right? Pivoting swiftly, she thinks, now, if I turn around dramatically and leave? Suddenly, her vision begins to blur as dark, dizzying spots dance before her eyes. She groans in confusion. Suddenly, my vision is... Evgenia loses consciousness and collapses heavily onto the floor, sending her family into a panic as voices shout, Evgenia, the doctor! Call the doctor immediately! Evgenia! Watching Eugenia lie unconscious with a high fever, the Duke's hand trembles against her forehead as Alexis yells in anger. "Damn it, she's burning up! You didn't even know her body was like this, and you called Eugenia out and made her stand?" Chionel interjects firmly, "Take your hand off and step aside." A tense panic fills the room as the Duke frantically commands, "The doctor! Where is the doctor?" While Alexis tries to soothe him, saying, "Father, please calm down. They say the doctor is coming right now." The doctor arrives quickly and uses his stethoscope to examine Evgenia, concluding, "It's symptoms of a cold." Putting away his stethoscope, the doctor reassures the anxious family, "I have prescribed medicine for the princess first. She will get better if she rests for a few days, so you don't need to worry too much." The Duke, completely unconvinced, explodes in anger. "No, how can a child who only stayed in her room for days catch a cold?" Chionel glares coldly at the doctor, questioning, could there be some problem from the last accident? To which the nervous doctor sweatingly responds, "Absolutely not. As I reported to your grace, she only suffered a light bruise on her forehead." Looking at his daughter's feverish, sweating form, the Duke asks in deep distress, "Then why is our Yevgenia like this?" The doctor explains hesitantly, that is, I think the princess's mind and body might have become very weak." Grieving and full of regret, the Duke yells in self-reproach, "Ah, so why did you empty the house when the child is sick? How disappointed she must have been that none of her family came to visit her. That's why she's not getting better, even with medicine, as well as getting worse." Seeing their distress, the maid Anne hesitantly steps forward and reveals, "Actually, after Milady woke up, she once asked why your grace wasn't coming." The Duke and Chionel freeze in shock as Anne continues, "When I told her you were away, she smiled as if resigned." Stunned by this revelation, Alexis yells in frustration, "I knew it! No matter how much Evgenia usually dislikes us, I told you several times that avoiding her until her anger subsides isn't the solution," while the Duke stays quiet in regret. Sitting in his study with Chionel, the Duke laments, "To think she looked for me and felt disappointed. I thought it would be fortunate if she didn't make a fuss about wanting to die like last time." With a deeply touched, emotional look in his eyes, the Duke softly murmurs, "She called me father." Chionel reflects quietly, "I heard it too. She even called me brother." He thinks back to their past, noting that Evgenia had hated her family immensely since she was young. He remembers a fond memory of her childhood, acknowledging that the only one she ever followed or opened up to was their mother. Chionel remembers how, after their mother passed away, Evgenia used to cry alone in her room, refusing to open her heart to any of them. He is deeply struck that such a closed-off child suddenly called them father and brother. The Duke rests his chin on his hand and sighs. She definitely didn't have health problems since childhood. That's how much of a shock it must have been for Yevgenia that the Crown Prince asked Melissa for an engagement. Clenching his fist in sudden rage, the Duke snaps, "How wonderful our Yevgenia is! How dare he! Of course, I admit her obsession with the Crown Prince was excessive, but isn't she the precious daughter of a founding contributor family?" Chionel stands calmly before his father and says, "Still, in the end, it turned out well." With cold blue eyes, Chionel declares with complete resolve, "I will proceed with Evgenia's marriage immediately." Taken aback, the Duke asks, "Immediately, you say?" Chionel explains, "Father, Evgenia is as unpredictable as she is stubborn. We don't know when she might change her mind." Chionel continues, "Besides, it's not like there isn't a suitable partner." The Duke ponders, agreeing, "Right, if it's a family that matches well with the Basilian family." He begins to write a proposal letter, deciding it would be around Ludion. Smiling, he writes, "Good." In a beautifully decorated room surrounded by cherry blossoms, a handsome blonde young man with green eyes stands quietly, holding a quill pen with a sad and thoughtful expression. Meanwhile, at the Grand Ludion Duchy, a voice suddenly yells out in shock, "This is absolutely absurd!" Sitting at his desk, the calm and elegant Duke, Euclid Ludion, looks up from his paperwork and asks, "What's the matter?" His aide, Delano, pants in absolute disbelief and yells, "Marriage to Lady Basilian?" Delano frantically lists his objections to Euclid, crying out, "You know that her reputation is in the gutter, don't you? And that's not all. The entire nation knows the lady has feelings for His Highness the Crown Prince." Unfazed by the outburst, Euclid casually shifts the subject and asks, "How much do we have left to pay Count Viers this month?" Sweating from stress, Delano reluctantly answers, 750 gold. The payment is due in 10 days, my lord. If we don't pay, the Viers family, the only merchant guild in the north, will once again raise their prices to an exorbitant level. Euclid looks down in resignation, admitting, "I know, but it's not just the distribution fees we pay to Count Viers. The debt that's accumulated over many years is also a problem." Euclid reasons the families we borrowed from are close allies, so we're only paying a small amount of interest, but we don't know how things might change in the future. That is why I must go through with this marriage.
Delano shouts in frustration, "Still, I am dead set against this marriage. How could Duke Basilian do this to us?" While Euclid calmly asks, "Didn't you say he seemed like a good person, unlike the rumors?"
Remembering his meeting with the Basilians, Delano sweats and mutters, "Well, unlike my first impression of him looking like he could eat someone alive, he was surprisingly magnanimous. Instead of talking about business, I never expected him to suddenly bring up marriage." Chibi Delano then lectures Euclid that expanding the Basilians' merchant guild to their region wouldn't be profitable for them anyway. Delano explains that the Duke arranged the marriage out of gratitude, promising to open a branch in their territory and send an enormous fortune as a dowry. Delano grumbles, "How can I be grateful when you're taking such a troublemaker of a daughter off his hands?" Smiling softly, Euclid reassures him, "As for your concerns, there were those rumors circulating, but I was told the one about Lady Basilian and the Crown Prince being lovers was false, so even if this marriage goes through, we won't incur the wrath of the imperial family." But the rumors that the young lady is in love with His Highness the Crown Prince? I've heard they're true. Even if that's true, it doesn't matter. In any case, sitting at his grand desk in a luxurious study, the young nobleman gives a sudden command. "Butler, please make preparations to go to the capital as soon as possible." Shocked by the abrupt decision, his assistant calls out in surprise, "Your Grace," while his butler bows silently to begin the preparations. The gentle and handsome blonde nobleman Euclid pushes up his spectacles with a slender hand. Gazing ahead with his calm golden eyes, his intellectual charm and soft demeanor shine brilliantly against the golden floral background. Defeated by Euclid's calm logic, Delano sighs deeply and mutters, "No, Your Grace." Euclid smiles kindly and says, "You must have a lot to do, so you may leave now." Once his aide leaves, Euclid is left completely alone in the quiet, grand room. Suddenly, Euclid's expression falters, sweat dripping down his cheek as he clenches his jaw. He stumbles and gasps in sudden pain, letting out a weak, agonizing cough. Breathing heavily, Euclid holds a handkerchief to his mouth as blood drips from his lip. Euclid pulls the handkerchief away to find it stained with a large splatter of dark red blood. Meanwhile, Delano's voice from earlier echoes, "But the fact that the lady harbors feelings for His Highness the Crown Prince, I heard that part is true." Staring at the blood on his hands, Euclid quietly reflects on Delano's words, thinking, "I really hope that's the case." Back at the Basilian estate, the maid Anne cheerfully brings in a tray, singing, "My lady, it's time for your medicine." Staring blankly at the dark bowl of medicine, Evgenia thinks to herself, "Do I have to take it again? Anyone who sees this would think I was terminally ill and coughing up blood. What's gotten into everyone?" Sweating slightly, Evgenia says, "Anne, you don't have to watch me like that." Anne replies with intense determination, "I have orders from the Duke to make sure you take your medicine, my lady." Taking a sip of the bitter herbal drink, Evgenia reflects, "I guess it's because I didn't clear up the misunderstanding that day." Suddenly, the doors burst open as the Duke, Alexis, and Chionel rush in screaming, "Evgenia, are you awake? Hey, you're so delicate." Looking completely deadpan and annoyed after waking up from a perfectly good sleep, Evgenia sighs, "What is everyone doing in my room right now?" as the Duke nervously clears his throat with a sheepish The Duke looks down remorsefully, apologizing to Evgenia for failing to consider how upset she would be when she woke up, explaining that he had to leave the house on urgent business. Meanwhile, Evgenia is completely bewildered, wondering on earth he is talking about. Realizing they might have completely misunderstood her actions, Evgenia panics, thinking to herself, "Don't tell me, is this because I cried in front of Duke Basilian last time?" She sits up in bed and frantically waves her hands, insisting that she wasn't upset at all and her feelings weren't hurt either. The Duke gently misinterprets her defensive reaction as bravery, smiling as he says, "Yes, you've always been so brave," which only infuriates Evgenia further as she screams internally, "No, that's not what I mean." Anne tries to comfort her, holding out a sweet treat and saying, "Good job, here's a candy for you." A deadpan Evgenia accepts it with a quiet, "Thanks." Chewing on her candy, Evgenia looks down thoughtfully, reflecting that she supposes it's at least better than being ignored. Anne hesitantly informs Evgenia, Lady Melissa requested to see you earlier? I told her you were ill, but what should I do?" Hearing about the unexpected visit, Evgenia is surprised, thinking to herself, "Melissa wanted to see me?" The question why rings out in a flash of confusion as Evgenia wonders what Melissa could possibly want to talk about. They sit in a gorgeous garden gazebo for tea. Melissa smiles gently, saying, "Sister, thank you for having tea with me today."
And Yevgenia replies, "No need to thank me. Thanks to you, I'm getting some fresh air too, which is nice." Melissa, looking incredibly elegant in a yellow dress with her long blonde curls, quietly adds a sugar cube to her teacup with a gentle, serene smile. Sipping her tea, Evgenia observes Melissa, thinking that she gives off a completely different vibe than the rest of the Basilians. Yevgenia decides to ask directly, "So, Melissa, did you ask to meet today because you have something to tell me?" Catching Melissa off guard as she stammers, "Huh? Oh." In her sudden fluster, Melissa accidentally knocks over her teacup, spilling the liquid across the white table as she gasps, "Oh no!" Melissa panics, crying out, "This is your favorite tablecloth," but Evgenia calmly reassures her, saying, "It's okay, it's not that wet, give me your handkerchief." As Melissa nervously apologizes, Evgenia notes how tense she has been this whole time, wondering if Melissa is worried about what she thinks regarding the engagement proposal. Wiping the table, Evgenia gently says, "Melissa, if this is about the royal marriage proposal, you don't have to worry about me." Evgenia continues, explaining that she has already gotten over her feelings for the crown prince, so it doesn't matter to her whether Melissa accepts or refuses him. Melissa quickly protests, "That's not it. Just as I told you then, he's just someone I happened to meet a few times back when I was a commoner." Melissa passionately explains that she clearly remembers Evgenia telling her that they don't need to be swayed by the imperial family for their house's sake, so rejecting the marriage proposal was entirely her own choice. Evgenia asks calmly, "Then why do you keep glancing at me like that today?" Which startles Melissa into a quiet. Melissa finally confesses, "Actually, I was looking around the mansion and happened to enter your annex. I don't know what possessed me, but I went into the basement." And there, realizing Melissa is about to bring up Richard, Evgenia's expression darkens as she thinks, "If I don't shut Melissa up, I don't know what will happen." She interrupts her sternly, calling, "Melissa." With a cold and threatening aura, Evgenia looks Melissa in the eyes and commands, "Forget everything you saw and heard there." Evgenia reassures her, "You don't need to worry about that boy. I sent him off to a good place." However, Melissa completely misinterprets this and trembles in absolute horror, gasping, A good place?" Seeing her terror, Evgenia hastily clarifies, "I mean, I set him free. I even sent him with plenty of travel money, so I'm sure he'll be fine on his own." Melissa sighs in massive relief, murmuring, "That's a relief." Changing the subject, Yevgenia asks Melissa how she is finding life at the duchy and if she feels stifled or uncomfortable. Melissa beams happily, replying that she loves it and finds the things she is learning to be fun. Evgenia kindly tells her, "If you want to go out, tell father. You'll have to take a night with you, but he'll probably allow it if it's somewhere safe, like the temple." Melissa notes, "But it seems the temple is busy with prayer meetings these days." When Evgenia questions why, Melissa explains, "Yes, because His Highness the Crown Prince will soon be departing for war." The news makes everything make sense to Evgenia, who muses, "No wonder things were so quiet even after Melissa rejected the marriage proposal. So his departure for war was the reason, huh?" Melissa leans forward slightly, lowering her voice as she prepares to share more background information about the Crown Prince and his lineage. Melissa explains that the first emperor was a powerful warrior who defeated an evil dragon and unified the continent, wondering if the crown prince has a similarly warlike personality. She notes that this would explain how he became the youngest swordmaster, especially since the war with the Labyrinth Kingdom only ended recently. Their conversation is suddenly cut short as Anne runs out to the gazebo in a panic, crying, "My lady!" Panting heavily, Anne delivers the shocking news. His Highness the Crown Prince has just arrived at the mansion. Evgenia freezes in surprise, repeating, "What? The Crown Prince?" Evgenia mutters, "Speak of the devil. Melissa, it seems he's come to see you." But Anne frantically corrects her, gasping, my lady, that's not it." The scene shifts inside the mansion's parlor, where the Crown Prince is seen elegantly holding a gold-trimmed teacup, his identity already clear. Sitting comfortably in a luxurious armchair, a handsome young man with fiery red hair and sharp eyes sips his tea with an air of cold arrogance. The red-haired man is Kaidan Ilios, the crown prince of the empire, who possesses an overwhelming, powerful presence and stands with a massive sword. The narrative reveals that Kaidan Ilios is the crown prince in the Saintess's Dangerous Choice, one of the male protagonists who approaches Melissa, and the very reason behind the original Evgenia's ruinous obsession. Standing outside the parlor doors, Evgenia hesitates for a moment, steeling her resolve as she thinks, "I didn't expect to meet him so suddenly." Opening the door, she is greeted by Kaidan, who smiles with a mocking smirk and says, "I didn't think you'd arrive this quickly." Leaning back on his couch with a smug, handsome grin, Kaidan remarks, "You must have been quite eager to see me." Observing him, Yevgenia notes his good looks but feels absolutely no trace of affection. Instead, she realizes that the emotions swirling inside her are pure hatred and anger. Remembering how the original Evgenia fell into obsession because of his rejection, she calmly gathers her skirts and bows, greeting him, "Greetings, Your Highness." Caden leans forward slightly, looking at her with a mix of curiosity and amusement as he adjusts his posture. Caden sneers, "I heard you foolishly rammed your head into a wall. Don't tell me you did it because I sent a proposal letter to your younger cousin?" Evgenia replies indifferently, "It is nothing for Your Highness to worry about." But Kaiden stands up, towering over her as he counteracts, "How could I not worry when I've heard people say you injured yourself because of me?" Kaiden notes, "They say you've been acting strange ever since he fainted." Evgenia meets his gaze with sharp resolve, countering, "Strange? On the contrary." Kaiden's brow furrows in surprise as she implies that she has simply regained her senses, repeating the phrase in his mind with confusion. Looking him straight in the eye with complete detachment, Evgenia declares, "Yes, I've decided to give up all my feelings toward you, Your Highness. I intend to marry someone else now." Turning around to make her exit, she coolly adds, "I won't trouble you anymore, so you need not worry." Suddenly, Kaiden's expression turns dark and possessive as he steps in front of her, asking in a low, chilling tone, "You would leave me and marry someone else?" Kaiden grabs Evgenia and demands, "You're giving up your position beside me, the seat of the crown princess?" Bewildered by his intense reaction, Evgenia wonders to herself, what's with his reaction? As Kaiden sneers, "Do you think I'd believe that?" Looking at him with complete indifference, Evgenia thinks, if he doesn't want to believe it, that's fine, but why is he acting like this? Before coldly saying, "Let go of me." Kaiden stares down at her with sharp, intense red eyes, trying to read her true intentions. Kaiden smiles mockingly and asks, "Is this a new tactic? Well, it's refreshing compared to your earlier schemes. Still, if you're going to lie, at least put some effort into it." Meanwhile, Evgenia's attention is suddenly drawn elsewhere as she thinks, "Huh?" A small bug begins buzzing right near Kaiden's face, completely distracting Evgenia, who thinks, "A bug?" Evgenia is completely transfixed by the insect, thinking, seriously? How can a so-called sword master not notice a bug buzzing right in front of him? As Kaiden continues to ramble, "A proposal letter? Do you think that even makes sense?" Kaiden turns away slightly with an arrogant smirk, saying, "Even if what you're saying is real, everyone in the Empire knows how obsessively you cling to me. Who in the world would want to marry you?" Unbothered by his insults, Evgenia is completely irritated by the insect, thinking, "That stupid fly is distracting me." Kaiden continues his conceited speech, saying, "Even if such a lunatic did exist, I know you would never give up on me," while Evgenia glares in annoyance at the fly circling his face. Balling her hand into a tight fist, Evgenia fumes internally. I can't understand anything he's saying because of that bug. Once something bothers her, she can't focus. Therefore, Kaiden confidently declares, "I will make it clear now," completely oblivious to the fly landing on his cheek. As Kaiden says, "In that case, I'll be merciful and accept you as my concubine," Evgenia's hand suddenly flies forward and slaps the fly right off his cheek with a resounding smack. A heavy, frozen silence fills the parlor as both of them stand completely still in shock. Realizing what she has just done, Evgenia breaks into a cold sweat and panics internally with a flustered, "Huh?" Touching his cheek where the fly was squashed, a stunned Kaiden asks, "Would you care to explain what you just did?" As Evgenia panics, thinking, "I'm done for." Kaiden reflects in deep confusion, remembering Evgenia as someone who could carry out terrifying acts without batting an eye, and wonders why she would suddenly strike him and then look so flustered. He recalls her past behavior, remembering how she had once confessed her love and boldly demanded a position by his side. He reminisces that even when she screamed and caused an uproar after his harsh criticism and mockery, she had never truly crossed the line or become emotionally unstable like this. He remembers how he deliberately ignored her and danced with other young ladies or offered them partnerships and gifts every time he returned from war to provoke her. Though he had no intention of maintaining any relationship with her, Evgenia had always calmly handled the aftermath herself. He recalls that just like when they first met as children, faint signs of irritation and indifference had slipped through her polite facade. Returning to the present, Kaiden looks down at her and demandingly says, "I really cannot believe this. Why did you even strike me?" Desperately trying to find an excuse because she cannot confess she did it over a bug, Evgenia thinks, "Yes, I'll tell him it was because of the proposal letter. It shocked me." Looking down remorsefully with a sweat drop, Evgenia softly apologizes, "I'm sorry." Observing her reaction, Kaiden thinks, so she hasn't completely changed.
At least she assessed the situation and swallowed her pride in the end. However, Kaiden's possessive nature flares up as he steps closer, thinking, no, this is not enough. What I truly want from Evgenia hasn't even begun to... Their intense moment is interrupted by a sharp knock on the door as a voice calls out, Your Highness, it's time to return to the palace. Let down and highly annoyed, Kaiden clicks his tongue and says, I must take my leave now. Kaiden informs her, once I depart for this campaign, it'll take at least 3 months for me to return, as Evgenia remains silent. Kaiden looks back at her with a smug, knowing smirk before turning to leave. Suddenly, Evgenia calls out, Wait! And reaches out to grab his sleeve. With a quick, decisive motion, she thrusts a folded pink handkerchief into his hand, catching him completely off guard. Alexis looks completely flustered and shocked as a hand extends a delicate pink, lace-trimmed handkerchief toward him. He stares at it in disbelief, asking, Are you giving me a handkerchief? Looking at Evgenia, Alexis wonders to himself, did her tastes change? While Evgenia looks away awkwardly, murmuring, well. With a swift motion, Alexis snatches the handkerchief from her hand, causing Evgenia to gasp in surprise. Ah! He smiles softly and declares, I will accept it. Kaiden looks down at the handkerchief and then back at her in complete surprise. Evgenia looks up at him with clear purple eyes and quietly says, in that case. As he walks away, Kaiden remembers her purple eyes, which have always reminded him of sweet liquor. Clasping the pink handkerchief tightly, Kaiden smiles with a dark, possessive intensity, eager to return from his campaign. He smugly reflects on the parting gift, thinking, it seems I now have one more reason to look forward to returning. Back in her parlor, Evgenia rubs her temples with a heavy, exhausted sigh. Slumped on her couch, she panics to herself. To think I slapped the crown prince over a fly! This is bad! She reflects on his odd behavior, thinking, by the way, Kaiden felt different from his original version. He seems strangely generous. Surely he wasn't interested in me just because he got slapped. That's not possible. Suddenly, another horrifying realization hits her, and she sweat drops, thinking, besides, I ended up giving Melissa's handkerchief to the crown prince. Was that okay? Feeling completely overwhelmed, Evgenia tries to reassure herself, thinking, well, anyway, I hope everything gets resolved well. The scene shifts to another part of the mansion, where a voice sighs, I say this every time, but mock battles are so tiring. Stretching his arms in exhaustion, Alexis complains, I should hurry up, eat dinner, and go rest. He pushes open the double doors to the dining hall, only to freeze in absolute shock, stammering, huh? Seeing Evgenia sitting at the dining table with the Duke and Melissa, Alexis screams in disbelief, What the? Evgenia, why are you here? You always eat gloomily alone in your room. Calmly cutting her steak, Evgenia replies indifferently, Is it strange for a family to have a meal together? As she notes that the original Evgenia indeed never dined with her family. Evgenia recalls the events of earlier, thinking, I'm only here because I went to ask about the marriage proposal because I was curious and I got invited to stay for dinner. The Duke gently clears his throat and hesitantly speaks up, saying, I heard His Highness the Crown Prince visited today. The Duke looks deeply concerned as he asks Evgenia, did he blame you for Melissa's rejection? Evgenia calmly cuts her steak and replies, No, he didn't specifically scold me or anything like that. However, I don't know where he heard it from, but he knew about the disgraceful scene I caused at the ducal estate, Evgenia continues as the family sits around the lavish dining table under the Duke's serious gaze. Enraged, the Duke slams his hand on the table, surrounded by a dark aura as he demands, who would dare reveal that? While Alexis gasps in shock, Evgenia calmly adds, I don't know, but I told His Highness that I had given up on him. Evgenia folds her arms in irritation as she recalls the memory, explaining not that he believed me at all. Instead, he told me not to even dream of being his mistress, much less the crown princess. What? A mistress? He really said that garbage? Alexis screams in fury, but his brother and the Duke quickly try to calm him down, telling him to be quiet. The older brother narrows his eyes defensively, remarking, for royalty to say mistress to an unmarried noble lady is the same as trampling our family's honor. Looking incredibly sharp and protective, he declares, I will file a formal protest with the Imperial Palace tomorrow, leaving Evgenia sweating internally as she realizes this reaction is far more extreme than she planned. Evgenia elegantly dabs her mouth with a napkin and tells her father, I didn't just sit there and take it, you know. The Duke looks back at her with a highly skeptical expression. Under a comical downpour of disbelief, Evgenia casually confesses, actually, I slapped His Highness across the face, causing her father and brothers to freeze in absolute silence.
Alexis erupts in complete shock, yelling, "What? You really hit His Highness? You, Evgenia, of all people?" As Evgenia sweat drops and admits, "Yeah, it just kind of happened." Yevgenia looks down remorsefully and says, "I'm sorry, father." But the Duke looks at her proudly and replies, "No, well done. I'd have been angrier if you just kept quiet." The Duke laughs heartily, thinking, "Besides, the Crown Prince is a swordmaster. Your slap probably felt like a bug brushing past him." Meanwhile, Evgenia sweat drops, thinking about how Kaiden actually did react to a literal bug. Standing with complete determination, Evgenia declares, "All I want is to get married as soon as possible." The Duke looks at her with interest and replies, "Then it worked out perfectly. That is actually why I asked you to join us." Glowing with intense relief, Evgenia thinks to herself, "Finally." She swallows hard in anticipation, waiting to hear who her father has arranged for her to marry. Smiling warmly, she thinks about how any man would be thrilled to take her as his bride, while a humorous thought bubble shows a miniature groom being proudly held. As they continue to enjoy their steak, the Duke explains, he sent the reply with a regular carriage. That seems to be why it took so long. A founding family known for producing great mages, and they don't even own a single magical carriage. The Duke confidently promises, "Evgenia, when you go to the Ludian Dukedom, I'll prepare plenty of magic carriages for you." Just carriages? Nonsense. I'll pack lots of mana stones too. Evgenia requests, "Since I'll need one when I come up to the capital eventually, could you send a carriage ahead to the Ludian Dukedom?" And the Duke readily agrees. The Duke notes, "By the way, sending the carriage is one thing, but I never expected such a meticulous side from you, already choosing a knight to accompany you after the wedding." Evgenia blinks in confusion, thinking, "Huh?" The Duke asks, "I hear it's the knight who guarded your door when you were under house arrest last time. Did you take a liking to him then?" Prompting a flustered, yes, from Evgenia. Yevgenia instantly suspects that this was the matter her maid Anne promised to handle. Meanwhile, in the present, her chibi self panics when her father suggests delaying the wedding for a year. A dreamy fantasy sequence plays out as Yevgenia envisions marrying her handsome blonde groom, reinforcing her desire to make the wedding happen as quickly as possible. The Duke is hesitant to hold a rushed, small ceremony for a Basilian duchess, but Evgenia insists, explaining that she wants to escape the capital before the Crown Prince returns from his campaign. Seeing her desperation, the Duke closes his eyes and sighs, conceding, "If that is your wish, I must contact the temple at once." Alexis waves his hands frantically in complete confusion, complaining, "Wait a minute, I don't understand what's going on right now. Why have you all been talking about marriage since earlier?" His brother calmly replies, "Because Evgenia has decided to get married," causing Alexis's chibi self to scream in utter shock and demand to know who the partner is. When his brother calmly reveals the groom is Duke Ludian, Alexis stands frozen with wide eyes, completely dumbfounded. Alexis fumes comically, realizing he was the last to know, and asks, "Melissa, did you know too?" As Melissa nods with a small, apologetic smile. Feeling incredibly left out, Alexis dramatically erupts in blue-toned fury, yelling, "Are you kidding me? How could you not tell me? Am I not family?" "Forget it, I'm leaving," Alexis screams dramatically as he storms out of the dining room, leaving Yevgenia and Melissa completely bewildered by his sudden tantrum. Evgenia walks down the grand corridor with a maid, reflecting on how awkwardly dinner ended because of Alexis's sudden emotional outburst. Spotting a handsome, brown-haired guard standing in the hallway, Evgenia wonders to herself, "Is that the knight he mentioned? The one who'll accompany me?" The young knight quickly turns around and spots her, calling out in surprise, "Ah, my lady!" To her complete shock, the knight drops to one knee, bowing deeply as he begs, "Please forgive my past insolence." Evgenia sweat drops, thinking, "What? Why is he acting like this all of a sudden?" The guard honestly confesses, "I blindly believed the rumors about you. So when I was assigned to guard your door, honestly, I thought I was unlucky." An irritation mark pops up on Yevgenia's head as she reacts to his bluntness. Looking up at her with complete sincerity, the knight pledges, "So I swear to serve you with loyalty for the rest of my life." Awkwardly, Yevgenia replies, right." Looking at his dedicated face, Yevgenia suddenly remembers the original story, realizing this supporting character was destined to die protecting her when she caused trouble in the novel. She reflects on Anne's mysterious involvement, wondering what her maid did behind her back to make the knight speak of grace, and resolves to handle the situation carefully. Stealing her resolve, Evgenia commands, "Stand for now," and the knight enthusiastically complies with a loud yes. Evgenia informs him, "I'll be getting married soon and leaving for the north. Are you all right with following me there?" The knight gladly replies, explaining that he moved to treat his sick sibling, so there is no issue. The knight mentions that her maid told him going to the north wouldn't be possible because his sibling was a hostage and the climate was unsuitable. Evgenia processes this, realizing Anne must have secretly helped the sibling. Comically, the knight cries tears of gratitude, realizing you called him a hostage, but you were actually helping him get proper treatment here, while Anne proudly stands by and Evgenia sweat drops at the realization. Processing the bizarre but successful outcome, Evgenia sweat drops and says, "Okay, I understand. You may go." The knight bows happily, replying, "Yes, thank you, my lady." Sitting on her plush parlor sofa, Evgenia relaxes as Anne pours her tea, reflecting on how unexpected it was to gain a loyal guard knight she hadn't even planned for. Watching her maid serve tea with a gentle smile, Evgenia notes how impressive it is that Anne dug into his background and secured his loyalty in just a week, realizing Anne is far from an ordinary maid. Evgenia rests her chin on her hand, gazing thoughtfully at Anne as she evaluates the maid's true capabilities. Handing over a cup of tea, Evgenia breaks the silence by asking, "By the way, Anne, isn't it strange that I'm suddenly marrying someone else?" Smiling warmly, Anne declares, "My lady, I pledged loyalty to you long ago, even if I cannot grasp your deeper intentions." Anne continues to express her belief that there must be a reason behind Evgenia's choice, while Evgenia secretly reflects that her change in behavior is simply because the person inside has changed. Anne cheerfully says, "I believe that there must be a reason why you chose Duke Ludion as well," leaving Evgenia completely silent as rain falls quietly outside. In a dark, somber setting, a man lies face down on the cold ground, weeping in deep distress. Kneeling inside a grand, rain-swept cathedral, the man begs, "Just kill me instead, please," while a solemn voice asks, "Is that truly what you wish of me?" Praying desperately with clasped hands, the young priest sweats in panic as he wonders, if I help the Basilian Duchess, then truly. Under a heavy downpour, the priest's internal conflict deepens as he desperately wonders, can the world be saved? Inside a dimly lit, solemn temple filled with rows of burning candles, an attendant walks toward a man kneeling in deep prayer before a sacred statue. The attendant warns him with concern, "At this rate, you will ruin your health. You have been praying through the night for several days now." Holding up a single lit candle, the attendant stands beside the weary man as he stumbles slightly. Reflecting in concern, a man of upright character who always held such firm conviction. An observer notes how withered and pale High Priest Demian looks, as if he has witnessed something horrific. Meeting in the dim cathedral corridor, High Priest Demian is asked, "What business brings you here at this hour?" To which he responds, "Well, I came because I have something to report." The reporting priest announces Lady Basilian has requested to hold her wedding in the Great Temple, causing Demian to flinch in surprise. The priest notes that Evgenia's obsession with the crown prince was famous, but surprisingly, her groom is someone else entirely. The reporting priest is taken aback by Demian's reaction and stammeringly asks, "But pardon? How did you—" Demian instructs that the date of the ceremony will be delivered soon, and when the priest asks who will officiate, Demian coldly replies that the ceremony will be presided over by himself. Clutching his chest tightly with a look of quiet and somber determination, the man resolves to handle the path ahead, thinking, "By myself." The grand exterior of the Basilian ducal estate shines under the bright morning sun. A heavy, awkward silence fills the parlor as Evgenia sits across from Alexis, who is tightly hugging a pillow with an extremely annoyed expression. Unable to hold back, Alexis fumes, "Seriously? You came looking for me first, and now you glare at me with your lips sealed tight? Does that make you feel better?" To which Evgenia calmly replies, "I wasn't exactly glaring." Alexis complains bitterly about how she's practically already moving out once she gets married, while Evgenia notes that Alexis hadn't known about her marriage during last night's dinner. Evgenia sweat drops and asks, "Why do you talk like that?" as Alexis sulks even harder, burying his face deeper into the pillow. Evgenia reflects that while she is pleased the temple granted permission so quickly, she had hoped things would remain harmonious and comfortable until the wedding. Trying to reason with him, Evgenia asks, "It's not like I only kept it from you. Are you really going to stay this upset when you're leaving for a mission the day after tomorrow?" But Alexis remains stubbornly silent. With an irritated pout, Alexis demands, "Why do you treat me differently?" leaving Evgenia completely caught off guard as she utters, "Huh?" Alexis rants, "No, seriously, you let Melissa call you Uni so affectionately, but with me all this time, why were you like that?" As Evgenia asks in confusion, "Why was I like what?" Evgenia internally admits, "I'm sorry, but even I don't understand that one," as she ponders her past self's cold behavior. Evgenia tries to understand her predecessor, wondering, why did Evgenia dislike her family so much, as she recalls that even Anne didn't seem to know. Evgenia's memories drift back to a childhood scene of young Evgenia looking incredibly cold and distant while a young Alexis happily offers her flowers. In the memory, young Evgenia harshly tells him, "Didn't I tell you not to call me Nuna?" leaving the young teary-eyed Alexis to ask, "Then, elder sister? Is that also not allowed?" To Alexis's shock, young Evgenia slaps the beautiful bouquet of flowers out of his small hands. The flowers end up trampled and scattered on the ground as young Alexis cries out in distress. With a cold shoulder, young Evgenia walks away without looking back, leaving the young Alexis standing alone in absolute heartbreak. As these harsh childhood memories drift into her mind, Evgenia looks deeply troubled, wondering, even as a child, she treated Alexis so coldly. Why was Evgenia like that? Snapping back to the present, Yevgenia gently says, "Fine, I won't treat you differently anymore, so from now on you can call me Nuna," causing Alexis's eyes to widen in complete disbelief. Blushing furiously, Alexis turns away and screams, "Am I out of my mind? Me? Calling you that?" leaving a sweat-dropping Evgenia to ask, "Then what do you want from me?" Alexis grumbles under his breath, "You think saying you may call me Nuna now out of nowhere is gonna make me happy or something?" As Evgenia sighs deeply. In a beautifully decorated parlor, a young man sits sulking on an armchair, burying his face behind a large pillow with an annoyed huff. Sitting across from him, a young woman coaxes, "I said I'm sorry. Please stop sulking." Looking over the edge of his pillow with a serious expression, the young man asks, "If I return safely from this mission, can I visit the Ludian ducal estate?" The woman is completely bewildered by his question, thinking to herself, "Huh? What is he even saying?" Exasperated by his ominous wording, she snaps, "Hey, if I return safely? Don't jinx it. Why phrase something so obvious like that?" Unfazed, he mutters, "Jinx what?" before pressing, "Anyway, I am invited to Ludian ducal estate, right?" Giving in, she replies, "Fine, come visit the Ludian ducal estate." Evgenia casually mentions that she won't be able to attend his victory ceremony, telling him not to sulk about being treated like a little brother, but Alexis retorts that she has never even given him a single handkerchief like a sibling should. Interrupted mid-complaint, Alexis freezes in astonishment as Yevgenia holds out a beautifully patterned handkerchief, saying, "Here, take this." Smiling warmly, Evgenia looks at her stunned brother and teasingly asks, "Satisfied?" Alexis gently takes the handkerchief, staring at it as if it were a priceless treasure, while thinking, "I never thought I'd receive something like this from you in my life." Clutching the handkerchief tightly, Alexis beams with the brightest, most joyful smile he has ever shown. Seeing his pure happiness, Evgenia's expression softens as she smiles warmly at her brother. 3 days later, the scene shifts to a busy street lined with elegant, towering buildings in the capital. As a luxurious white carriage rolls smoothly down the street, a voice remarks, "This is my first time riding a magic carriage. It certainly is impressive." Inside the magical carriage, Duke Ludian reads through some papers and says, "I never expected the Basilian Duke to show such consideration. Truly, I am grateful." To which his vassal replies, "Well, they didn't become the wealthiest family in the empire for nothing." The vassal narrows his eyes suspiciously, asking, "But the more I think about it, the more uneasy I get. Why is he being so generous? What is he plotting?" Which prompts a puzzled "Plotting?" from the Duke. The vassal explains his suspicions, pointing out that the Basilian Duke suddenly came north to establish a trading branch and even doubled the promised dowry items. The vassal questions the extremely rushed nature of the wedding and the small, guestless ceremony, but Duke Ludian calmly suggests, perhaps he is simply very devout. The Duke reasons that because the timing coincides with an official mission, they may wish to keep things modest, but the aide protests that it sounds like a very convenient excuse. Peering over his spectacles with a firm and serious gaze, Duke Ludian directly asks, "What is it you wish to say?" The vassal voices his concern, asking, "Do you not find it strange, my lord? As if there is some reason he must marry immediately, or perhaps he has some sort of fault?" Cutting him off abruptly, Duke Ludian coldly commands, "That's enough." Surrounded by a chilling, intense aura, Duke Ludian firmly declares, "The lady and I are already pledged to marriage. I know you speak out of concern for me and the ducal family, but regardless of your intention, I do not wish to hear more." The aide bows deeply to apologize, saying, "Forgive me, I spoke out of turn." The coachman calls out from outside, announcing, "My lord, we have arrived at the Basilian ducal estate." The maids whisper among themselves, noting how different Lady Evgenia looks today and feeling incredibly nervous about her unusual request. The elegant white carriage rolls up to the grand entrance of the Basilian ducal mansion. Duke Ludian steps down from the carriage as Evgenia watches him from a distance. Duke Ludian stands tall and majestic, his golden hair catching the sunlight as he prepares to greet his hosts. The narration box introduces the scene as taking place 3 hours before arriving at the Euclid estate inside Evgenia's room, where she suddenly screams in horror. Yeah, what is this thing? Clutching her head in complete panic, Evgenia screams, "Is that a pimple?" as she discovers a small red spot on her cheek. Sitting at her vanity table, Evgenia mutters that this makes no sense, just as Anne knocks on the door and greets her, "My lady, you are up early." Anne gasps in horror at her flawless skin being blemished, while Evgenia laments that she has never dealt with skin trouble before and wonders why it had to happen now.
Anne sweat drops and confesses that one of the facial packs she applied yesterday must not have agreed with Evgenia's skin type, prompting Evgenia to realize that trying harder than usual was the root of the problem. Evgenia asks if there is any way to get rid of it, but when Anne suggests squeezing it out, Evgenia quickly warns her that it will only make things worse. Confidently holding up a makeup brush, Anne proudly promises to cover it up perfectly, leaving a sweat-dropping Evgenia to wonder if she should really trust her. A few hours later shows Duke Basilian standing alongside his attendants as they wait. The golden hem of Evgenia's custom gown sweeps gracefully across the floor. Looking at her in complete disbelief, Duke Basilian sweat drops and asks, "What have you done, Evgenia?" To which she innocently replies, "Done what?" He exasperatedly asks what on earth she did to her face and why she didn't call the makeup maid, leaving Evgenia completely confused before he mutters for her to just forget it. Urging that they need to go so they won't be late, Duke Basilian leads the way while the servants in the background whisper among themselves, wondering if this bizarre look is a new capital trend. Evgenia wonders what is wrong with him, thinking about how hard Anne worked to cover up her skin blemish. Evgenia and her father walk down the steps of the mansion to greet their guests. Peeking through the carriage window, Evgenia excitedly realizes that her beloved Bias is finally arriving. The carriage door opens, revealing a gentleman who steps out to greet them. The gentleman introduces himself as Duke Ludian's aide, Delano, but suddenly shrieks in terror upon seeing Evgenia's face, leaving her disappointed to realize he is just the aide. Delano sweat drops in confusion, staring at her heavy makeup and wondering if this is some shocking new makeup trend in the capital. A polished black boot steps down from the carriage as a deep voice remarks, "It has been a long time." Duke Ludian steps out of the carriage looking absolutely breathtaking and angelic in the bright morning light. Looking incredibly handsome, Duke Ludian asks, "Have you been well, Duke Basilian?" Mesmerized by his beauty, Evgenia gazes at him as her inner thoughts declare that the timeline has become a complete mess, knowing she came to this place just to meet him. Overwhelmed with emotion, Evgenia wonders why she suddenly feels like crying. Duke Ludian and Evgenia stand face to face in a beautifully quiet, sparkling moment. Smiling warmly, the Duke introduces himself as Euclid Ludian, leaving Evgenia completely starstruck by his statue-like face and deep voice. Delano coughs to clear his throat, snapping Evgenia out of her trance as she realizes she was so busy admiring his beauty that she forgot to greet him back. Curtsying gracefully, Evgenia softly says, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Your Grace." Standing elegantly in her sparkling gown, she introduces herself, "I am Evgenia Basilian." Duke Ludian blinks in mild surprise, taking in her unique appearance. Duke Ludian gently reaches out and takes her hand in his. He closes his eyes and leans down to politely kiss the back of her hand. Gently kissing her hand, Duke Ludian asks, "Please take good care of me, Lady Basilian." Remaining stoic on the outside, Evgenia screams in wild excitement internally because her ultimate Bias just kissed her hand. Duke Ludian smiles charmingly and teases that she can hold his hand tighter if she wishes, leaving her internally lamenting her heavy makeup. Her romantic imagination runs wild as she frantically wonders if they should just hold hands and go straight to the bedroom for their first night. Blushing furiously, a chibi Evgenia scolds herself for having such obscene thoughts in broad daylight. Duke Basilian clears his throat and mentions that they must be tired from the long journey, but Duke Ludian politely replies that the magic carriage made the trip incredibly comfortable. Duke Basilian invites everyone inside for dinner, and Duke Ludian chuckles, asking if he may change his clothes first, which is warmly permitted. Alone in her room, Evgenia stares blankly, realizing she is in big trouble. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, Evgenia is horrified to see her heavily smudged dark makeup and screams in panic. Remembering her father's reaction, Evgenia realizes her heavy makeup looks like an end-of-the-century style from old television shows and regrets that her dress does not match Euclid's bright look.
Blushing as she remembers his gentle kiss, Evgenia reflects on how angelic and kind Duke Ludion was for treating her so nicely without even batting an eye at her terrible makeup. Evgenia realizes her tears were of pure joy at seeing her bias, and feels relieved that her sincere love for him successfully won over the residual unpleasant emotions left by the original Evgenia's past. A knock sounds at the door as Anne asks, "My lady, may I come in?" Evgenia asks where Anne has been, and a startled Anne enters, holding out a tray and saying, "Please take this, my lady." Puzzled by the bottles, Evgenia asks what they are, and Anne nervously explains that the black one in the middle is a sedative, while the others are digestives.
Anne looks down dejectedly, apologizing as she admits she didn't realize Evgenia would be so nervous or that she had done her makeup in such an extreme way.
Evgenia holds a bottle and gently thanks Anne, saying that because of her, she will be able to attend the dinner in comfort, which brings a soft smile of relief to Anne's face. Brimming with a sudden idea, Evgenia mentions that there is actually something else she needs help with, and an eager Anne excitedly offers to do absolutely anything. Evgenia happily instructs Anne to first wipe off her heavy makeup completely and then bring her some new clothes, leaving Anne sweating but complying. Walking into the dining hall, Melissa looks up in delight, happily welcoming her sister to the table. Evgenia greets Melissa back and asks if anyone else has arrived yet, to which Melissa replies that no one else is there yet. Seeing Melissa staring at her blankly, Evgenia asks if there is something on her face.
Blushing, Melissa apologizes and admits she was staring because Evgenia looks so stunningly beautiful, which makes Evgenia look elegant and pleased.
Melissa eagerly asks her sister what she thought of Duke Ludion, and Evgenia mildly says he seemed like a good person, but internally she reacts with shock. Internally grinning with supreme delight, Evgenia realizes this is her golden opportunity to brag about her beloved ultimate bias. Evgenia tells Melissa that although they only exchanged greetings, she could tell he is a wonderful person, praising not just his handsome looks, but his soft, elegant atmosphere. She continues her praise, mentioning that she has heard of Duke Ludion's reputation for a long time and that he seems just as gentle and benevolent as the rumors suggest. As Melissa happily hopes to speak with the Duke more soon, Evgenia looks sideways with a knowing, quiet expression. Duke Basilian enters the dining room alongside Duke Ludion and his aide, announcing that everyone has arrived early. Duke Ludion stands tall and breathtakingly beautiful, shining elegantly in his newly changed bright attire. A grand feast of delicious food is laid out on the table as Duke Basilian cordially invites everyone to take a seat. Duke Basilian warmly tells Duke Ludion to feel free to mention if there are any dishes he cannot eat, and Duke Ludion politely thanks him for his kind consideration. Watching Duke Ludion, Evgenia is completely starstruck, swooning over how perfectly he pulls off such a bright, beautiful color. Evgenia laments internally that she specifically changed her clothes to match Duke Ludion, but it didn't work out since he also changed his outfit into a different style. She gazes at him, admiring his brilliant golden hair and skin as fair as flawless jade. Staring at his beautiful eyes, she is completely captivated, thinking that his face was truly blessed by the gods. The group sits together at the large dining table, sharing a quiet moment as the meal begins. A close-up of Duke Ludion shows him looking slightly nervous and blushing, his gaze fixed forward. Evgenia watches him in confusion, wondering if she did something wrong as his face turns strangely red. Duke Ludion suddenly clears his throat, coughing politely into his hand to break his composure. Duke Basilian asks if he is all right, and Duke Ludion quickly apologizes, assuring him that he is fine. Duke Basilian kindly tells him to speak up if anything makes him uncomfortable, but then turns to Evgenia, pointing out that she hasn't touched her food and asking if she has no appetite. Duke Basilian suggests that she must have a lot on her mind since it's her first time meeting her husband-to-be, while Evgenia panics internally, realizing she was so busy admiring him that she forgot to eat. Duke Basilian encourages her to ask the Duke directly if there is something she wants to know, and Evgenia thinks about what she actually wants to ask him. She looks at Duke Ludion across the table, thinking to herself that she wants to know absolutely everything about him. Duke Basilian chuckles, teasingly suggesting that she is just shy, while Evgenia blushes and agrees internally, thinking she is so nervous she could die. Duke Basilian notes that Duke Ludion only brought his aide with him this time and asks if there is no one else accompanying him. Remembering that Duke Ludion has 2 young nephews, Duke Basilian brings them up, and Duke Ludion confirms that both children are very young and have never left the north. Duke Ludion brightly explains that while they arrived quickly by magic carriage thanks to the Duke's consideration, their stay in the capital is too short, so he decided not to bring them along. Duke Basilian remarks that returning to the north immediately after the wedding seems rushed, but Evgenia quickly interjects, asking her father if he is telling the Duke to change his schedule when his bags are already packed. Duke Basilian insists that leaving so soon after a rushed wedding is a shame, and suggests that if the Duke doesn't have urgent business, he should stay in the capital for a few more days. Duke Basilian even suggests that the Duke should visit the imperial palace to have an audience with the Emperor, causing Evgenia to shake with silent rage, wondering if her father is serious.
Frustrated, Evgenia coldly points out that since the Emperor is not an elder of either of their families, there is no real need to report to him in person.
Duke Basilian looks taken aback and starts sweating, stammering that the Emperor has adored Evgenia since she was a child. Duke Ludian politely apologizes, explaining again that because his nephews are young, it would be difficult for him to stay longer, which Duke Basilian reluctantly accepts. Duke Basilian then mentions that a servant noticed Duke Ludian hasn't fully unpacked, asking if something is uncomfortable, but the Duke explains that he intends to stay at his family's capital residence tonight. Duke Basilian comments that the capital residence must feel unfamiliar since the servants belong to the imperial household, which leaves Evgenia highly suspicious and confused as to why the emperor's servants are in the Ludian residence. Melissa speaks up sadly, whispering that since Yevgenia will be living in the north, it might be difficult to see her from now on. Duke Basilian reassures Melissa, telling Evgenia she should visit the capital often, since the crown prince is frequently away on campaigns throughout the year. Duke Basilian adds that because Yevgenia has lived in the capital her entire life, she will likely feel suffocated in the north and return often, but Yevgenia firmly mutters that the north is her home now and she will adapt to live there. A heavy, tense silence falls over the table as everyone stares at her in shock, prompting a sweating Yevgenia to nervously backtrack and say she might come to the capital occasionally. Yevgenia wonders why everyone is staring at her like that, understanding the others' disappointment but feeling completely bewildered by the surprised expression on Euclid's face. She realizes that to Euclid, who believes she is still deeply obsessed with the crown prince, her declaration of commitment to the north must have been incredibly shocking. Evgenia resolves to slowly show Duke Ludian that she is not the obsessive person everyone thinks she is, while internally screaming for her racing heart to calm down. A close-up shows Yevgenia's quiet, determined expression. Looking at Duke Ludian's slightly nervous and blushing face, Evgenia internally squeals over how incredibly adorable her ultimate bias is. As Duke Ludian politely takes his leave, Duke Basilian warmly bids his future son-in-law a safe journey and promises to see him at the temple tomorrow. Duke Basilian swoons over how handsome his son-in-law is, prompting a sighing Evgenia to plead with her father to maintain his dignity. Duke Ludian stands in silence, his cheeks flushed with a soft blush. Duke Ludian steps into his magic carriage as it prepares to depart into the starry night. Sir Delano welcomes the Duke back to the carriage, and Duke Ludian gives the order to depart immediately. As the carriage starts moving, Sir Delano asks about the dinner, praising the Duke's excellent manners, and Duke Ludian quietly replies that it went well. Sir Delano marvels at the marble-paved capital, admitting he can't imagine living in such a place, which the Duke calmly agrees with. When Sir Delano asks about Evgenia, Duke Ludian touches his chin and thoughtfully describes her first impression as rather unconventional. Sir Delano looks at the Duke in surprise, sensing his unusual reaction. Sir Delano clutches his chest and admits that seeing Evgenia's terrifying appearance made his heart feel like it would stop, while the Duke asks if he felt the same. Duke Ludian remembers Evgenia's heavily made-up face, thinking to himself that she was truly beautiful. Duke Ludian blushes as he confesses he has never seen such a beautiful woman in his life, leaving a terrified Delano shocked by the Duke's unexpected preference. Sir Delano notes that Evgenia seemed melancholic, as if she were being forced into the marriage, causing Duke Ludian to ponder in silence. Reflecting on his original plans, Duke Ludian recalls thinking that he simply had to make this marriage happen by any means necessary. He recalls his initial intention to be considerate and grant his future wife complete freedom to live as she pleased. However, the moment Duke Ludian first laid eyes on Evgenia, he felt the sudden illusion that time had stopped. He remembers standing with her by the carriage, feeling a strange sensation as if they were the only two people in the world. Yet, he also remembers her cold and dark expression, which made him believe she had absolutely no interest in marrying him. The scene shifts to earlier that day in the Basilian office, where Duke Basilian asks Duke Ludian if he is curious about why the marriage is being rushed. Duke Ludian humbly expresses his gratitude for the favorable thoughts, and Duke Basilian thanks him for his kind words.
Duke Basilian explains that Evgenia's true thoughts have always been difficult to understand, mentioning the widespread dark rumors that the Duke is likely aware of. Duke Basilian mentions his recently discovered niece, whom he gave the family name, and Duke Ludion confirms that he has heard of it. Duke Basilian reveals that the imperial family sent a marriage proposal, which he assumed was for Evgenia, causing Duke Ludion to tensely ask if it was actually for the niece. Duke Ludion clenches his fist as he remembers that sudden, shocking revelation. Duke Basilian states that Evgenia was deeply hurt by the proposal mix-up, and Duke Ludion solemnly says he can imagine her pain. Duke Basilian adds that the only silver lining is that Evgenia has finally decided to let go of her long-held obsession with the crown prince. Duke Ludion is shocked to hear from Duke Basilian that this marriage was actively pushed for by Evgenia herself. Duke Basilian emphasizes that the marriage was entirely Evgenia's own choice and initiative. Back in the carriage, Duke Ludion feels his heart pounding as he realizes the marriage was not forced upon her by her father. Duke Ludion worries that she chose this marriage just to bury her past feelings and might regret it, but notes that canceling it now would have severe consequences. He realizes that canceling the wedding would destroy the trust of the Basilian dukedom, risking the future of his own family and young nephews. Suddenly, a loud command to halt echoes outside the carriage. An imperial guard demands that they identify themselves, reminding them that they have arrived at the residence of the Ludion dukedom. Sir Delano gets angry at the guard's insolence and offers to handle it, but Duke Ludion calmly says he will step out himself. The guard stammers in complete shock. "Huh? Your Grace?" As Duke Ludion silently walks forward, dressed in an elegant white uniform. Startled by his unexpected arrival, the guard with a spear asks in confusion, "Do you have business in the capital? Why did you suddenly come here?" Looking incredibly weary with a dark shadow over his face, Duke Ludion replies coldly, "I am tired. I want to rest. Open the gates." Duke Ludion steps down from the carriage as the guard demands their names and explains that the residence is managed by the imperial family. The guard immediately recognizes the Duke and bows deeply in a panicked apology. Narration explains that the Grand Mansion has stood mostly empty for over 500 years since it was bestowed by the first emperor. It is revealed that when the Ludion family's fortune declined, they tried returning the estate, but the imperial family took over the maintenance costs, making it imperial property. Philip, the butler, warmly welcomes Duke Ludion back to the capital residence. Feeling exhausted, Duke Ludion asks to be taken to his room immediately, and a nervous maid complies. Philip walks alongside the Duke, asking if he has eaten and offering to prepare a meal after his long carriage journey. Duke Ludion politely declines, stating that he simply wishes to wash and sleep, which the butler readily arranges. The quiet capital residence stands peacefully under the moonlit night sky. Duke Ludion dries his hair with a towel after his bath when a timid knock sounds at the door. A nervous young servant enters the grand bedchamber to attend to the Duke. The young servant anxiously asks if the bathwater was warm and comfortable enough. Duke Ludion kindly introduces himself and thanks the nervous boy, who introduces himself as Rick, before telling him he may dismiss himself for the night. Sitting on the edge of his bed in a white robe, Duke Ludion looks down, feeling weary and deep in thought. Remembering his arrival at the mansion, Duke Ludion recalls having a vague feeling of being watched the moment he stepped inside. Determined to confirm his suspicions, Duke Ludion kneels on the floor to inspect the underside of his bed. He pulls out a small magic recording device, realizing that the imperial family has essentially turned his residence into a cage. Recalling the past, Duke Ludion remembers finding magic spying devices hidden behind flower pots and under furniture, realizing that nothing has changed. Holding the recording device under a dim light, Duke Ludion remarks to himself how creepy and unsettling the mansion is. Narration explains that the Ilios Empire is founded by two primary families, the wealthy Basilian family and the magic-blessed Ludion family. The Basilians historically supported the first emperor with immense wealth, while the first head of the Ludion family served as his closest mage and aide. After the emperor and the two families defeated the evil dragon, both families were honored as founding contributors and granted titles, but things soon changed. For reasons unknown, the Ludion family suddenly departed from the capital and relocated to the harsh, freezing north. Despite the cold environment, Euclid grew up peacefully and harmoniously under the care of his gentle father and wise older brother. A harsh winter wind howls outside the window of the mansion on a quiet, snowy night. While touching a magic crystal ball, a devastated voice delivers the shocking news to Euclid that his father has passed away. Standing by a window, his older brother apologetically reveals that he does not think he will survive much longer either, mentioning he left evidence behind as a desperate Euclid begs him to wait.
Euclid listens with wide, tearful eyes as his brother expresses his doubts about whether this evidence will help or simply become a heavy burden. A voice echoes through the dark water, pleading with Euclid to take care of his young nephews, Mariand and Dior. Following those tragic final words, his older brother returned as a cold corpse, leaving Euclid to bear the heavy responsibility of the family head. Looking out in grief, Euclid finds himself unable to shake his brother's final words from his mind. It was on that very day that Euclid discovered the hidden listening devices placed throughout his capital residence. Finding the magic spying devices for the first time, Euclid realized the extent of the surveillance on his family. Plagued by paranoia, Euclid began doubting all of the servants, living in constant fear as his senses sharpened to every word and gesture. Overwhelmed by the constant tension, Euclid collapsed on the floor, coughing up blood as his health rapidly deteriorated. Looking at his blood-stained hand, a weeping Euclid wonders if dying right now would finally bring him peace. Struggling to support his frail body against a table, Euclid contemplates fleeing to death, but realizes he cannot abandon his nephews. A close-up shows Euclid's tearful, desperate eyes as he worries about the fate of the young children left behind by his brother. Spotting a servant secretly spying on him through the cracked door, Euclid realizes that if he dies, his nephews will not survive either. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Euclid resolves that he must stay alive to protect his family. Dropping the bloody handkerchief, Euclid decides that he must actively display weakness to trick his watchers. With a dark, mocking smile, Euclid plans to pretend to be a weak and fragile duke so that his enemies will lower their guard. A bright, soft light washes over the scene, representing the transition and passage of time. Back in the present, Duke Ludion lies on his bed, recalling how he blocked out all doubts and fought desperately to survive. Lying down, Duke Ludion resolves that he must go through with this marriage for his family's sake, as it is the only way he can protect them. The scene shifts to the sunny exterior of a majestic white palace on a beautiful day. A maid gently places the white bridal veil over Evgenia's head as she prepares for the wedding. Wearing an elegant white and gold wedding uniform, Duke Ludion stands under the bright sunlight, looking handsome and solemn. Clad in her stunning white veil, Evgenia stands with a calm and beautiful expression. A close-up shows the intricate lace and details of Evgenia's stunning white wedding gown as she holds her dress. The narration announces that the long-awaited wedding day has finally arrived at the Grand Palace. As Evgenia gets ready in her room, Melissa walks in with a bright smile and says, "Good morning, sister," to which Evgenia warmly replies. Entering the dining room, Evgenia is shocked to see the exhausted, pale faces of her father and Shional, asking what is wrong with them. At the breakfast table, Evgenia asks the sweating Duke Basilian if something happened, and he replies that he drank a little too much yesterday. Taking a bite of her food, Evgenia listens as her father lets out a heavy sigh and addresses her. Sitting at the long dining table, Duke Basilian asks Evgenia if she is disappointed with the rushed nature of the wedding. Duke Basilian points out that since it's a Basilian wedding, many nobles would have attended, while Evgenia internally shudders at the thought of dealing with strangers. Sipping her drink, Evgenia explains that while the timing isn't ideal for a grand ceremony, she actually prefers a quiet and private wedding. Looking at his daughter's calm and mature demeanor, Duke Basilian confesses that he has been deeply worried about her. Duke Basilian explains that after she collapsed from the crown prince's rejection and woke up behaving like someone on the verge of death, he grew incredibly suspicious of her sudden change. Smiling warmly, Duke Basilian expresses his deep relief that she has finally returned to the sensible Evgenia he always knew. Touched by her father's genuine concern, Evgenia feels a strange, warm emotion stirring within her chest. Duke Basilian then cheerfully mentions that the high priest himself will be blessing their wedding, which Evgenia accepts with surprise. Melissa is startled and coughs suddenly, explaining to her sister that she simply swallowed her soup the wrong way. Evgenia takes a sip of her drink, realizing that Melissa must be incredibly nervous and excited to see Demian today. Narration introduces Demian, the high priest of the Elios Empire, and the final male lead of the novel, the Saintess's Dangerous Choice. Although known for his noble and compassionate nature, Demian previously rejected Melissa's confession with cold, unyielding clarity, leaving her devastated. Evgenia nods in agreement, acknowledging that Demian's divine power is so legendary that people believe he is beloved by God himself. Suddenly, a horrifying realization hits Evgenia as she worries that Demian's immense divine power might allow him to see that she is actually an imposter from another world. The scene transitions to the majestic temple exterior 1 hour before the wedding ceremony is scheduled to begin. Inside the temple, Duke Euclid Ludion stands in his elegant wedding uniform, letting out a heavy, anxious sigh as he prepares himself. Euclid walks down the grand corridor toward the bride's dressing room, reminding himself that he must go through with this marriage despite his doubts. Reaching the large white doors, Euclid raises his gloved hand to knock, determined to carry out his decision. He stands before the door, taking a deep breath as he hesitates briefly. With a serious expression, Euclid prepares to face Yevgenia and deliver an important message. Opening the door, Euclid begins to speak, announcing that there is something crucial he must tell her. However, Euclid stops dead in his tracks, shocked to see Yevgenia holding a small glass bottle and preparing to drink its contents. Looking closely, Euclid realizes with growing dread that what she is holding is a mysterious flask containing a dark, glowing purple potion. As she raises the bottle to her lips to drink it, Euclid watches in absolute horror, his mind racing with the terrifying thought, could it be poison? Panic-stricken, Euclid frantically wonders, no way, is she despairing because she cannot marry the crown prince? Knowing he has to act fast, he desperately lunges forward to stop her, crying out, no, first I need to, my lady! In a brief flash of memory, Euclid recalls a past tragedy of a bride dropping a poison vial, heightening his panic. Overwhelmed by fear, Euclid rushes forward and grabs Evgenia's arm, frantically asking if she drank the liquid. Looking down at her with wide, terrified eyes, Euclid desperately demands to know what in the world she was thinking. Euclid continues to lecture her in a panic, telling her that even if this marriage is displeasing to her, she must not resort to such extreme measures. Evgenia looks at Euclid in utter confusion as he continues his frantic speech. Euclid internally reflects on how he never intended to easily take the crown prince's place, realizing how strange and unsettling her reaction is. Holding her delicate, lace-gloved hands, Euclid feels a deep sense of unease about the entire situation. Believing she wanted to end her life to escape the wedding, Euclid quickly offers to call the wedding off immediately, but Evgenia interrupts him. Smiling warmly in front of a beautiful floral backdrop, Evgenia calmly explains that the liquid was merely a sedative to calm her wedding jitters. A stunned Euclid repeats her words in disbelief, while Evgenia explains she asked a servant to bring her the medicine. A flashback shows Yevgenia's maid presenting the sedative bottle, asking if she wanted it just in case. Realizing his massive and embarrassing misunderstanding, Euclid's face flushes a bright, deep red. Incredibly embarrassed, Euclid covers his burning face with his hand, as Evgenia kindly reassures him that anyone could have made the same mistake. Evgenia then changes the subject, asking him why he came to see her in the first place when the ceremony is about to start. Evgenia wonders if she acted too stiff, while Euclid looks at her in silence. Looking at her with soft, intense eyes, Euclid confesses that he came to apologize to her in person. Euclid bows his head respectfully, offering a sincere and humble apology. Euclid explains that he felt deeply sorry for her, as she had to accept someone as inadequate as himself to save his family, leaving Evgenia completely dumbfounded. Duke Euclid, with a gentle but solemn expression, tells Evgenia that she is free to resent him after the wedding, and that it is fine even if she holds another man in her heart. Overwhelmed by his words, Evgenia internally screams in absolute disbelief, wondering what kind of nonsense that is and how she could ever hate her absolute favorite character. A maid interrupts the heavy atmosphere, announcing that the ceremony is about to begin and asking them to prepare to enter. Stepping away with a quiet resolve, Euclid bids Evgenia farewell for the moment, stating that he will go on ahead to the ceremony. Evgenia panics internally, realizing she completely missed her chance to correct his absurd assumption about her feelings. Holding her beautiful bouquet of white roses, Evgenia feels overwhelmed by the chaos occurring before the wedding even begins. As she walks to the venue with her maid holding her train, Evgenia grumbles to herself about Euclid telling her to harbor feelings for another man. She continues to fume internally, annoyed that Euclid didn't even compliment her on how pretty she looks in her wedding gown. Euclid watches her walk away, while Evgenia admits to herself that she does feel a little hurt by his lack of praise. Despite her lingering irritation, Evgenia can't help but be struck by how breathtakingly handsome Euclid looks under the bright sunlight. Euclid approaches her and asks if she is all right, apologizing for his behavior. With a gentle and charming smile, Euclid extends his gloved hand to guide his beautiful bride. Evgenia smiles softly under her veil, reflecting on the many twists and turns that brought them to this moment as she accepts his hand. The grand doors of the temple open and the stunning couple walks down the aisle together. Walking side by side, Euclid and Evgenia present a picture of perfect grace and elegance. They arrive at the altar before the high priest, who officially announces the groom, Euclid Ludian, and the bride, Evgenia Basilian. The high priest of the Hessalian order, Damien, looks down at them with a solemn and striking gaze. When asked for her consent, Evgenia replies with a quiet and nervous yes. Damien looks closely at Evgenia, repeating his question to confirm her identity and dedication.
Swallowing hard, Evgenia confirms her answer again, wondering why the high priest is asking twice and making her feel so nervous. Damien nods and formally announces that they will now begin the wedding ceremony. The high priest delivers his opening sermon, calling upon the couple to cast aside false beliefs as they stand before the goddess. The high priest continues his sermon, advising the couple to always be truthful and pray for peace, promising that salvation will surely be found in the end if they do so. Chibi Evgenia wonders if temple ceremonies usually go this way, noticing that the guests seem flustered and confused by the sermon as well. Watching from the crowd, Duke Basilian fumes with rage, wondering what in the world is wrong with the high priest. Cheyenne is also deeply irritated, thinking about how incredibly discourteous the high priest is being during a once-in-a-lifetime wedding ceremony. The high priest looks down at them solemnly, asking if they understand that they must maintain a humble heart and obediently follow their predetermined fate. Evgenia finds the sermon increasingly bizarre from the start, questioning what he means by obeying a predetermined fate. She recalls that the Evgenia from the original novel was obsessed with the crown prince and was destined to be divorced and ruined, but she refuses to accept that kind of fate. The high priest warns that they may not be given a second chance, while Evgenia internally wonders if her true destiny is to pioneer her own path instead. The guests continue to murmur amongst themselves, utterly perplexed by the strange exchange between the priest and the couple. The high priest lets out a soft sigh as a heavy silence momentarily fills the altar. Closing his eyes, the high priest finally offers his blessing, wishing for happiness to be upon the future of the newlyweds. The announcement rings out through the majestic temple, prompting the bride and groom to recite their wedding vows. Evgenia looks at Euclid, mentally preparing herself and reminding herself that she practiced this moment. With a solemn and sincere expression, Euclid recites his vow, declaring that he takes Evgenia Basilian as his wife. Hearing his words, Evgenia feels a sudden wave of warmth and emotion stirring in her heart. Looking back at him, Evgenia recites her vow in turn, declaring that she takes Euclid Ludian as her husband. She vows to cherish him more than her own life and promises to protect him with her life. Euclid freezes in surprise, his eyes widening at the unexpected intensity of her vow to protect him with his life. The scene shifts to the grand sunlit cathedral during the wedding ceremony. Standing before the priest at the altar, Evgenia suddenly panics internally, wondering if she said something wrong. In a nervous, chibi-style reflection, Evgenia recalls her vow to treat him with a sincere heart until her life is over, sweating as she worries that she didn't recite it correctly. As the priest politely clears his throat, a flustered Evgenia suddenly remembers the next critical steps of the ceremony, realizing in a panic that they still have to do the ring exchange and the kiss. A maid presents the wedding rings, while Evgenia notes that her father seemed disappointed that the rings weren't diamonds. However, Evgenia internally reflects that she actually prefers these historic amethyst rings, which were used by the very first couple of the Ludian family. With a gentle smile, Euclid carefully slides the beautiful amethyst ring onto Evgenia's finger. Looking up at her new husband, Evgenia offers a gentle and happy smile as they hold hands at the altar. Euclid gazes at her with an intense, softened look, his heart racing as he prepares for the next traditional step of the ceremony. Leaning down gently, Euclid lifts her veil slightly and kisses Evgenia under the bright, warm light of the temple. Euclid pulls back slowly, his hand gently resting on her as their lips part, leaving Evgenia's face flushed a deep pink. Euclid looks down at his beautiful bride with a soft, lingering gaze, feeling a mixture of gratitude and deep affection. Evgenia stands in utter daze, disappointed that the highly anticipated wedding kiss was so brief and simple. While signing the marriage documents, Evgenia fumes internally, complaining that she wanted a real kiss and finding the brief touch completely unfair. With her gloved hand holding an elegant blue quill, she signs her name, thrilled to finally be officially married to Euclid. The high priest officially declares their marriage established in the name of the goddess Hezalin as the temple bells ring out in celebration. After the ceremony, Duke Basilian stands by the carriage, warmly telling Evgenia to contact him any time and reminding her that she will always be a Basilian. Evgenia reassures her father that she is a Ludian now and will manage perfectly fine on her own, while Duke Basilian acknowledges her status as the new mistress of the House of Ludian. Duke Basilian smiles warmly, telling her that regardless of her new title, the fact that she is his beloved daughter will never change. Smiling softly back at him, Evgenia gently agrees, showing her deep appreciation for her father's unconditional love. Melissa nervously steps forward to ask if she can send letters, to which Evgenia warmly replies that she would be absolutely delighted to receive them. Seeing Melissa's bright, innocent smile, Evgenia feels a pang of worry, reflecting on how none of the three male leads she met seem normal.
As Shional steps forward to say goodbye, Evgenia quickly turns around and ignores him, suggesting that it's time for them to head out. Observing the line of 5 grand carriages waiting outside, Evgenia notes that they shouldn't spend too much time lingering on the road. Shional stares intensely at Euclid, sternly repeating his warning to contact them immediately if they need any assistance, which Euclid politely promises to remember. Walking away, Evgenia realizes that her deep aversion to Shional isn't fading at all, but is instead growing increasingly uncomfortable. Shional suddenly pauses in his tracks, staring blankly after Evgenia with a complex and troubled expression. Noticing his intense gaze, Evgenia glances back and wonders if Shional has been trying to tell her something. Confronting him directly, Evgenia calmly asks Shional why he called out her name. Shional explains that her designated carriage hasn't arrived yet, mentioning that the Magic Tower gave their family an exclusive tip on a brand new model of magic carriage. He explains that since they were transferring some of her belongings and carriages to the Ludian estate, he decided it would be a perfect opportunity to purchase this new model for her. Evgenia is taken aback, realizing with surprise that Shional might have bought this incredibly expensive magic carriage as a personal wedding gift for her. When Evgenia asks where this carriage is, Shional points ahead, indicating its arrival. Shional assures her that the Magic Tower promised to deliver it exactly on time, as a loud rattling sound announces its approach. Both Shional and Evgenia watch in silence, their eyes widening in shock as they lay eyes on the incoming carriage. The magnificent, ultra-luxurious magic carriage from the Magic Tower finally rolls to a stop before them, glistening beautifully in the sunlight. Evgenia watches in surprise as someone's feet emerge, realizing that someone is getting out of the newly arrived carriage. Stepping out of the vehicle, a handsome young man with colorful hair and glasses introduces himself, apologizing for his timing. The newcomer reveals himself as the legendary master of the Magic Tower, smiling softly as he adjusts his white gloves. Evgenia is completely taken aback, wondering why the Grand Master of the Magic Tower would be the one delivering Shional's wedding gift. Shional steps forward with a frown, admitting that he never expected the esteemed Master of the Magic Tower to deliver the carriage in person. Gesturing dramatically, the Master of the Magic Tower explains that because the Ducal House of Basilian is a prestigious VIP client, he was too curious to miss seeing their reaction to his ambitious new creation. With a bright and friendly smile, he throws his arm over Euclid's shoulders, adding that he also wanted to congratulate his close friend on his wedding. While Euclid looks slightly flustered by the sudden physical affection, Shional asks in surprise if the two of them are actually friends. Shional grumbles that the master should have arrived early to attend the ceremony and asks if he brought a proper gift, but the master proudly retorts that since he wasn't even invited, he didn't bother wasting money on a gift. Watching the two of them bicker lightheartedly, Chibi Evgenia smiles to herself, realizing that Euclid and the Master of the Magic Tower truly are close friends. The Master of the Magic Tower eagerly suggests checking out the new carriage, boasting that he created this innovative masterpiece specifically for the new Duchess of Basilian and promises she will marvel at how perfect it is. With a dramatic flourish, the black tarp is pulled away to reveal a bizarre, massive contraption that looks more like a futuristic weapon than a traditional carriage. Both Evgenia and Euclid freeze in absolute speechlessness, completely dumbfounded as they stare at the highly unusual mechanical vehicle. Proudly showing off his new creation, the creator boasts about its beautiful curves and asks if it looks fast enough to fly through the sky. However, Evgenia reacts with utter shock, internally screaming that the vehicle is shaped exactly like a rocket and questioning if it can even function as a normal mode of transportation, or if it is simply going to blast off into space. Looking at the futuristic design, Evgenia suspiciously wonders if the creator could be a transmigrator as well, since there is no other logical way someone would build a carriage shaped like a rocket. However, when he proudly explains that he merely built it exactly as he saw it in a dream, Evgenia sweat drops, realizing it was all just a wild coincidence. Letting out a weary sigh, Evgenia can only react with silent exhaustion at the absurd turn of events. Evgenia fumes internally with a look of pure irritation, complaining that she has never seen such a ridiculous carriage in her life and wondering why he brought something that looks like it came from a bizarre dream on her wedding day. Seeing her expression, the Master of the Magic Tower reacts with dramatic despair, asking how the Duchess could call his expensive, painstakingly designed masterpiece bizarre. Evgenia awkwardly tries to reassure him that it isn't completely terrible, though she privately thinks it would be incredibly embarrassing to ride in, while the master tearfully explains how he used the highest quality materials and decorated the high-tech interior specifically for her.
Spotting a perfect solution, Evgenia whispers a suggestion to the master of the magic tower, who looks surprised but agrees it's a great idea to load all of their heavy luggage into his spacious new carriage instead.
Turning back to her husband, Evgenia is thrilled and internally squeals with delight when Euclid warmly says it is time for them to be on their way. Duke Basilian bids them a warm farewell, gently reminding his beloved daughter to send word as soon as they safely arrive at their destination. A grand carriage rattles along as it travels past a magnificent sunlit palace, its golden wheels turning as it begins a new journey. Duke Basilian and Cheyenne stand side by side, watching with quiet, mixed emotions as the wedding carriages finally roll away. Cheyenne and the Duke watch in utter bewilderment as the master of the magic tower continues to worship his own creation in the background, overjoyed by his own genius and the massive profit he thinks it represents. The master of the magic tower strokes his chin, still deeply perplexed as to why the Duchess would find his magnificent carriage embarrassing.
A hooded tower disciple runs up in a panic, demanding to know why the master took the VIP carriage without warning and explaining how shocked he was when it suddenly vanished from the tower.
The disciple looks around the empty courtyard in confusion, wondering why the newlyweds' carriage is nowhere to be found and why only their bizarre, custom-built VIP carriage is left behind. The master proudly explains that he simply traded their old carriage for a new one, but the disciple reacts with horror, asking about the massive monthly revenue of the magic tower that had been loaded inside the carriage he rode off in. Realizing the catastrophic mix-up, the disciple screams in absolute panic, leaving the master of the magic tower completely shell-shocked. Meanwhile, inside her comfortable carriage, Yevgenia shifts slightly, noticing a strange, firm sensation beneath her seat cushion. She wonders if something valuable is digging into her backside, but when her maid asks if she is uncomfortable, Evgenia quickly dismisses it as nothing. Evgenia reflects on her decision to ride in the carriage Cheyenne gifted her, realizing it was a good excuse to avoid a potentially awkward ride side by side with Euclid so soon. She internally celebrates the success of the first phase of her plan, feeling incredibly relieved to have left the capital safely while the crown prince is away. Remembering her incredibly tense past encounter with the crown prince, Evgenia happily reminds herself that now that she is a married woman, she will never have to cross paths with him again. Looking out the window, Evgenia blushes with pure happiness, still unable to believe that she actually succeeded in marrying her favorite character. Chibi Evgenia covers her face in a fit of adorable embarrassment, wishing their wedding kiss had been longer and more romantic, but resolving to win Euclid's heart step by step. Gazer-focused on the beautiful profile of her new husband, she vows to stay by Euclid's side and show him her true, sincere feelings. Yevgenia looks out at the passing scenery, hoping that during their journey to the north, she will finally have the perfect opportunity to clear up Euclid's misunderstandings about her. The scene shifts to a grand and imposing imperial palace standing tall under a clear blue sky. Inside his majestic study, Emperor Owen Elios sits at his desk, contemplating the unexpected news of the wedding with a serious expression. The emperor admits to his subordinate that when he first received the marriage certificate the previous day, he genuinely believed some insolent fool had submitted it as a ridiculous prank. He notes with suspicion that the marriage was incredibly sudden, pointing out that the Duchess of Basilian had never been involved in any previous marriage talks. An aristocratic elder reflects on the family's past plans, explaining that while there were actually quite a few marriage proposals for Evgenia, they had been waiting specifically for His Highness, the Crown Prince. The nobleman sighs in frustration, noting that because the Crown Prince proposed to Melissa instead, they simply had to find a different match for Evgenia. He fumes internally, calling Kaiden a fool for failing to handle the situation as promised. A tense and foreboding atmosphere hangs over the room as the nobleman laments that, of all people, the future son-in-law of the Basilian family has turned out to be Duke Ludian. The next day, the two carriages make their way through a breathtaking snow-covered forest path in the Northern Territory. Inside the lead carriage, Euclid's loyal aide leans forward and nervously suggests to his master that the new Duchess must possess some kind of supernatural ability. When Euclid looks up in confusion, the aide explains that her ladyship seems to possess an unbelievable amount of innate good luck. The aide recalls how, during their overnight stop, Evgenia kindly helped a passing stranger who gifted her an incredibly luxurious gold pocket watch in return. He enthusiastically adds that while she was buying gifts for the young master and young lady earlier that day, she won 2 highly valuable teddy bears in a lucky prize drawing. The aide concludes that the Basilian family must be blessed with extraordinary financial luck, while Euclid listens quietly to the impressive report.
Shifting to a softer tone, the aide confesses that he was deeply surprised and moved when he heard her ladyship's beautiful marriage vows. He explains that her sincere promise to cherish Euclid more than her own life and protect him at all costs was so touching that he almost cried.
The aide admits he had been worried she might still harbor lingering feelings for the crown prince, but her vows proved she is genuinely dedicated to this marriage.
Touching his chest, Euclid smiles softly to himself, deeply moved by his aide's words and quietly hoping that their future together will unfold just as beautifully.
Suddenly, Chibi Shionel watches as the carriages begin to shake violently on the rough, snowy terrain, with Evgenia internally questioning if the stingy master of the magic tower only put an acceleration spell on the vehicle and forgot the suspension.
Yevgenia sits inside the carriage, surrounded by beautifully wrapped wedding gifts and teddy bears, telling herself that the gifts must not get damaged as her maid calls out to her. Her maid happily slides the carriage curtain aside, joyfully announcing that they have finally arrived at the Duke's estate. Looking out, Evgenia beholds the grand, majestic Ludian estate, a snow-covered fortress standing proudly against the towering winter mountains. Blushing with sheer excitement, Yevgenia gazes in awe, daydreaming about this beautiful mansion as the love nest where she and Euclid will live happily ever after. As the magnificent carriage rolls to a complete stop, Evgenia steps out to find a crowd of people waiting to receive her, wondering who they all are. She notices 3 stern-faced vassals of the Ludian family standing in front, observing with concern that none of them look very happy to see her. Evgenia realizes that having a notorious villainess like her marry Euclid must be deeply upsetting to them, while Euclid and her maid radiate a menacing aura that sparks an awkward stare-down. Scanning the crowd, Yevgenia spots 2 children standing nervously behind the butler, wondering in surprise who they could be. She takes a closer look at the lovely but solemn young boy and girl, realizing they must be Euclid's beloved niece and nephew. The butler bows respectfully as the newlyweds stand before the grand entrance of the castle, welcoming the Duke back home. Euclid looks around at the massive reception, admitting that while he has returned, he didn't expect everyone to gather outside in the cold, while the butler apologizes for not notifying him beforehand. Smiling warmly, Euclid reassures him and thanks everyone sincerely for coming all this way to celebrate his marriage. Turning to Evgenia, Euclid gently asks his blushing new wife if she was surprised by the sudden welcome, and she softly replies that she wasn't. Euclid explains that although he had planned on arranging a proper introduction later, his eager vassals insisted on meeting the new lady of the house immediately. Hearing Euclid call her the lady of the house makes Evgenia's heart flutter with pure excitement, even though she has heard the title several times during their journey north. Euclid calls out to the children, Marianne and Dior, gently prompting them to step forward and greet their new aunt. Knowing the kids might be intimidated by her, Evgenia approaches them with a gentle smile, softly introducing herself and saying hello. The 2 children stand in silent hesitation, staring at Evgenia with wide, nervous eyes as a heavy silence falls over them. Seeing their hesitation, Euclid apologizes, explaining that the children are very shy because they rarely meet new people, but Evgenia warmly assures him that it's completely natural for kids to be shy around strangers. Bending down to their level, Evgenia cheerfully introduces herself as Evgenia Bazaludian and invites them to call her whatever they like, hoping to ease their tension.
Suddenly, a hand reaches out from behind and sharply pinches the young girl's arm, causing her to gasp in pain.
The young girl lets out a cry of pain, causing the young boy, Dior, to turn around in surprise and panic. Reacting defensively, young Dior points an angry finger at Evgenia and screams that she is not their aunt, but a terrible witch. A shocked silence sweeps over everyone present, leaving Euclid, the vassals, and Evgenia completely stunned by the boy's sudden outburst. Euclid's expression hardens as he sharply scolds Dior, demanding to know how he could dare speak to his new aunt in such an insolent manner. Turning to Yevgenia with a look of deep regret, Euclid sincerely apologizes for the children's behavior, asking for her understanding since they are still so young. Instead of being offended, Yevgenia smiles beautifully, internally reflecting that in the fairy tales she read, witches were always incredibly gorgeous, which must mean the children find her exceptionally pretty. Dumbfounded by her unexpected reaction, Dior blushes deeply and covers his mouth, accidentally stammering in agreement before quickly trying to deny it. Seizing the opportunity, Evgenia pulls out a jar of lovely pink candies and playfully declares that she wants to reward him for his flattering words. She offers them the glittering purple candies, mentioning how delicious they looked on her journey and asking if they would like to share them. The children's eyes sparkle with delight as they happily munch on the sweet treats, prompting chibi Yevgenia to smile warmly, thinking that kids are truly adorable.
Euclid watches in quiet amazement, deeply touched by Evgenia's wonderful way with the children as she gently asks if they want another piece. Standing in the background, a mysterious woman bites her lip in silent frustration, staring down at the scene with a cold, resentful expression. Later, Evgenia reflects on the incident, realizing that the young girl's sudden cry sounded far more like genuine pain and shock than simple nervousness. Relaxing in a warm, steaming bath, Evgenia sinks into the soothing water as she tries to make sense of the strange and unsettling event with the children. Her maid happily peeks into the bathroom, interrupting her thoughts to announce that dinner is almost ready and she should head to the dining hall. Getting out of the bath, Evgenia resolves to stop worrying in silence and decides to observe the children's situation firsthand during dinner. Evgenia makes her way to the grand dining hall of Ludian Castle, ready to join her new family for their first dinner together. As she enters the dining hall, Evgenia is completely dumbfounded by the bizarre seating arrangement, seeing her designated chair placed incredibly far from everyone else. The head maid explains that the seats were arranged this way in case the children still felt awkward around her, leaving Evgenia frustrated that she can't even see Euclid's face clearly from such a distance. Firmly rejecting the separation, Evgenia politely requests to have her seat moved to the front, pointing out that since they are now family, sitting closer will help them bond much faster. The butler and maid look on in utter surprise, hesitantly questioning if she truly wishes to grow close as a family. Euclid smiles warmly and immediately invites his wife to sit right next to him, making Evgenia squeal internally at how perfectly her beloved husband understands her. However, Evgenia's joy instantly turns to panic when she realizes Euclid has placed her at the absolute head seat of the table, making her feel an overwhelming amount of pressure. Sitting at the head of the table, Evgenia notices a solemn woman standing in the corner, staring at her with an intense, unfriendly gaze. Evgenia realizes that this woman has been glaring at her with pure hostility ever since she arrived at the estate. Looking over at the children, Evgenia notes how incredibly tense and fearful they look in the woman's presence, concluding that she cannot be a simple nanny. Staring back with a serious and analytical expression, Evgenia grows deeply suspicious, determined to uncover the mysterious woman's true identity. Deciding to address the matter directly, Evgenia asks the woman if she is the children's nanny and demands her name, but Euclid's aide quickly speaks up to clarify that she is not a nanny. The aide explains that the woman is Amy Veers, the younger sister of Euclid's late sister-in-law, who has been staying at the estate to look after her niece and nephew. Staring intently, Evgenia finds it highly suspicious that the late sister-in-law's sister would go through all the trouble of staying in this financially struggling estate, wondering what her true motives are. Over the shoulder of Evgenia, we see Euclid sitting at the table, looking surprised and tense as he listens to her. Euclid speaks firmly, declaring that they would absolutely not be so careless as to let an unmarried noble lady like Amy reside at the estate. Evgenia internally reflects that it was a silly question to ask, but decides she must remain highly cautious of Amy since she was standing right behind Marianne and Dior earlier. Turning to Amy, Chibi Evgenia politely asks if she will be visiting Aden tomorrow, catching Amy off guard. Evgenia calmly suggests that since she plans to tour the castle tomorrow morning, it would be much better if Amy visited in the afternoon instead. With an elegant yet commanding presence, Evgenia dismisses Amy, telling her she may leave now. Feeling the pressure of Evgenia's elegant authority, Amy reluctantly bows and accepts the instruction. Amy grits her teeth in silent resentment, her eyes filled with dark frustration as she is forced to step down. As Amy exits the dining room, Euclid watches her go with a look of surprise and concern. Sitting at the table, young Dior stares intently at Evgenia, determined to protect his beloved uncle from his new aunt. Euclid gently asks Dior if he was frightened because his uncle was away for so long, and Dior shyly admits that he was a little scared. Sincere and apologetic, Euclid promises to make it up to Dior and asks what wish he would like granted. Euclid smiles warmly, eagerly asking his nephew what kind of wish or gift he desires. Suddenly, young Marianne speaks up with a blush, starting to ask Euclid a very personal question. Marianne continues to speak, her tone completely changing as she brings up a surprisingly forward topic. Surrounded by bright, cheerful sunflowers, Marianne innocently asks if the newlyweds are planning to spend the night together. Euclid and Dior are left completely flabbergasted and sweating in shock at Marianne's sudden and highly inappropriate question. Trying to diffuse the awkward tension, Euclid nervously chuckles and assures Eugenia that Marianne just likes to tease and doesn't mean anything by it. Evgenia smiles back beautifully and understandingly, keeping her composure perfectly. A flashback to before dinner reveals a grand illuminated hallway where the children discover something incredibly surprising. Dior and Marianne stand in sheer awe before an enormous mountain of beautifully wrapped gifts, realizing they were all sent by their new aunt. Marianne sighs deeply as she processes the generous gesture from Evgenia. Seeing his sister's stern expression, Dior nervously asks if she is angry about the gifts. Marianne firmly warns Dior not to listen to Amy, pointing out that Amy had tried to convince them that their new aunt was a terrifying monster. Marianne scolds Dior, saying she can handle Amy's threats, but warns him not to blindly do whatever Amy tells him to. Dior hesitantly points out that their new aunt actually seems like a genuinely kind and nice person. Dior's face lights up with a bright, hopeful smile as Marianne reluctantly agrees that Evgenia doesn't seem bad at all. Marianne confidently asserts that she always knew their uncle wouldn't marry someone who is truly evil. Suddenly, the door flies open to reveal Amy standing in the shadows, catching the terrified children completely off guard. Walking down the dark corridor, Amy mutters in absolute fury, annoyed that Evgenia is acting completely different from the notorious rumors. Whipping around with a terrifying glare, Amy ice-coldly calls out to the frightened children. Amy harshly berates Dior and Marianne, demanding to know if that pathetic display of hostility was the best they could do, warning them that they are starting to actually like Evgenia. Amy scoffs in disgust, claiming that Evgenia is a villainess with a rotten personality who is simply trying to win them over with cheap candy. Amy emotionally manipulates the children, asking if they don't feel sorry for the Duke, who she claims has practically been sold off to Evgenia's family. Leaning in with a dark, calculating look, Amy whispers a chilling question to the kids. Smiling maliciously as she wraps her arms around the trembling children, Amy asks if they don't want to protect their uncle from the wicked new Duchess. Back at the dinner table, Euclid awkwardly repeats his apology, begging Evgenia not to take Marianne's teasing to heart. Evgenia smiles radiantly, completely unbothered by the awkward situation. As dinner resumes, Euclid thanks Evgenia for her understanding, but Marianne suddenly chimes in to ask about the reopening of the Grace Room. Marianne innocently asks if they will be sleeping together in the historic Grace Room tonight. Both Euclid and Evgenia blush furiously as Marianne cheerfully wishes them a successful first night together, telling them not to worry about the kids. Looking completely baffled, Evgenia asks what the Grace Room is, and Euclid shyly explains that it is the official marital bedroom for the Duke and Duchess. Looking down at the grand feast, Evgenia asks if couples in the north are strictly required to sleep in the Grace Room, prompting Euclid to explain it is a traditional rule of the house. Evgenia directly asks if this means they are required to spend their very first night together in the marital bedroom. Euclid blushes a deep red and confirms that it is correct, leaving Evgenia internally panicking that she might have been too forward. Evgenia tries to focus on cutting her steak, hoping Euclid doesn't find her curiosity weird as she was just genuinely curious about the castle's customs. Blushing intensely, Evgenia looks down in embarrassment, realizing she is far too flustered to focus on her dinner. Later, inside the majestic Ludian ducal residence, we see the grand entrance to Evgenia's private bedroom. Resting in her room, Evgenia is startled when her maid Anne walks in and eagerly asks if she should help her prepare for the night. When Evgenia says she just plans to go straight to sleep, Anne holds up two extremely revealing nightgowns, mischievously asking which scandalous pajamas she would prefer to wear for her first night with the Duke. Flustered and breathing fire, Evgenia yells at her maid for packing her revealing pajamas, internally grumbling that a man who didn't even kiss her at their wedding wouldn't try anything on their first night. Resting her chin in her hand, Evgenia tries to reassure herself that it is probably for the best, planning to have a quiet talk with the Duke once they are finally alone. Suddenly, a polite knock sounds on the door, and a maid announces that it is time for Evgenia to head to the Grace Room. Draped in a long white nightgown, Evgenia walks gracefully down the corridor, led by her maid as they head towards the historic marital bedroom. Though she felt perfectly fine when she first set out, Evgenia suddenly begins to sweat nervously, feeling her entire body stiffen up with anxiety. Taking deep breaths, she tries to keep her composure as she grows increasingly self-conscious of her appearance. The maid points down the grand hallway to a decorated double door, announcing that the room ahead is indeed the Grace Room. Evgenia walks forward, taking a deep breath and desperately telling herself to stay calm since absolutely nothing is going to happen anyway. Stepping inside the beautifully lit marital bedroom, Evgenia stops in surprise and calls out to the Duke when she spots him by the bed. Dumbfounded, Evgenia stares at Euclid in his bathrobe, asking him in sheer confusion what on earth he is doing. Blushing intensely, Euclid stands by the rose-petal-strewn bed holding a single rose, leaving Evgenia to wonder why he is holding a flower.
Panicking, Chibi Euclid waves his hands frantically to explain that it's a complete misunderstanding, revealing that the maids decorated the bed and he was simply trying to clear away the petals so she wouldn't feel burdened. Staring at him with a sweat drop, Chibi Evgenia realizes his cute intentions and internally admits that she was actually looking forward to the petals just a little bit. Gazing at the romantic, rose-strewn bed, Euclid admires the wonderful atmosphere, softly noting that it is almost a waste to use such a beautiful room only on their consummation night. Turning to her with a gentle gaze, Euclid reassures Evgenia that she has absolutely no need to worry, catching her off guard. Looking back at her sincerely, Euclid asks if there is anything about the arrangement that she finds displeasing. Deeply touched, Evgenia smiles beautifully, reflecting that they can share a bed any time once their hearts are connected and they build a stable relationship based on mutual trust. However, looking at the incredibly cute, blushing Chibi Euclid, Evgenia finds it hard to maintain her calm and decides to bring up the serious question she wanted to ask earlier. Evgenia gently asks Euclid if he is too tired to talk, but he softly reassures her that he is perfectly fine. Smiling warmly, Euclid tells her that is good to hear and invites her to sit beside him on the bed to talk. As Evgenia steps forward to sit, her foot suddenly catches on her long gown, causing her to lose her balance with a gasp. Reacting instantly, Euclid calls out to her and catches her in his arms as she slips and falls forward. The two of them tumble onto the plush bed together, landing in an accidental, intimate embrace. Hovering closely over her, Euclid locks eyes with a blushing Evgenia, both of them frozen in heart-pounding shock. A close-up reveals Euclid's wide, shimmering eyes as his heart races at their sudden closeness. Staring up at him, Evgenia is completely paralyzed, her cheeks flushed bright red as a tense, romantic silence fills the room. Locked in their breathless position, neither of them moves, overwhelmed by the sudden intensity of the moment. Looking up at him with wide, trembling purple eyes, Evgenia remains utterly speechless as she takes in his close presence. Blushing furiously, Euclid quickly pulls back and sits up, stammering a flustered apology for the accident. Sitting awkwardly side by side on the bed, they both blush in silence, with Evgenia internally panicking over the thick tension and deciding she needs to break the ice immediately. Turning to Euclid, Evgenia gathers her courage and asks him directly if he happens to have another woman in his heart. Seeing his shocked reaction, Evgenia quickly adds that she is only asking out of pure curiosity and has absolutely no intention of blaming or interrogating him. Evgenia sincerely explains that if there is someone he parted from or holds quiet feelings for, she hopes he will tell her honestly, as she intends to be completely faithful to their marriage. Euclid quietly processes her words, but his silent reaction makes Evgenia gasp in sudden panic, wondering if he really does love someone else. Imagining the worst, Chibi Evgenia frantically asks if his secret love is Lady Veer's, prompting a horrified, blushing Euclid to vehemently deny it. Looking at her with absolute sincerity, Euclid firmly declares that he has never romantically held anyone in his heart until now. Evgenia looks at him in surprise as Euclid continues, explaining that because she is the one who married him, she is the only one he will ever hold dear. Euclid gazes down at her with a gentle, romantic intensity, leaving Evgenia completely breathless. Stunned by his sweet declaration, Evgenia's cheeks flush a deep crimson as his words sink in. Her heart beats rapidly in her chest as she wonders what on earth is happening to her self-control. Overwhelmed with joy, Evgenia wonders if she can truly accept his words as a sincere confession of love. Unable to hold back her feelings any longer, Evgenia slowly slides the strap of her nightgown off her shoulder, catching a shocked Euclid completely off guard as he asks what she is doing. Reaching out, Evgenia gently places her hand over Euclid's trembling hand on the bed. Smiling seductively, Evgenia tells him she understands completely, playfully telling him to stop talking and close his eyes. The next morning, a Chibi Evgenia lies in bed reflecting on her bold actions, remembering how she had tried to seduce Euclid. The reality of the previous night is revealed as both of them lie flat on their backs, staring stiffly at the ceiling like wooden blocks under the blankets. Swept up in the heat of his romantic confession, Chibi Evgenia had tried her best to seduce him, but Euclid had panicked in pure innocence. Flustered and determined to be a gentleman, Euclid had insisted that she sleep quickly and promised not to touch her since she looked so tired, leaving Evgenia completely dumbfounded. Sitting up in bed, Evgenia looks down affectionately at her husband, who's still sound asleep beside her. Leaning on her hand, Evgenia smiles warmly as she admires Euclid's handsome sleeping face, completely captivated by his long eyelashes and perfect nose bridge. Softly fluttering his eyelids, Euclid begins to stir as a gentle gasp escapes Evgenia, who notices that her handsome husband is finally starting to wake up. Resting her head directly against Euclid's firm chest, Evgenia breaks into a nervous sweat, suddenly feeling incredibly self-conscious of their intimate sleeping position. Slowly opening his eyes, Euclid tilts his head slightly as he begins to wake up in the bright morning light. As Euclid shifts, Evgenia squeezes her eyes shut and lets out a silent sigh, completely flustered to find herself still cuddled up closely against him. Sensing her soft warmth against his chest, Euclid's breath catches in his throat as a silent gasp escapes his lips. Euclid looks down in sheer surprise, his eyes widening as he finds Evgenia resting peacefully against his chest. Feeling Euclid's rapid heartbeat beneath her, Evgenia remains perfectly still, her face blushing slightly as she listens to his racing pulse. Euclid's entire face turns a deep, burning crimson as he looks down at his wife's peaceful sleeping face, his heart beating wildly in his chest. Gently rubbing her eye, Evgenia slowly wakes up and looks up, catching Euclid staring down at her with a flustered, blushing expression. Sitting up politely, Euclid softly tells Evgenia that she can sleep a little longer if she is tired, but she quickly sits up as well, explaining that she wants to get up since she is touring the castle today. Eagerly looking at Euclid, Evgenia asks if he will be the one guiding her today, but he awkwardly sits on the edge of the bed and apologizes, explaining that he has a mountain of work to finish. Feeling a sudden wave of disappointment wash over her, Evgenia stares at Euclid's back in surprise, blankly uttering a quiet question of disbelief. Looking down in disappointment, Evgenia sighs to herself, grumbling internally that since it is their very first morning together, he really could have stayed with her a little bit longer. Walking out of the room, a deeply flustered Euclid tries to keep his composure, though his face is completely red from the awkward morning encounter. Later, the butler proudly guides a chibi Evgenia into a massive sunlit room, introducing it as the castle library, which takes up most of the West Wing. Looking around the towering bookshelves, Evgenia realizes this massive library must hold records of Ludian history and information on past family heads, prompting her to ask the butler if she can visit any time. Flashing a sly, scheming grin, Evgenia thanks the butler while internally laughing that she is going to dig up absolutely everything about Euclid's ancestors. Sweating nervously at her intense look, the butler politely suggests that they head over to the gallery next, where all the portraits of the past Ludian family heads are gathered. Upon hearing this, Evgenia has a sudden, dramatic nosebleed as she passionately imagines seeing a young, adorable chibi version of Euclid. Quickly catching herself, Evgenia politely declines the butler's offer and suggests they visit the gallery tomorrow instead, desperately screaming internally that she wants to see Euclid's childhood portraits together with him. Walking down the hallway, Evgenia turns to the butler and asks if her office is located on the same floor as the Duke's, catching the butler completely off guard. With a bright, sparkling expression, the butler listens as Evgenia asks if there aren't ledgers and household affairs that the lady of the house must manage, explaining that he and the Duke have handled everything together until now. Looking highly skeptical, chibi Evgenia stares at the overjoyed butler, realizing with a sweat drop that he is simply thrilled to dump all the tedious paperwork onto her. Pointing enthusiastically down the grand corridor, the butler happily confirms that her new office is located right at the end of the hallway, on the very same floor as the Duke's. Walking through the library, Evgenia points to an unlit wall lamp and asks the butler if the lamps are purely decorative, as she has never seen them lit. Turning to her, the butler explains that the lamps are not decorations, but because mana stones are far too expensive, the current duchy budget cannot afford to use them. Looking completely baffled, Evgenia tilts her head and asks if the Basilian dukedom didn't send a massive supply of mana stones along with her magic carriage, leaving the butler utterly speechless. The butler sheepishly explains that while they are safely storing her family's generous gifts, they do not include gifts in the castle budget, adding that using them would be hard to justify given the duchy's current debt. Startled by his words, Evgenia asks in surprise about the debt and when it will be repaid, but the butler can only look down sweatily and admit that he is completely unsure. Evgenia's eyes narrow as she realizes something is terribly wrong, remembering that in the original novel, the Ludian duchy's debt was supposedly paid off shortly after the wedding. With a sharp, commanding look, Evgenia crosses her arms and orders the butler to bring her the list of newly acquired assets and the ledgers showing exactly how much debt remains immediately. Meanwhile, inside the Duke's office, a close-up shows Euclid's serious expression as someone addresses him. Euclid suddenly flinches in surprise, letting out a startled gasp as his aide speaks to him. Standing before Euclid's desk with a stack of papers, his aide Delano politely apologizes before noting with a worried look that Euclid appears incredibly exhausted today.
Delano hesitantly pauses, sweat dropping as he nervously asks Euclid if he perhaps didn't sleep well last night. Staring back at him blankly, Euclid flatly points out that since Delano is unmarried, his curiosity about their wedding night is far too personal. Shocked by the misunderstanding, Delano waves his hand frantically and slams his fist, yelling in embarrassment that his question was not meant in that scandalous way at all. Seeing his aide's pure panic, Euclid lets out a gentle, bright laugh and kindly tells him that there is absolutely no need to worry. Flashback to earlier that morning, Euclid remembers the sweet, heart-pounding sensation of waking up to find Evgenia sleeping peacefully against his chest. Euclid's thoughts wander back to the intimate moment, remembering her soft warmth and the gentle rhythm of her breathing. Resting his chin in his hand, Euclid blushes a sweet pink and smiles warmly to himself, completely captivated by the memory of his beautiful wife. Looking back at Delano, Euclid softly admits that on second thought, he actually was a little bit troubled last night. Hearing this confession, Delano's eyes widen in sheer, horrified shock as he processes his master's words. Delano clenches the documents in his hand, sweat dropping in pure panic as he realizes Euclid's statement means his scandalous suspicions were actually true. Fuming with chibified rage, Delano fiercely declares that even if she is the new Duchess, Euclid does not deserve to be treated so shamelessly, vowing to lodge a formal complaint against her. Suddenly, the heavy double doors slam open with a loud crash as the butler bursts in, shouting that he has urgent news, and accidentally hitting a startled Delano squarely in the face. Throwing his arms in the air with tears of absolute joy, the ecstatic butler loudly proclaims that a savior has finally arrived to rescue the Ludian duchy. Looking completely bewildered, Euclid sweat drops and asks Delano if he is all right, as the poor aide stands clutching his severely bloodied nose while the butler gasps in shock. Holding a tissue to his bleeding nose, Delano listens as the butler excitedly explains that the new Duchess has requested all the storage ledgers, admitting he feels incredibly guilty for harboring prejudices against her. Standing up behind his desk in complete surprise, Euclid asks the butler to calm down and explain who requested the ledgers, to which the butler proudly declares that it was indeed their new hope, the Duchess. Looking back with a sharp, calm gaze, Evgenia's presence commands attention as the butler refers to her, leaving Euclid's aide questioning, "Our, madam, you say?" Sniffling with tears of absolute joy, the butler explains that the new Duchess offered to pay off all of the duchy's debts using the generous dowry she brought with her. Euclid and his aide stand shocked in the office as Delano frantically points out that a dowry is the lady's personal property, which the butler instantly confirms with excitement. In a flashback, the butler remembers swallowing his pride to explain on behalf of the duchy that their remaining debt is monstrously, unimaginably huge, practically bringing them to the verge of bankruptcy. Delano's sweat drops and nervously remarks that the butler might have exaggerated a bit too much, eagerly asking what the Duchess's response was to such dire news. Stroking his beard thoughtfully, the butler recalls with a warm smile how the Duchess simply chuckled before delivering a confident response. Evgenia emits an incredibly powerful charismatic aura as she calmly asks the butler if he does not know who she is, completely mesmerizing him. The butler passionately recounts how the Duchess firmly promised to clear all of Ludion's remaining debts and told him to place his trust in her, leaving Delano completely dumbfounded. Trembling in pure panic, Delano nervously worries that paying back the Duchess's personal funds might result in even higher, more terrifying interest rates than before. The heavy doors fly open as Adelia, the formidable head maid of the Ludian duchy, fiercely demands to know what kind of nonsense the aide is spouting. Having come to serve tea to the Duke, Adelia walks in and admits she overheard everything, deeply moved by how much the new Duchess truly cares for their household. Adelia fumes with anger, pointing an accusing finger at the terrified Delano and scolding him for daring to compare such a generous lady to a ruthless loan shark. Captivated and deeply troubled by the news, Euclid slowly stands up from his desk, determined to find his wife and address this matter directly. With a concerned and complex expression, Euclid stares ahead as he contemplates his wife's unexpected, incredibly generous decision. Inside the unused office, a cloud of thick dust fills the air as the double doors are pushed open, prompting a series of involuntary coughs. Waving her hand in front of her face, Evgenia steps into the room and coughs, completely startled by the massive amount of dust that has accumulated over time. Looking around the spacious but neglected office, Evgenia realizes why they bypassed this room during the tour, though she decides not to complain since it has been unused for so long. Standing near the entrance, Evgenia wonders what is keeping the butler, remembering that she saw him run off toward Euclid's office just a short while ago. Hearing footsteps approaching the dusty room, Evgenia takes a brief breath and calmly bids them to enter. To Evgenia's surprise, Euclid steps into the room with a highly flustered expression, accompanied closely by his nervous aide and the butler. Gazing around the dusty interior, the butler's sweat drops in pure embarrassment, apologizing that he would have ordered a deep cleaning had he known it was this neglected. Euclid sincerely apologizes for the lack of daily maintenance due to their limited staff, while Evgenia understandingly notes that such shortcomings are natural when a household lacks a duchess. Euclid nervously explains their cleaning schedule, noting that while servants handle daily minor maintenance, a thorough cleaning of every room is planned during their quarterly deep cleans. A chibi Evgenia nods in agreement, finding it far more realistic and practical to focus on regular light cleaning rather than attempting a full deep clean every single time. A sweet pink blush creeps onto Euclid's face as he looks at his wife, softly replying that her understanding nature is incredibly reassuring. Evgenia suggests that a meticulous deep cleaning of every single nook and cranny is best reserved for the quarterly schedule, so they can get everything done properly in one go. In a comical, chibi-fied panel, the butler and the head maid frantically begin scrubbing and dusting the room, startled by the heavy atmosphere as Euclid prepares to discuss the massive debt. Looking directly at Evgenia, Euclid seriously asks if it is true that she intended to clear the duchy's debts using her personal dowry, to which she calmly confirms that it is. Euclid lowers his gaze, a mixture of guilt and concern washing over his face as he prepares to address her generous but highly unexpected offer. Evgenia's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as Euclid's words catch her completely off guard, while the butler and head maid scream in comedic horror behind her. When Evgenia asks him why he is hesitating, Euclid awkwardly shifts his gaze, stammering that the reason is somewhat difficult for him to put into words. Narrowing her eyes, Evgenia asks if he is worried that her clearing the debt will harm the Ludian family name or damage his reputation, which Euclid quickly denies. Sighing softly, Euclid confesses that he simply feels like he is placing an immense burden on her, worrying that she is overextending herself solely because of her new title as Duchess. The atmosphere instantly turns cold and tense as Evgenia interrupts him in a sharp, quiet tone, addressing him formally as Your Grace. Looking Euclid dead in the eye, Evgenia firmly argues that the burden is not on her, asking if he realizes that his refusal is actually placing a heavy burden on those around him instead. Seeing Euclid act so stubbornly and frustratingly, Evgenia realizes that a sharp, biting tone escaped her lips before she could even stop herself. Spotting Euclid's drooping, completely dejected posture, a panicked chibi Evgenia internally screams that she might have pushed him too hard, just as Euclid softly mutters that he understands. Euclid proposes that they treat her financial help as a loan, promising to pay her back in monthly installments, which leaves Evgenia utterly shocked. Staring at him in disbelief, Evgenia asks if he truly expects her to collect interest from her own husband, but Euclid insists that financial matters should remain crystal clear even between a married couple. Evgenia's face flushes with frustration as she argues that drawing such strict financial lines feels like he is preparing for their relationship to sour or anticipating a future divorce. Euclid reaches out to reassure her, but Evgenia stands firm, passionately declaring that since her surname is now Ludian, she cannot sit idly by while her family suffers under a mountain of debt. As the butler and head maid sweat nervously while pretending to clean in the background, Evgenia flatly declares that refusing her help means he does not respect her as his wife. With an intense, commanding presence, Evgenia points out that rejecting her would mean breaking his sacred wedding vow to respect her until death do they part, leaving Euclid speechless. Completely defeated by her powerful argument, Euclid softly yields, asking her to understand that his hesitation was never meant to disrespect or hurt her. Realizing the head maid and butler have been furiously polishing the same spots to pretend they heard nothing, Evgenia suddenly freezes in pure embarrassment, realizing they had a full audience for their marital dispute. To break the awkward tension, Evgenia suggests continuing their talk outside because of the dust, which the servants frantically agree with, urging the couple to go ahead. Turning gracefully toward the hallway, Evgenia leads the way out of the dusty room to find a more private setting for their discussion. Euclid nods softly and follows close behind his wife, leaving the relieved servants behind to finally clean the dusty office in peace. Walking side by side down the grand corridor, an intense but quiet anticipation hangs in the air between the newlywed couple. Suddenly, Delano slides onto his knees on the floor in front of Evgenia, passionately proclaiming that she is the true savior and the shining new hope of the Ludian duchy. Looking completely sweat-dropped and annoyed, Evgenia internally wonders what is wrong with Delano as he suddenly bursts into tears of joy before her. In an aristocratic society steeped in luxury and vanity, Euclid's loyal aide came all the way to the poor north and suffered greatly. However, his hardships in the north did not end there, and he soon encountered a new obstacle, and that was the striking and powerful appearance of Evgenia, the Basilian lady. Given the terrifying reputation surrounding her, Delano was absolutely terrified of the Basilian lady at first, screaming in panic whenever she was near. But after overhearing the rather intense and commanding conversations between his master, Duke Euclid, and the lady, at some point all the distrust Delano held toward Yevgenia completely disappeared as he cries tears of absolute joy, passionately calling out, "My lady!" Sliding dramatically onto his knees, Delano declares with absolute passion that Evgenia is the honored guest of the Duke of Ludian and the very embodiment of new hope, bringing us back to the present. Chibi Delano stares up in absolute awe and wonder, his eyes sparkling with pure adoration for the Duchess. Saluting enthusiastically, Delano eagerly shouts, "Yes, ma'am," after Evgenia requests his help to tidy up the office, leaving her thinking that the people here are quite different from what she remembers. Sitting gracefully at her desk, Evgenia stares in sheer disbelief at the simplified paperwork, wondering how all those massive documents became a single sheet overnight. Looking at Delano, Yevgenia requests that he continue preparing the castle's financial reports in this clean and efficient format from now on. With a stack of documents before her, Yevgenia kindly tells Delano to feel free to ask if there is anything he doesn't understand, to which he enthusiastically responds, "Understood, my lady." Stroking her chin thoughtfully, Yevgenia explains that they must prioritize repaying the debt first, and then plan step by step how to develop the duchy afterward, which Delano eagerly agrees with. Holding a ledger, Delano happily wonders how such absurd rumors could have spread about their duchess when she's so utterly professional, prompting Evgenia to ask if he is listening. Staring with her deep purple eyes, Evgenia notes that while she was surprised by how much worse the Ludian duchy's finances were than expected, there are thankfully still some advantages. Underneath the shining stars, Evgenia notes that there are profitable mines and territories in Ludian, meaning they will have room to breathe once the debts are cleared. Surrounded by chests of glittering jewels and gold bars, Evgenia plans to quickly liquidate her personal dowry to pay off the enormous debt as fast as possible. Holding a document, Evgenia notes that the key is how quickly and efficiently she can dispose of her dowry, while Chibi Delano thoughtfully wonders how they should go about it. Evgenia proposes handling the sales through her personal maid, which surprises Delano as he asks if she means the maid she brought with her. Evgenia fondly remembers that Anne has always found various channels when purchasing items, meaning she should be just as good at selling them. Realizing that Anne is currently absent, Evgenia sweat drops as she recalls the maid who left to tidy her bedroom, wondering what kind of cleaning could possibly take 2 whole days. Waving a hand dismissively, Chibi Evgenia tells Delano not to worry too much about the disposals, which he cheerfully confirms. Delano suddenly hesitates, looking slightly nervous and unsure of how to bring up his next request. Sensing his hesitation, Evgenia kindly grants him permission, agreeing to let him take on the opportunity to help with the sales. Overjoyed and weeping with gratitude, Delano loudly thanks Yevgenia, just as a soft knock sounds at the door and Yevgenia bids the visitor to enter. The office door opens as Duke Euclid enters bathed in a sparkling light, causing Chibi Evgenia to squeal in pure delight. Walking over to her desk, Euclid gently asks if she enjoyed her meal, to which she replies that she ate very well. Euclid apologizes for dining alone, but Evgenia reassures him, explaining that she prefers to eat separately while she works, even if she tends to skip meals because eating feels bothersome. Looking at her with deep concern, Euclid softly but firmly tells her that she must never skip meals, to which Evgenia submissively agrees. Blush creeping onto her face, Chibi Evgenia squeals in pure joy, deeply moved by how gentle Euclid's scolding is. Looking at the documents on the desk, Euclid asks if she has finished her work, and Evgenia confidently replies that they should be able to repay everything before next month's interest is due if the sales go as planned. Euclid happily mentions that the head maid said the chef has all the ingredients for her favorite dessert ready, prompting a thoughtful look from Yevgenia. In her mind, Evgenia imagines sharing the delicious dessert with Marian and Dior, wishing she could see how cute they look eating together since she hasn't seen them in days due to work. Standing up quickly, Evgenia offers to tell the head maid herself, though Euclid politely offers to do it for her since she is so busy. Blushing and flustered, Evgenia insists that she wants to take a short break anyway, internally screaming that she cannot possibly confess she wants to have a happy dessert time with the children. Euclid freezes in surprise, his green eyes widening as he looks at Evgenia. Evgenia casts her gaze down, her purple eyes filled with a soft, melancholy beauty as she waits for Euclid's response. Agreeing softly, Euclid thinks to himself that while he can afford to be tired, he absolutely cannot stand seeing Evgenia worn out. Walking away with a deep red blush on his face, Euclid covers his mouth in pure embarrassment. Sitting at a beautifully set tea table, a blonde lady with a cunning smile holds her teacup gracefully. Looking sad and worried, the young children, Marianne and Dior, sit together as the blonde lady remarks that the new Duchess must be scared since she didn't show her face at today's meal. Staring coldly, the blonde lady notes that no matter how many ledgers the Duchess organizes or how much debt she clears, the monthly distribution fee they pay to House Veers will not change. Resting her chin on her hand, the blonde lady complains that her father is far too petty, arguing that instead of reducing the fee, he should have waived it entirely and arranged a marriage between her and Euclid. Taking a sip from her teacup, the lady skeptically wonders if Euclid and his new wife even consummated their marriage, questioning how the wedding night could have passed so quietly. Looking at the distant silhouettes of Euclid and Evgenia, she maliciously wonders if their relationship is already souring. Smirking, the blonde lady suggests that the Duchess might soon realize she cannot live there anymore and leave within a month or even a week, leaving the two children looking extremely startled and worried. Clutching a crayon tightly, a child draws on a paper while crying internally at the thought of their aunt leaving. Dior kneels on the floor in tears, filled with guilt and regret as he wonders if the Duchess is leaving because he said something mean to her, crying that he never actually thought she was a bad person. The blonde lady looks around the room with a puzzled expression, wondering aloud where all of the toys in the room have suddenly disappeared to. Pointing to the empty room, Chibi Marianne explains to her aunt that the maids had put all the toys away because they weren't playing with them. Furious and disbelieving, Lady Amy Vyers snaps at the child, demanding to know why she would say they weren't playing with them and asking if they shouldn't have consulted her first. Amy walks away grumbling loudly, complaining that she was planning to use those toys to kill some time anyway. Suddenly pausing mid-stride, Amy casts a suspicious sideways glance back toward the kids, narrowing her eyes. Demanding to know what they are hiding, Amy notices a suspicious lump hidden beneath a draped bedsheet in the corner. Stuttering in pure panic, Dior is caught completely off guard as Amy demands to know what is hidden under the sheet. Revealed beneath the sheet is a cute golden teddy bear adorned with a bright red bow and a glittering green jewel on its chest. Gasping in absolute shock, Amy holds the teddy bear and notes with wide eyes that its eyes are made of real emeralds. Smiling calmly, Duchess Evgenia stands nearby and asks how much a doll like that would cost, to which she smoothly answers that it is worth 15 gold. Amy's jaw drops in pure shock as she squeals in disbelief, questioning if a single toy could really cost 15 gold. Sweat dropping in sheer disbelief, Amy mutters that she has never heard of a toy costing 15 gold, casting a nervous look at the Duchess. Amy shrieks in absolute terror and alarm, startled by a sudden, commanding presence entering the room behind her. Walking with graceful but heavy steps, a pair of elegant heels clicks onto the floor as a voice remarks on how noisy the room has become. Standing tall with her arms crossed, Duchess Evgenia coolly asks if the price of 15 gold is really that shocking to hear. Looking down with absolute poise and authority, Evgenia repeats her question, leaving Amy speechless with her commanding aura. Yevgenia casts a sharp, piercing sideways glance, her purple eyes glowing with a quiet intensity. Watching the two children let out a collective sigh of relief, Evgenia realizes with a soft heart that they are incredibly relieved to see her. Noticing their terrified reactions, Yevgenia glares coldly at Amy, realizing the children are genuinely terrified of their aunt. Stepping forward with absolute authority, Evgenia firmly advises Lady Vyers to watch her mouth around the children, pointing out that a person's words reflect their character. Trembling with sweat and fear, a humbled Amy stammers an apology while nervously handing the emerald-eyed teddy bear back. Turning her attention back to the children, Evgenia calls out Dior's name as she prepares to return the precious toy. Kneeling gracefully on the floor, Evgenia hands the teddy bear back to Dior, gently telling him she is glad he likes the little doll. Evgenia looks at him with a soft, solemn gaze and warns him that there are far too many shameless people who covet what belongs to others, telling him to take good care of it. Looking absolutely stunned and deeply touched, the children stare up at their new aunt with wide, sparkling eyes. With cheeks flushed pink with admiration, the young siblings gaze at Duchess Yevgenia as if they are looking at a true savior. Evgenia kindly tells them that if there is anything else they want besides toys, they should feel free to ask, promising they won't have to wait or travel far anymore. With a confident and radiant smile, Evgenia reveals that a branch of her family's Basilian merchant group will soon be established in the north.
Hearing this monumental news, Amy is completely frozen in absolute horror and dread, realization hitting her like a physical blow. Shaking with fear, Amy internally panics, desperately wondering what will happen to her own family's Veers merchant group if a giant rival arrives. Looking at Amy with a mockingly sweet smile, Evgenia innocently asks if having a capital merchant group in the north isn't a truly wonderful thing. Biting her nail in pure anxiety, Amy grits her teeth as Yevgenia points out that people in the north will now easily and quickly obtain goods from the capital and other territories. Scrambling for an excuse, Amy quickly stammers that she just remembered some urgent business and must leave, to which Evgenia dismissively tells her to do as she pleases. As Amy frantically flees the room, Evgenia watches her go with a sharp glare, thinking to herself that Amy's days of monopolizing and overcharging for goods in the north are finally over. Staring out at the towering, snow-capped mountains surrounding the Grand Ludian castle, a dark shadow looms as Yevgenia silently warns her enemies to brace themselves. A beautiful time transition screen marks the passage of a few hours as the afternoon sun streams into the castle corridors. Sitting at the dining table, Chibi Dior and Marianne happily stuff their faces with delicious chocolate cakes, cheeks stuffed full as they eat. Sip of tea in hand, Evgenia fondly observes the children, thinking that while they are adorable, they look a bit too skinny and need to be built up during their growth spurt. Looking around the empty, grand room, Evgenia's thoughts darken as she recalls Lady Veer's vicious words and notes the complete absence of any servants tending to the children. A shadow falls over Yevgenia's eyes as she recalls her bitter past life, remembering how two-faced people, especially those calling themselves family, accused her of being a heartless wretch. Setting her teacup down, Evgenia carefully asks the children if they get along well with their aunt, noting that Lady Veers supposedly visits them every single day. The children quickly and politely reply that they like her, but the tense atmosphere suggests they are hiding their true feelings out of fear. Offering a warm and comforting smile, Evgenia gently tells them to come to her anytime if anything like today's incident ever happens again. Marianne looks up at her aunt with wide, soulful eyes, deeply touched by the genuine warmth and protection she is being offered. Walking down the quiet hallway, Evgenia's expression turns serious as she senses that something about the situation is still deeply off. Pondering the mystery, Evgenia opens her office door, convinced that the Vyers family's hold over the Ludian duchy extends far beyond simple finances. Stepping into the office, Evgenia is greeted with warm, radiant smiles by her loyal maid Anne and the butler, who enthusiastically welcome her back. When Anne immediately asks if something is wrong because she looks a bit gloomy, Evgenia is quietly amazed by how easily her maid can read her subtlest expressions. Confiding in her maid, Yevgenia explains that while sorting the ledgers, she discovered some incredibly shady details regarding the massive monthly distribution fees paid to the Veers family. Anne looks surprised as Evgenia points out that even when factoring in the high cost of northern transportation, the amount being paid to the Vyers family is absurdly excessive. Looking back at a memory of Euclid's late brother, Evgenia muses that the unfair deal likely started 10 years ago when he stepped in to mediate a major dispute caused by the Veers Viscount's tyranny. Observing the maid's contemplative expression, Evgenia listens closely as Anne expresses concern that if even the Duchess finds the book suspicious, then there must be a very serious problem indeed. Anne explains that despite supplying the North's daily necessities for ages, the Veers Viscount family has never managed to grow their merchant group, making them seem incapable. She adds that she never imagined they were also receiving massive distribution fees, leaving the Duchess to wonder in sheer astonishment how her maid could possibly know so much about northern commerce. Recalling the mysterious history, Yevgenia considers whether there was a shady backroom deal or some hidden motive during the initial mediation process. The mystery deepens when she remembers that not long after agreeing to those exorbitant distribution fees, Euclid's late brother married the Vyers Viscount's daughter, adding another highly suspicious layer to the transaction. Crossing her arms tightly, Duchess Evgenia sighs internally, realizing that they can't interrogate a dead man to uncover the truth. She tells herself that regardless of what happened in the past, the unfair arrangement will naturally crumble once her family's Basilian merchant group officially opens in the north anyway. Staring coldly with absolute annoyance, Evgenia notes how incredibly infuriating the entire situation is, her dark aura causing both Anne and Gressel to flinch in pure terror. Anne hesitantly asks if they should report these financial irregularities to young Duke Chionel, which instantly catches Evgenia off guard as she questions why Chionel's name is being brought up so suddenly. Fidgeting nervously, Anne quickly explains that while the Duchess might be reluctant to ask the young Duke for help, he works directly within the Ministry of Finance, specializing in audits that regulate unfair economic practices such as monopolies and collusion.
Anne reveals that nearly 10 years ago, right before the Veers family began receiving those distribution fees, they had jacked up prices to a ridiculous degree. Hearing this, Evgenia realizes that if this is true, they might actually have the leverage to punish them immediately under imperial law. Evgenia narrows her eyes as a deeper mystery takes root, wondering why the Ludian ducal family chose to negotiate a costly settlement with the Viscount in the first place, especially since the empire already has strict laws to crack down on such merchant group misdeeds. Standing in quiet contemplation, Evgenia connects the dots between Euclid's strange reluctance to stay in the capital and the imperial family's blatant neglect in sending absolutely zero supplies to the barren northern territory. A chilling realization washes over Evgenia as she raises a profound question. Does the imperial family secretly harbor a deep distrust toward the Ludian ducal family? Anne lets out a sudden gasp of realization, explaining that she was actually planning to report on that very subject herself. Anne explains that it is an open secret that the emperor subtly dislikes the North. Though he avoids open harassment, he completely ignores their existence and quietly hopes they will eventually fail. Remembering a specific turning point, Anne pauses mid-sentence, looking back to an incident that occurred 5 years ago. Clearing his throat nervously, Gressel steps in to interrupt, claiming that this isn't a suitable story to discuss here and admitting that he might have exaggerated a bit, which only makes a frustrated Evgenia demand that they tell her everything. Gressel solemnly admits that he finally understands the gravity of the situation as well. He reveals that because the Duchess's safety is his absolute highest priority, he has been keeping a close watch on the Knight Order, only to discover a shocking truth. There isn't a single actual knight left in the Order. Gressel explains that the captain's position is completely vacant and the entire force consists of only about 20 squires and trainees. He adds that the Duke himself has been personally setting their rotations so they can take turns guarding the massive castle. Evgenia is astonished to hear that Euclid has been managing the security rotations personally, which Gressel confirms, adding that the trainees are forced to handle their combat training entirely on their own. Clutching her chin in deep distress, Evgenia feels a wave of sorrow as she realizes that on top of the ducal family's financial ruin, their home is left with incredibly poor security. When Evgenia asks if the castle's public safety is at least secure, Gressel reassures her that he investigated out of worry and discovered that the castle itself is a legendary magic fortress constructed with the absolute devotion of the first Ludian family head. Gressel admits that despite its magical properties, even the longtime servants have no idea how to operate the fortress's defense systems, which leaves Evgenia feeling deeply uneasy about their safety. Sensing a sudden spark of inspiration, Evgenia gestures with a serious face and asks them both to step a bit closer, catching them completely off guard. Gathering Anne and Gressel into a tight circle, Evgenia leans in close to whisper a highly confidential plan regarding the castle security. Anne and Gressel's eyes sparkle with absolute enthusiasm as they eagerly promise not to let her down, leaving a slightly sweat-dropping Evgenia wondering why they are both so incredibly excited. Clenching her fists in excitement, Anne declares that she will contact Black first thing tomorrow, noting that everyone was incredibly shocked when the Duchess suddenly married, leaving Evgenia completely puzzled. Anne eagerly adds that Gold is also desperate to see her and even asked to visit the duchy in person to offer their greetings, plunging Evgenia into utter confusion as she desperately tries to decipher what Black and Gold could possibly mean. Later that evening, an exhausted Evgenia rests gracefully on her chaise lounge, finalizing her plans to put Anne in charge of hiring a powerful mercenary group while elevating Gressel to the Grand Master to oversee and train their existing knights. A majestic vision of Gressel standing proudly at the head of a disciplined, fully trained knight order fills the air, showcasing the grand security force they hope to build. Sitting back in his office, young Duke Chionel receives a stack of official distribution documents regarding the Viers family to thoroughly investigate whether their financial contracts contain any illegalities. Evgenia reflects on her initial plan to keep her distance from the Basilian dukes after her marriage, but smiles as she realizes that in this chaotic situation, they have unexpectedly become her greatest source of support. Looking down at her loyal maid, Evgenia's thoughts return to the perplexing mystery of what exactly Anne meant when she referred to Black and Gold. Sensing her lady's intense, unamused stare, Anne instantly panics, stammering that Gold isn't quite ready yet and promising that she will only make contact with Black for the time being. Pulling her bedsheets over her face, a weary Evgenia lets out a deep sigh, still utterly mystified as to who or what Black could possibly refer to. Stepping out of bed the next morning, Evgenia prepares to face a brand new day, her long dark hair cascading elegantly down her back.
Standing by a luxurious bath, Anne explains that she wanted to inform her mistress as soon as everything was ready, but delayed it so she could get some much-needed rest, confident that the preparations are fully complete now. Recalling that Anne spent nearly 2 entire days painstakingly tidying up the bedroom, Evgenia offers her heartfelt thanks to her maid for organizing her massive wardrobe. Anne's face lights up with sheer excitement as she eagerly invites her lady to come check out the wardrobe, to which a slightly bewildered Evgenia hesitantly agrees. Following Anne toward a corner of the room, Evgenia looks around in confusion, noting that there is nothing there but a giant grandfather clock. Smiling mischievously, Anne reaches up and carefully spins the hands of the grandfather clock backward exactly 3 times. She then gently taps the side of the wooden wardrobe twice, triggering a sudden, heavy mechanical click that echoes through the room. A wave of shock washes over Yevgenia as a hidden passageway slowly begins to creak open right before her eyes. With a proud and welcoming gesture, Anne warmly invites her astonished mistress to take her first step inside the secret room. Lifting the hem of her elegant gown, Yevgenia slowly steps forward across the threshold into the mysterious hidden chamber. Gasps of pure awe escape Evgenia as she looks around, completely stunned to discover that Anne has somehow recreated her beloved Basilian Duke's dressing room in exact, breathtaking detail. The hidden dress room stands bathed in a warm, glittering light, showcasing row after row of beautiful gowns, elegant shoes, and luxurious vanity tables. When Anne asks if there is anything she is dissatisfied with, Evgenia quickly assures her that it is perfect, but worriedly questions if it is truly okay to construct such an elaborate secret chamber inside the Ludian Duke's actual residence. Realizing how flawlessly and naturally the space has been arranged, Evgenia deduces that this must have been part of her past self's original instructions to Anne, quickly reassuring her maid with a gentle smile that everything is perfectly fine. Suddenly, Evgenia's eyes widen in absolute shock as her gaze falls upon a specific item resting on the vanity table. Staring in disbelief, she recognizes the distinctive, intricate golden embroidery on a small pouch, realizing it is the exact same pattern as the pouch she once gave to Richard. A shiver runs down Evgenia's spine as she makes a haunting connection. If the pattern matches, then the mysterious figure Anne referred to as Black must be Richard, as everything in this castle continues to remind her of him. Touching her fingers to the soft fabric, Evgenia remembers how, earlier than in the original story, she filled the small embroidered pouch with the money she had given Richard. Meanwhile, high atop a rocky cliff at night lies the foreboding and heavily fortified headquarters of the notorious assassination guild, Black. Suddenly, alarms blare through the night as guards shout about an intruder, ordering their forces to neutralize the threat at once. Moving like a ghost in the dark, a mysterious pink-haired warrior effortlessly cuts down the guild's formidable defenders. Watching the chaos unfold from behind barred windows, a guild member notes in disbelief that the intruder isn't even using a weapon and has caused nothing more than minor bruises to their forces. Clenching his fists in painful defeat, a bruised defender admits that despite being prepared as their captain warned, they were left completely helpless by such a formidable expert. Looking out into the night, the guild leader sighs, realizing their captain must have wanted to keep them on edge, and vows to reflect deeply on his own shortcomings. Suddenly, the heavy doors of the inner chamber are flung wide open with a loud creak. Stepping through the threshold covered in light blood splatters, the mysterious young man walks into the room with absolute confidence. The guild leader steps forward, asking if he is indeed Richard, to which the blood-stained young man calmly replies that he is. Without hesitation, the guild leader drops to one knee, declaring that their captain once instructed him to recognize Richard as their new master should he ever arrive. Richard looks down at him coldly, confirming that the instruction is indeed correct. Looking up at his new master, the guild leader hesitantly asks if this means he can finally meet his long-awaited lord. Richard lets out a chilling, enigmatic smile, silent as the dark aura around him deepens. With a sudden gasp, Duchess Evgenia snaps awake in her bed, her heart pounding from the intense, realistic dream. Grabbing her forehead in exhaustion, she sighs, realizing her dreams are restless because she spent the entire previous day thinking about Richard. Sitting alone in her grand, luxurious bedroom, Evgenia tries to shake off the lingering unease of her nightmare. Throwing her bedsheets aside, she begins to connect the pieces, realizing that the Black Anne mentioned yesterday might not be a coincidence. She remembers that in the original novel, the legendary assassination guild where Richard served as the master was also named Black. Resting her chin on her hand, Evgenia mutters that it is probably just a coincidence, trying to convince herself not to worry. Moments later, the bedroom doors open as Anne and Gressel walk in to deliver an urgent report. Anne explains that Black was suddenly attacked at dawn today, and the powerful intruder who defeated them has officially become the guild's new master.
Evgenia flinches in utter disbelief and shock, her eyes widening at the sudden and massive escalation. When Yevgenia worriedly asks who could have possibly attacked them, Gressel nervously warns her to watch her words, stating that the new master is not someone to be spoken of lightly. Anne bursts into a bright laugh, assuring Gressel that it's impossible for Black to betray them, since he has been loyal to their lady longer than anyone else. Clutching her chin in deep contemplation, Evgenia is stunned to learn that despite the plan being expedited, this was actually something her past self had prepared long ago. Clenching his fist in excitement, Gressel loudly praises her for planning absolutely everything, while a sweat-dropping Evgenia feels as though she has just opened a dangerous Pandora's box. Walking into the Grand Library later that day, Evgenia silently hopes she can just live a peaceful and happy life with Euclid. Walking down the beautifully decorated corridor, she vows that unless an absolutely unavoidable situation arises, she will never open Pandora's box first. Grabbing the library's heavy doorknob, she sighs, desperately wishing for some simple peace of mind. She decides to look for the children, knowing they often come to the library to read, hoping to chat with them about Euclid. Inside the quiet and grand library of the estate, an elegant, ornate grandfather clock stands tall between towering bookshelves, its steady ticking marking the passage of time as a soft, sparkling light fills the room. Staring at the massive grandfather clock, Evgenia notes how incredibly random its placement is, since clocks are usually tucked between bookshelves. Feeling a sudden hunch, she reaches out and gently spins the clock hands, wondering if this might be another hidden mechanism. Standing back, she watches as the clock suddenly glows with a bright, magical light. Yevgenia chuckles awkwardly, thinking nothing happened, when a sudden heavy mechanical click echoes behind her. Gasps of pure shock escape her lips as a hidden wall section swings open, revealing a glowing stone stairway leading deep underground. Staring at the secret door next to the clock, Evgenia realizes the ancient fortress truly holds hidden secrets. She blinks in complete astonishment, utterly speechless at what she has just uncovered. Looking down at the mysterious glowing entrance, she can't help but wonder what on earth could be hidden down there. Remembering that the Ludian estate is a legendary magic fortress, her curiosity gets the better of her, and she excitedly decides to explore the spooky secret passage. Taking a careful first step down the cold stone stairs, the sound of her heels echoes softly in the quiet tunnel. Walking deeper down the spiral staircase, she wonders if she might find piles of sparkling gold, diamonds, or perhaps a legendary, priceless treasure. As the passage continues on, she reasons that it's probably just a standard escape route, similar to the ones nobles' castles and mansions had in her past life's history books. Suddenly, Evgenia stops in her tracks as her eyes catch something unexpected ahead. Standing before a massive, iron-reinforced wooden door at the end of the tunnel, she hesitates, wondering if she should really open it. Gently placing her hand on the cold stone wall, she prepares to slide the hidden door open to see what lies on the other side. Peeking through the gap, Yevgenia's eyes widen in horror as she hears a harsh voice sneering that the children of a lowly swindler are showing their true colors. She watches a hostile woman in an elegant gown scream at the two children, claiming that if they had delivered her message to the Duke properly, Evgenia never would have become the Duchess. Trembling in sheer terror, the young boy and girl hold hands tightly as the woman demands they either banish the Basilian merchants or keep paying her monthly distribution fees. Looking down at the crying boy and the fierce glare of the young girl, the cruel woman viciously snaps that this unfair arrangement was exactly what their dead father promised. Marian, still, if something like this happens again, you can always tell me. Okay? Yes, Auntie. No. Tearfully, but firmly, the young blonde girl musters up her courage and screams out her refusal. What did you say? The woman demands in shock, to which the young girl firmly replies, I said no. I'm never going to tell Uncle what you told me to. The malicious woman scoffs, asking if they have gotten cocky just because the new Duchess was a little nice to them yesterday. Do you really think she'll treat you like human beings when she finds out who you are? The woman sneers, warning that even the Duke would stop seeing them as family if the truth came out. You understand now, don't you? So just do as you're told, the woman says, right before a hand suddenly grabs her from behind with a terrifying force. The cruel woman turns her head in absolute shock, gasping as she is violently held in place. Stepping forward with cold fury, Duchess Evgenia demands to know if she has been tormenting the children like this all this time, as the terrified woman falls to the floor. Looking down with a murderous glare, Evgenia coldly asks exactly how long this abuse has been going on. Trembling on the floor, the terrified woman frantically tries to deny the accusation. Grabbing her collar tightly, Evgenia fiercely orders her to answer immediately as the woman stammers in fear. Quickly trying to regain her composure, the woman defensively asks what business it is of the Duchess's. The woman sneers that Evgenia only married the Duke while in love with another man, but Evgenia immediately shuts her down, calling it a load of crap. "Who told you that I'm in love with another man?" Evgenia snaps, declaring that even if it were true, she is still the Duchess of Ludion and these children's aunt. Evgenia aggressively shakes the woman, shouting that regardless of the children's background, she will never let such cruel treatment slide. Turning to the children, Evgenia gently but seriously asks if the woman has ever physically hit them. When the young boy tearfully admits that the woman has pinched them a lot, Evgenia's eyes widen in sheer outrage. Internally, Evgenia fumes with a desire to pay the abuser back tenfold, but stops herself, knowing that extreme violence would only traumatize the children further. Instead, Evgenia unleashes her fury by delivering a powerful, crushing kick near the woman. The abusive woman screams in absolute terror as she is violently sent sprawling across the floor. With a chilling expression, Evgenia commands the woman to get out immediately, leaving her sobbing and hiccuping in fear. Without looking back, the terrified woman scrambles to her feet and runs out of the chamber as fast as she can. The heavy atmosphere quickly softens as Evgenia gently apologizes to the children, reassuring them that everything is okay now. The children look down guiltily as the blonde girl hesitantly speaks up. With tear-filled eyes, the young girl desperately begs her aunt to keep the secret she just uncovered. Crouching down to their level, Evgenia listens patiently as the children prepare to reveal the truth. The young girl confesses the truth. Their mother was not actually a noble niece from the Veers family, but a mere commoner. Hearing this, Evgenia quietly nods, beginning to piece together the secret behind their family dynamic. The truth was that Euclid's older brother had knowingly pushed for the marriage out of pure love, despite his bride having no noble lineage or blood ties to Count Veers. To protect his wife's secret, he accepted a corrupt deal from Count Veers, which ultimately placed a massive financial burden on both his family and the entire territory. Looking up with teary, anxious eyes, the blonde girl asks if they should no longer call her auntie now that they have revealed they are not of noble blood. In a cute chibi moment, Evgenia tilts her head in confusion and firmly declares that she is their aunt, so of course they should call her auntie. The young girl blinks in utter disbelief and surprise at her aunt's unconditional warmth. Evgenia smiles warmly, explaining that not being truly related to those awful blackmailers is actually a relief. When the children worry that they are not nobles, Evgenia reassures them that they were born of a legitimate marriage and are officially registered in the Ludian ducal family. Evgenia looks at them with absolute affection, her gentle smile melting away all of their lingering worries. "But we're a burden to our uncle," the young girl suddenly cries out, leaving Evgenia completely shocked and bewildered by her words. Leaning in, Evgenia tells them she would be genuinely disappointed if they actually believe such a thing. The young boy tearfully adds that they've been trying so hard not to disappoint their uncle, mentioning they never even wanted a woman named Amy to become their aunt. The boy innocently complains about how this Amy always tried to eat and play with their uncle while they quietly endured it, prompting his sister to quickly tell him to be quiet. Looking at their adorable concern, Evgenia smiles softly, deeply touched by how much the children care for their uncle. Evgenia points out that no matter how busy the Duke is, he always prioritizes and makes time to have dinner with them. "And wherever he is always thinking of you and rushing back to the duchy," she adds, showing them how deeply they are loved. The children stare up at her, tears pooling in their eyes as they realize they were never a burden. She reminds them of the pure joy and love they share whenever their uncle embraces them warmly. Overwhelmed with relief, the young girl lets her tears flow freely, her heart finally unburdened of its heavy weight. Bursting into loud, happy cries, both children throw themselves into Evgenia's arms, hugging her tightly as she holds them close. While gently holding the children, Evgenia's expression turns deadly serious as she vows to make the blackmailer pay dearly for trying to ruin her happy marriage. Gently squeezing the young girl's hand, Evgenia softly asks if they are feeling a bit better now. "You are precious family members to Euclid." Marianne and Dior look up with tear-filled eyes, deeply moved and comforted by their aunt's warm and protective words. Evgenia holds both children close in a tender embrace, comforting them as they try to process their overwhelming relief. As the children sniffle softly, Evgenia's heart melts at how incredibly adorable they are even when they are crying. Suddenly, a polite knock sounds at the door as a voice outside asks if everything is all right after hearing a loud noise. The door begins to open as the speaker announces they are coming in, causing Dior to let out a startled hiccup in fear of being discovered. A man's shoe steps firmly into the room as the door swings wide open. Duke Euclid stands in the doorway looking completely shocked at the scene, with a worried maid peeking in from behind him.
The maid gasps in surprise, calling out the names of Lady Marianne and Lord Dior upon seeing them crying. Having seen Amy leave the estate in a frantic hurry, the maid worries that something terrible has happened. The maid anxiously asks if the children did something wrong, while Evgenia realizes the situation is rapidly heading toward a massive misunderstanding. The children look up in complete panic, desperate to make sure their aunt does not get blamed for their tears. Stuttering nervously, Dior tries to find the words to explain the situation to his uncle. Both children frantically shout that their tears have absolutely nothing to do with their aunt, but Evgenia notes that their desperate denials are only making the misunderstanding deeper. Euclid gently bends down and places a comforting hand on Marianne's head to soothe her worries.
Euclid turns back and calmly instructs the maid to bring warm water, ointment, and bandages to treat a wound.
Yevgenia's eyes widen in confusion, wondering if there was an injury on the children that she had somehow failed to notice. Yevgenia gently checks Marianne, asking if she and Dior are all right, but Marianne assures her that she is completely fine. Euclid suddenly reaches out and takes hold of Yevgenia's hand, softly telling her to relax her grip so her wound does not worsen. Evgenia gasps internally as she suddenly remembers she must have scraped her hand when she burst out of the wardrobe earlier. A close-up reveals a painful red scratch running along Yevgenia's wrist. The children look up at Yevgenia with wide, sympathetic eyes, calling out to her in deep worry. Euclid holds her hand with utmost care, preparing to treat her scraped wrist himself. Evgenia's heart races wildly in sheer disbelief as she realizes the Duke is personally wrapping a bandage around her hand. A sweet, romantic atmosphere fills the room as Euclid meticulously wraps the bandage around Yevgenia's wrist. Evgenia realizes that Euclid is intentionally choosing not to pry into the secret passage, leaving her feeling deeply relieved yet slightly tense. Outside, the majestic, snow-covered spires of the Ludian estate stand silently against the beautiful winter mountains. In the days that followed, rumors spread that the Duchess had kicked Amy out of the castle and was strictly disciplining the children. Evgenia reviews some paperwork, thinking to herself that she has grown quite used to such misunderstandings since she possesses the body of a villainess. Suddenly, Euclid's energetic aide, Delano, pops into her office to deliver a report, leaving her wondering why he didn't report directly to the Duke. She looks over to see Euclid sitting elegantly in a chair nearby, sipping tea as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Delano enthusiastically reports that he has checked the merchant guild she mentioned to sell her dowry items, calling it an incredibly impressive place. When Evgenia asks for the name of the guild, Delano explains that it is the Gold Guild, which has become highly influential despite being founded less than 10 years ago. Yevgenia smiles knowingly, realizing that the gold Anne had previously mentioned was actually the name of this highly successful merchant guild. Delano pumps his fists excitedly, mentioning that the jovial Vice Master is eager to expand their network to the north. Delano adds that the Vice Master expressed a strong desire to meet her in person to discuss details, which catches Evgenia completely off guard. While Delano talks about establishing a base in the north, Evgenia notices a steady gaze directed at her and glances sideways. Evgenia wonders why Euclid has been staring at her so intently, questioning if he has something on his mind. Euclid gazes at her with a soft, gentle expression, a light blush dusting his cheeks. Evgenia asks Euclid if he has something to tell her, prompting him to reveal that he received a message from the Magic Tower. Euclid explains that the master of the Magic Tower is deeply bothered by the fact that they gave her a pre-owned carriage, feeling they failed to keep their promise. He adds that they are offering to exchange it for a brand new magic carriage with top-tier options, though his aide mutters that the Tower Master would never care that much about a simple promise. Yevgenia firmly declines, stating she is happy with the current carriage and that they had already agreed not to take it back. Suddenly, energetic knocks echo at the door as Marianne and Dior excitedly call out for their aunt from the hallway. Yevgenia smiles warmly from her desk and invites them to come inside. The children burst into the room with bright smiles, announcing it is lunchtime and inviting her to join them in the dining hall. Evgenia is pleasantly surprised that they came to see her first before heading over to Euclid's office. As they prepare to go, Marianne quietly steals a glance back toward her uncle. Looking at Euclid, Marianne musters up her resolve, determined to finally find the courage to tell her uncle the truth today. During a warm family lunch, the children happily heap food onto Yevgenia's plate, while she smiles gently and reassures them she's doing completely fine now. Evgenia thinks to herself that the children have been serving her like this for the past few days, feeding her piece by piece while she tries to reassure them that the wound on her hand was just a tiny scratch and she is completely fine.
Dior holds up a piece of food on his fork and enthusiastically tells her, "Stay still and say ah," while Marianne happily chimes in, "Yes, ah." Suddenly, someone rushes in shouting, "Your Grace," as their footsteps echo loudly down the hall. Duke Euclid turns his head slightly in surprise, his golden hair catching the light. Yevgenia looks over with a soft smile, while Dior peeks out from behind a chair with a nervous, blushing face. The young girl, Marianne, nods with a determined and serious expression as she sits at the table. Yevgenia stands up from the dining table, confidently saying, "Pardon? I can handle him. There's no need for you to—" A dramatic aura surrounds Yevgenia as she smiles and declares, "No, I'll go meet him first. I've been curious to see his face while I was organizing the ledgers." Yevgenia smiles knowingly and adds, "Besides, your niece and nephew have something to tell you," prompting Euclid to ask in surprise, "The children?" while the kids look extremely nervous. Dior nervously clutches his shirt collar with a trembling hand, softly calling out, "Uncle." Marian looks up at her uncle with a wide-eyed, nervous expression against a beautiful pink floral backdrop. Evgenia walks down the grand, sunlit hallway, thinking to herself, Marianne must be telling Euclid everything now. She continues to reflect anxiously, "I'm a little worried, but right now I have to meet Count Viers." Walking forward with elegance and poise, Yevgenia thinks, "All I can do is cheer for Marianne in my heart." The energetic aide greets Evgenia in the hallway, saying, "My lady, Count Viers is in the drawing room right now." "Oh, did the Duke not come with you?" The aide asks with a bright, hopeful smile. "Surely you aren't planning to meet Count Viers alone, are you?" To which Evgenia calmly replies, "I am. But why do you look so happy?" Against a shimmering background of gold coins, the aide gleefully confesses, "To be honest, I've always detested how Count Viers comes every month to collect money. But today, you and the Duke are going to tell him that you won't be paying the distribution fees anymore, so of course I'm in a good mood." In a cute chibi sequence, the aide adds, "Besides, the Duke is always so soft-spoken and polite," imagining Euclid asking gently if it is all right to stop payments. He continues, "But you're scary even when you're just speaking normally, my lady. I'm already looking forward to seeing how terrified Count Viers will be of you," prompting a furious Yevgenia to snap, "What did you just say, you brat?" Evgenia asks, "Arrogant airs?" And the aide replies, "Count Viers won't be able to put on his usual arrogant airs in front of you, will he?" The aide continues seriously, "Yes, he's quite the eyesore, even if he is the maternal grandfather of the late Duke and the young lady. He subtly speaks down to the Duke, and his attitude is—" The aide sweats nervously as a terrifying dark aura surrounds Evgenia. He stammers, "Heek! It's honestly hard to tell who's the Duke and who's the Count," while Evgenia grimly notes, "I see, so that's how Count Viers has been acting?" Cracking her knuckles with a menacing smile and a raging purple aura, Evgenia vows, "Then I'll have to teach him a proper lesson." The double doors swing wide open as Yevgenia enters the grand drawing room accompanied by her maid. Inside, a bald man with a mustache stands surrounded by flowers. Evgenia shields her eyes in shock, thinking, "Ugh, my eyes, there's a light coming from his head," as the bald man mutters, "Duchess Basilian?" The bald man walks forward and bows, introducing himself. "Pleasure to meet you, Duchess. I am Count Viers. I run a fairly large merchant guild in the north." Meanwhile, Evgenia thinks to herself, "They say if you have a wicked heart, you go bald. I guess that saying is true." Count Viers continues jovially, "In truth, I held the late Duke Basilian in very high regard. Was he not the one who paved the Golden Road in the capital?" As Evgenia sweat drops, thinking, "Is this merchant really this bad at reading the room? Can he see the look on my face?" Evgenia forces a strained, icy smile, while Count Viers suddenly remembers, "Oh, right, I've brought a wedding gift for the Duchess." Count Viers gestures toward a framed painting on the table, saying, "Here, take a look at this. It's a very rare item," while Evgenia wonders, is that a painting? Evgenia steps forward to inspect the gift, thinking, "I should get a closer look." Suddenly, Evgenia's heel slips, causing her to gasp in panic, "Oh!" as she stumbles and knocks into the table. Losing her balance completely, Evgenia thinks in frustration, "I really need to throw these shoes away. This is the third time already. How can I have an accident every time I walk just a little bit?" Count Viers is left standing completely drenched in water, with a rose resting on his bald head and another on his chest. He asks in utter disbelief, "Duchess, what is the meaning of this?" Evgenia looks shocked and tries to explain herself, thinking, no, I only bumped into the vase next to the painting. How did it end up like that? As she stammers nervously, well... The staff watch in horror, with the aide thinking, is this the famous villainous behavior I've only heard rumors of? While Evgenia frantically screams inside, no, it's not. Count Veers, looking sweaty and absolutely furious, shouts, what do you think you're doing? This painting is none other than Diego Berzin's Sunrise. Yevgenia's eyes narrow as she repeats the name to herself. Diego Berzin's Sunrise? Count Veers aggressively wipes the painting, saying, yes, Sunrise in particular was sold 30 years ago and hasn't been seen by the world since. I don't know if you realize how precious. Only for Evgenia to calmly interrupt, why wouldn't I know? Against a cute pink backdrop showing a dowry carriage, Evgenia points out, it's on my dowry list, leaving Count Veers completely dumbfounded as he gasps, pardon? The aide pipes up from behind, that's right, that painting most certainly belongs to our mistress, causing Count Veers to break a sweat as he stammers, that can't be. A dark shadow falls over Evgenie's face as she leans in and whispers coldly, surely you don't think the Duke Basilian, whom you respect so much, would have given his daughter a forgery as part of her dowry? Count Veers begins to sweat profusely and stammers, this is unfair. Do you think I would dare to deceive you intentionally, Duchess? Count Veers desperately tries to excuse himself, raising his hands as he says, I was also tricked. Smiling with cool confidence, Yevgenia reflects that she has lived long enough to see a scammer feel genuinely wronged about being scammed, before turning her gaze to the man before her. Stepping dangerously close, Evgenia confronts the trembling bald man, asking him with a cold smile if it is a habit of his to pass off fakes as the real thing. Looking down with deep purple eyes filled with icy contempt, Evgenia warns the man that while such a trick might have worked when he had an accomplice inside the duchy, it is foolish and arrogant to think it would succeed now, leaving him stammering in complete denial. Suddenly, Euclid's voice cuts through the room from the doorway, calling out, wife. Count Veers gasps, Duke! As Duke Euclid walks into the drawing room with an incredibly serious and imposing expression. Euclid tells Evgenia calmly, I will take it from here. Would you mind staying with the children? To which Evgenia replies in surprise, that's... Euclid looks directly at Evgenia with an incredibly soft, warm, and reassuring expression. Evgenia blushes slightly and gently bows her head, responding, yes, I understand, as Euclid turns to face the Count. Evgenia glances back at Euclid as she prepares to leave the drawing room. Euclid flashes a bright, dazzling smile surrounded by beautiful white flowers to reassure her. Leaving the room with quiet elegance, Duchess Yevgenia casts a sharp, lingering look over her shoulder as she walks down the grand corridor. The double doors close shut behind Evgenia with a heavy thud, leaving Count Veers to nervously mutter, Duke, this is, well... In a flashback to 30 minutes ago, Euclid is shown kneeling down in front of Marianne, gently asking, Marianne, could it be that the reason you didn't tell me was because I seemed unreliable? To which Marianne tearfully replies, it's not like that. Marianne tearfully explains to her uncle that she kept the truth hidden out of fear that he would hate them, but even more so because he is incredibly precious to her, and she didn't want to make things any harder for him than they already were. Marianne expresses her deep regret and sorrow toward her uncle, clutching her dress tightly as she tearfully laments that none of this would have happened if only her father hadn't left them so foolishly. In a dark space, passionate speech bubbles cry out in a desperate protest, shouting, No, Marianne, that's not true. Euclid passionately tells Marianne that the abrupt departure of her father is actually, but he suddenly stops mid-sentence, his eye wide in sudden shock as he catches himself. Overwhelmed with self-reproach, Euclid thinks to himself in horror, what am I doing in front of the children right now? Euclid realizes he must protect the children from the burden of the past, thinking to himself that he must not tell them the truth, plant unnecessary seeds of revenge, or drag them into his personal hell, while Marianne softly calls out to him. Looking down somberly, Euclid reflects that while his brother wasn't entirely without fault, he cannot bring himself to blame him even if the rest of the world does. Euclid is struck by the painful realization that he might be the very cause of this tragedy, and he wraps Marianne and Dior in a warm, desperate embrace, crying as he sincerely apologizes to them. Holding Dior and Marianne close in a protective, tearful hug, Euclid softly tells them never to take the harsh words they've heard to heart, reminding them that they are the precious family his brother left behind and that nothing will ever change that. Looking at their uncle with bright, happy smiles, Dior excitedly tells his sister that Auntie was right, prompting a surprised Euclid to ask, Auntie? As Dior recalls Yevgenia's comforting words, Marianne holds on to her aunt tightly. Yevgenia had reassured the children that they are incredibly precious to Euclid, expressing relief that they aren't truly family with malicious people like Amy or Count Veers. The children happily voice how glad they are to be family with their uncle, their joyful laughter echoing through the room. Watching the children's beaming faces as they hold beautiful white roses, Euclid feels a deep warmth in his chest, wondering why their words are bringing him such a profound sense of comfort. Returning to the present, Count Veers trembles in fear before the imposing silhouette of Duke Euclid, frantically claiming that he only hid the young Duchess's true identity and adopted her as his daughter because the late Duke instructed him to do so. Euclid looks down with icy green eyes, demanding to know if his brother truly agreed to pay distribution fees to the earldom every month in exchange for Veers' help, and whether he also instructed the Count to reveal these dark, adult matters to the young children. Towering over the cowering Count, Euclid asks if his brother also told him to prioritize the profit of the Vyers' earldom at all times, leaving the bald merchant utterly speechless. Furious, Euclid questions if the Count truly asserted that his late sister-in-law should be grateful to live as a noble since she was born a commoner. Euclid lets out a heavy, dark sigh as a terrifying aura fills the grand drawing room. Stepping closer to the trembling merchant, Euclid demands to know who else besides Amy Vyers and the Count himself knows about this. Inwardly, Count Veers scoffs with a malicious smirk, resolving that if Euclid wants to play dirty, he has his own ways of striking back and won't go down without a fight. Euclid's gaze turns incredibly dark and menacing as he repeats his cold question, demanding to know who else is aware of the secret. Standing over the terrified Count, Euclid barks out a final, fierce order to answer him immediately. Suddenly, Count Vyers smiles inwardly, realizing he can use this secret information as leverage to gain a tight grip on Duke Ludion. With a cunning side glance, the Count prepares to play his trump card to turn the tables on the Duke. Suddenly, the double doors burst open as a panicked attendant rushes in, desperately calling out to the Count. Count Veers turns around in a fury, demanding to know how the attendant dares to barge in, only for the man to frantically report that they have a serious problem with the Merchant Guild. A group of imperial officials and guards enter the drawing room, led by a brown-haired man who introduces himself as Canis Hewen from the Imperial Treasury. Canis Hewen announces that they have received reports of the Veers Merchant Guild violating trade laws and accumulating illicit wealth, explaining that they rushed to Ludion Castle upon learning the Count was here. Euclid looks on with cold displeasure, asking if imperial officials are allowed to ignore basic etiquette and barge into a castle without the owner's permission. Canis Hewen sweats nervously and quickly explains that Duchess Evgenia herself opened the gates for them. Upon hearing this, a chibi Euclid is left completely dumbfounded, muttering in realization, "Oh, I see." In a flashback, an elegant carriage waits outside the Grand Palace gates as the staff nervously ask the visitors to wait so they can inform the master. A chibi Duchess Evgenia stands atop the panel as the butler and maid exclaim in relief that she has arrived at the perfect time to handle the commotion. Walking elegantly toward Canis Hewen, Evgenia demands to know their business, prompting Canis to bow respectfully and introduce himself as an official from the Imperial Treasury. In a comedic flashback, Canis explains that his direct superior, the exhausted young Duke Chianel Basilian, wanted to come himself but was buried in work, so he entrusted Canis to handle everything and reassure Evgenia not to worry. Canis enthusiastically vows to conduct a thorough investigation since she reported it personally, prompting a calm Evgenia to urge him to get moving. Under Evgenia's commanding authority, the grand iron gates of the castle swing wide open. Back in the present, Evgenia walks gracefully down the corridor past whispering onlookers, keeping Dior and Marianne safe by her side. Marianne looks up worriedly, asking if Count Veers is being taken away, to which Evgenia calmly confirms that he must be punished because he did something bad. Kneeling down to the children's eye level, Evgenia gently embraces Dior and comforts them with a warm, reassuring presence. Marianne and Dior look at their aunt with determined, trusting eyes, nodding in understanding. Watching them leave, Evgenia reflects grimly that Count Veers won't go down quietly and will undoubtedly try to drag Euclid's late brother and wife's reputations through the mud. Evgenia instructs her maid, Anne, to take the children to the library, and Anne politely complies. Walking back toward the drawing room where Euclid and Canis are talking, Evgenia resolves that she must protect her family and ensure a peaceful future for Marianne, Dior, and their future children. Suddenly realizing what she just thought, a blushing chibi Evgenia clutches her chest in embarrassment, scolding herself for thinking about future children when they haven't even had a proper relationship yet. Euclid stands quietly in the room, looking incredibly solemn and deep in thought.
Evgenia approaches him with a guilty expression, realizing that she should apologize for taking matters into her own hands and calling the capital without consulting him first.
Canis Hewen flashes a bright, cheerful smile as he wraps up his report. Canis explains that the investigation of the Veers Merchant Guild is mostly complete, and that Count Veers is currently locked in the castle dungeon waiting to be transferred to the capital. Canis warmly thanks them both for their cooperation, stating that the case was resolved quickly and smoothly, to which Evgenia politely replies that it was nothing. Pointing toward the framed painting on the table, Evgenia offhandedly mentions that the Count was trying to scam her just a moment ago, shocking Canis. Evgenia explains with a sigh that the Count tried to present a forged painting as a gift, realizing with a shocked gasp that he might have actually been trying to sell her a fake. Yevgenia sighs deeply, noting how furious her father and brother would be to hear that her dowry was used in a scam, while Canis furiously vows to ensure the Count pays dearly for his disgraceful crimes. Evgenia smiles and promises to tell her brother about Canis's excellent work, causing the young official to pump his fist in absolute delight and embarrassment. Suddenly, Euclid leans in right behind Evgenia, calling her name and causing her to flinch in surprise. Looking up at him nervously, Evgenia apologizes for making such a big scene, explaining that she discovered financial discrepancies while organizing the ledgers before she even spoke to the children. Euclid gently reaches out and taps Yevgenia's chin, tenderly telling her to raise her head. Holding her gaze with deep affection, Euclid reassures her that she has no need to apologize, knowing that everything she did was for the sake of the duchy. Looking down with a gentle gaze, Euclid smiles warmly, but his pleasant thoughts are quickly interrupted as a sudden concern crosses his mind. Looking at her husband with deep sincerity, Evgenia softly thanks him for listening to the children and protecting them from getting hurt. Looking like a blushing angel with wings, a chibi Euclid smiles softly as a heavily blushing chibi Evgenia tries to hide her face in absolute embarrassment. Determined to protect the duchy, Evgenia tells Euclid not to worry about Count Veers, noting that the Count won't go down quietly and resolving to never let him get away. Gently interrupting her, a smiling Euclid tells Yevgenia that he knows what she is trying to say, urging her to leave everything to him and not worry herself any further. Although she remains silent, Evgenia is left wondering what Euclid is planning to do, noting that he has been incredibly busy lately and feeling that she is better suited for handling this matter anyway. Standing close together in the warm light, Euclid gently takes Evgenia's gloved hand into his own, holding it with deep tenderness and care. Blushing furiously at his sudden affectionate gesture, Evgenia thinks to herself that what he's doing is completely unfair, while a worried Euclid asks if she is feeling unwell. Screaming in absolute fangirl panic inside her mind, a chibi Evgenia clutches her head, thinking that she can never say no when her favorite person looks at her with such affectionate eyes. Deep in the castle dungeons, the sound of furious shouting echoes from behind the bars. Count Veers angrily blames Amy, shouting that this entire mess happened because she couldn't keep her mouth shut and reminding her that she will be punished for breaking the law. Trembling in fear behind the iron bars, Amy frantically retorts that her father even tried to scam the Duchess with a forged painting, expressing her deep embarrassment. Hearing her words, Count Veers barks back in a fury, demanding to know how she dares speak to her father that way as footsteps approach. Duke Euclid stands quietly outside the dungeon cell, looking coldly down at the cowering Count Veers through the iron bars. Clinging desperately to the cell bars, Count Veers tearfully begs Euclid for help, pleading that their families have a long history of trading together and claiming he truly didn't know the painting was a fake. Desperately trying to shift the blame, Count Veers frantically claims that his foolish daughter was the one who said those strange things to the children without his permission, leaving Amy completely shocked and gasping, "Father?" Smiling with a sudden, cunning sneer, Count Veers maliciously reminds Euclid that the late young Duke shared his vision, asserting that the entire world already knows the Duke's nephews as his grandchildren. Standing tall in the dark dungeon, Euclid looks down with icy indifference, explaining that he only came to confirm one more time who else knows the secret regarding his late brother and sister-in-law. Confident in his leverage, Count Veers scoffs and claims that only the two of them know for now, but warns that if they are sent to the capital, the entire empire will find out that the Duke's nephews are the children of a commoner and a traitor. Showing a small, cold smile, Euclid holds up a glowing blue magic recording stone as he asks, "Is that so?" Count Veers' smirk instantly vanishes as he is suddenly choked by an invisible, dark magical force, gasping in sudden horror as he is treated like a common fraud. Seeing her father suddenly choked by the terrifying dark aura, a horrified Amy gasps out in panic, while a dark shadow looms over her. Standing tall outside the bars as a menacing dark silhouette, Euclid addresses a trembling Lady Veers with icy coldness. Looking down with menacing, shadowy eyes, Euclid tells her coldly that she has told the innocent children far too many things they didn't need to know. Euclid raises his hand as a dark magical aura surrounds him, stating with absolute coldness that he has no intention of letting them off easily, and telling her to resent him instead of the children. As the magical aura fades, the heavy iron cell doors close shut with a sharp, echoing clank. Suddenly, the strain of using his magic takes a heavy toll as Euclid gasps in pain, coughing up dark red blood into his handkerchief while breathing heavily. Standing inside a luxurious room, a person disguised in a ridiculously bright rainbow wig and star-shaped sunglasses tells Euclid that he must be dying for an early grave. Looking at the visitor with deep annoyance, Euclid asks what is up with the weird wig and glasses and demands to know why he is still here, to which the visitor proudly retorts that Euclid has no taste in fashion. Walking over to the sofa where the visitor has removed his wig to reveal his wavy brown hair, Euclid asks when he dyed his hair again. The annoyed Tower Master loudly complains that Euclid only called him over to borrow magic tools and is now kicking him out, insisting he has something important to say. Placing the magic recording stone onto the table, Euclid casually returns the magic tools and thanks him, prompting the Tower Master to complain about his ungrateful attitude. Collapsing exhaustedly onto the golden sofa, Euclid rests his hand on his forehead, while a chibi Tower Master frantically scolds him for not taking the medicine he was given. When Euclid calmly replies that he finished the entire bottle, the chibi Tower Master screams in absolute disbelief, shocked that Euclid already went through the whole bottle in such a short amount of time. The Tower Master worries deeply, asking Euclid if he has already changed his mind about wanting to live long enough to see his young nephews grow up. From a bird's-eye view of the elegant drawing room, Euclid explains calmly that it was an emergency, so he had no choice but to use all of it. Crossing his arms in frustration, the wavy-haired Tower Master explains that using silence magic alone is already a heavy strain, but since Euclid went ahead and manipulated their memories, his body cannot handle his own mana, which is causing him to cough up blood. Looking away silently, Euclid asks if the Tower Master was following him, prompting the Master to smugly reply that he can easily read the traces of magic left behind. Letting out a heavy sigh, Euclid reluctantly says he understands, which only frustrates the Tower Master more as he demands to know why Euclid isn't asking for more medicine if he is completely out. Sitting across from each other as chibis, Euclid points out that the medicine isn't free anyway, just like how the lie detector tool was lent for a price. The Tower Master panics and yells that Euclid will literally die if he doesn't take the medicine. Sighing in defeat, a trembling chibi Tower Master reluctantly holds out a purple potion bottle, offering it for free just this once and urging Euclid to take it before he changes his mind. As the purple potion bottle sits sparkling on the marble table, the Tower Master shifts the topic, asking if Euclid spoke to his wife about swapping her carriage for a mana carriage. Euclid smiles warmly and happily reports that Yevgenia said she is perfectly fine with the carriage she currently has, which drives the Tower Master absolutely crazy. Sweat dropping in sheer desperation, the Tower Master frantically begs Euclid to try persuading her again, offering to give them 2 mana carriages at a loss. Inwardly, he panics, thinking that he absolutely must recover the secret payment he hid inside that specific carriage. Looking at him with a deadpan stare, Euclid points out that offering 2 carriages will only make his wife find the situation even more suspicious, while the desperate Tower Master begs him to bring it up naturally by using the free medicine as leverage. Euclid casually leans back on the sofa, noting that this is the strangest thing the Tower Master has ever said, while the exhausted Master grumbles to himself about how difficult the couple is to handle. Suddenly, a polite knock on the double doors interrupts their conversation as a voice calls out, asking if the Duke is inside. Startled by her sudden arrival, a chibi Euclid and chibi Tower Master jump up in surprise, realizing that Evgenia has arrived. Quick-wittedly, Euclid suggests that since she is here anyway, the Tower Master should just talk to her directly. Standing up from the sofa in a panic, the Tower Master frantically refusing to face the clever Duchess himself. Fading away as he quickly retreats, the Tower Master desperately whispers a final plea for Euclid to make sure he persuades her to swap the carriage. Euclid steps up to the door and opens it, welcoming his wife with a gentle smile as he asks what brings her there. Evgenia stands elegantly at the door with a warm smile, accompanied by a cheering Marianne and Dior who joyfully chant that they want to go eat food. Euclid looks down with a soft, slightly melancholic expression as he gazes at his wife, Evgenia. Observing his family, Euclid thinks to himself how glad he is that the children are opening their hearts to Yevgenia, but his thoughts are interrupted as she suddenly looks up and notices something on his face. Gazing closely at him, Evgenia asks in sudden concern if that is blood on his face, while Euclid looks back at her in startled surprise. Raising her hand, Evgenia gently reaches out with her black-gloved hand to wipe away the blood from Euclid's lip. Smiling warmly at him, Evgenia gently tells Euclid that his lip is cut, explaining that must be the reason why he is bleeding. Euclid stands completely frozen and blushing, utterly captivated by his wife's tender touch and warm, loving smile. As a chibi Evgenia mutters to herself that it's a waste to see him bleeding, a confused chibi Euclid asks her to pardon him, prompting her to quickly correct herself by saying she meant it must hurt. Behind them, a smiling Dior is shushed by Marianne, who holds her finger to her lips and tells him to be quiet as they secretly spy on the couple. Looking at his blushing wife with a warm smile, Euclid hears the children giggling and shouting that they should run, realization dawning on him that they were being watched. As they walk through the grand hallways with the children running ahead, Evgenia asks Euclid if he has given any thought to what she mentioned last time, to which he curiously asks which matter she is referring to. Evgenia explains that she was referring to her proposal of making her personal guard the knight commander of the Ludian Duchy and properly forming a formal knight order by recruiting new knights. Hearing her words, a chibi Euclid recalls the image of Evgenia's stern personal guard standing with his men, softly gasping in realization. Yevgenia reassures him that if he's worried about the cost, the duchy's debt will soon be paid off, arguing that even though the northern crime rate is low, it is best to establish a strong security foundation for the castle and the estate now. Seeing Euclid remain silent, Evgenia looks down with a saddened expression, wondering if her proposal is indeed too difficult to implement. Looking at his wife's disappointed face, Euclid thinks to himself that she isn't wrong about establishing a knight order, but his mind drifts to the heavy burdens and ancestral secrets he carries. Euclid reflects on the strict ancestral mandates passed down since the first Duke Ludian. First, never to trade with the capital, and second, never to allow anyone from outside the north into their inner circle. He recalls how Count Vyers was granted the exclusive right to operate a merchant guild in the north solely out of deep respect for the first Duke's ancient wishes. However, since Count Vyers chose to abandon his responsibilities to chase excessive profits, Euclid admits to himself that he had already begun to feel skeptical about strictly keeping those outdated mandates. Suddenly, the worried voices of Marianne and Dior pull Euclid out of his thoughts as they look up and ask if their uncle is doing okay. Euclid continues to ponder, noting that today, the Imperial Knights and armed soldiers had managed to easily enter the very castle he had believed was entirely safe and secure. Balling his hand into a tight fist, Euclid resolves that while their targets this time weren't his precious family, he cannot be certain they will remain safe next time if he doesn't take action. Looking at Evgenia with absolute determination, Euclid tells her that he will follow her opinion and promises to issue an official notice to recruit more knights the very next day. As he makes his decision, Euclid watches his wife with a steady gaze, thinking to himself that the traditional vassals will surely be horrified when they hear this sudden news. Overjoyed by his decision, Evgenia smiles radiantly amidst a flurry of flowers, happily thanking her duke and declaring that he will definitely not regret it. The next day, the leader of a mercenary group bows respectfully and greets the duke, announcing that they are the mercenary group Black and have come all this way after hearing the news of the recruitment. Welcoming them warmly, Euclid thanks them for applying to the Ludian Knight Order, acknowledging that it must have been a very rough and exhausting journey through the northern mountains. Standing nearby, Evgenia grits her teeth in immense frustration, thinking to herself that the mercenary group Gold, whom she hired to help liquidate her dowry, has also arrived, cursing why they all had to show up at the exact same time. Looking at the hooded figures, Evgenia panics inwardly, wondering why on earth the notorious assassin guild from the original story has come all this way to join the Ludian Knight Order. As the hooded mercenaries sweat nervously and whisper among themselves that the Duchess looks ready to explode, Evgenia fumes inwardly, wishing they would stop subtly hinting that they already know her. But for Evgenia, the most pressing and terrifying problem of all lies elsewhere, as she gazes at a certain individual among the recruits. Looking at a hooded, pink-haired young man with glowing red eyes, Evgenia thinks in utter shock and panic, wondering why on earth Richard is standing here. Gazing down at the crowd, Evgenia's mind races as she stares intensely at Richard, the formidable figure from the original story. She recalls the moment right after she had first possessed Evgenia's body, remembering how she had visited him in his dark cell. She remembers how she had handed him a pouch of money and set him free, doing everything she could to ensure he wouldn't turn into a dangerous future threat to her. She laments to herself that after going through all that immense trouble to set him free, he has not only returned to the castle on his own, but is now actively trying to join their ranks. Feeling the sheer intensity of his red-eyed gaze, Evgenia panics internally, wondering why on earth Richard is glaring at her as if he wants to devour her whole. Standing beside her husband, a deeply stressed Evgenia thinks to herself that this situation is incredibly flustering, leaving her completely at a loss for what she should do next. Noticing her distress, Euclid gently asks his wife if she is feeling unwell, prompting Evgenia to offer a forced laugh and reassure him that it is only a slight headache and nothing serious. Hearing Euclid's words, the hooded recruits gasp and whisper in sheer shock, wondering if they just heard the Duke refer to their formidable captain as his wife, questioning if everyone has completely lost their minds. While Euclid asks Evgenia what her decision is regarding the recruits, she glares at the sweating mercenaries who panic that she is about to blow, while she mentally commands them to stop making it so obvious they are connected. Stepping forward with a gentle smile, Euclid addresses the gathered recruits, thanking them for applying to become part of the Ludian Ducal Knights. Sir Gressel Pion stands firmly holding his halberd as Euclid explains that their admission will be decided alongside their captain, starting with a skills test followed by a secondary background check. Euclid politely adds that since the Ludian Knights are only in the early stages of establishing their foundation, they might not be able to offer a high salary initially. Listening to him speak, the hooded female recruits blush furiously, utterly charmed by how incredibly handsome the Duke is and how incredibly gentle his voice sounds. Euclid smiles warmly and elegantly, looking like an absolute angel surrounded by a brilliant halo of yellow flowers. Completely captivated by his charm, the leader of the group raises his fist and passionately declares that as long as they can enter Ludion, they don't care even if they don't get to become knights. Watching them swoon over her husband, a chibi Evgenia sweat drops and thinks to herself in dry amusement that these mercenaries have completely fallen head over heels for Euclid.
A chibi Euclid suggests that they can begin the skills test immediately, asking where they left their weapons, to which the recruits reply that they left them on the racks at the training grounds.
Curiously, Euclid asks why they did that, prompting the recruit to explain that they didn't want to startle the noble children present, noting that while rare, accidents can still happen during sparring. Hearing this, a blushing chibi Dior clutches Marianne's arm but bravely shouts out that he is perfectly fine and not scared at all, trying his best to look tough.
Stepping forward, Evgenia says with a gentle smile that while Dior's courage is impressive, she admits that she is actually a little scared herself, which completely shocks the young boy.
Walking with her husband, Yevgenia explains that she is quite afraid of sharp, pointy weapons, but reassures him that she feels much better when she is surrounded by other people. Looking deeply concerned, Euclid tells his wife that he had no idea and apologizes for being inconsiderate, urging her to go inside and rest while he handles the rest, though she desperately protests that she wants to stay by his side. As a chibi Evgenia sweat drops in confusion, the children eagerly grab her hands and declare that they will gladly protect and escort her inside, leaving a startled Euclid behind. In the quiet hallway of the castle, a worried voice echoes as someone tentatively speaks to the Duke, questioning if the current plan is truly the right course of action. Holding a stack of documents, a stressed aide Delano reviews the list of applicants, pointing out that they consist of people from the slums, refugees from fallen kingdoms, and embezzlers, arguing that they are forming a gang of thugs rather than a proper knighthood. Raising the papers in exasperation, a flabbergasted Delano points out to Euclid that there is even a former slave among the new recruits applying to join their ranks. As they review the profile of a mysterious hooded applicant, Delano asks Euclid if he confirmed that the man's slave mark was properly removed, to which Euclid replies that it was erased cleanly and notes the man must have met a very kind master. Euclid recalls how the pink-haired former slave moved during the skills test, noting that even to his untrained eyes, the man possessed incredible skill and might even be stronger than the knight captain himself. Pointing to the applications on the desk, Delano admits that the submitted documents seem truthful, but asks Euclid what he intends to do next, prompting the Duke to ask for his aide's personal thoughts on the matter. Looking deeply troubled, a sweating chibi Delano reflects that while he knew it would be difficult to form a knighthood using only Northerners, he never expected the applicant pool to be so full of criminals. Looking at Euclid with deep worry, Delano honestly confesses his concern that these dangerous recruits might bring great harm to the ducal house, prompting the Duke to listen thoughtfully. Staring down at his desk, Euclid contemplates the situation deeply, thinking to himself that for some mysterious reason, he feels a strange sense of certainty. Smiling warmly and gently, Euclid looks up and reassuringly tells Delano that he does not believe these recruits will bring any harm to the House of Ludian.
Inside Evgenia's secret dressing room, her subordinates from her secret organizations drop to their knees and bow respectfully as they greet their captain.
Kneeling before his savior, a hooded Richard bows his head in deep respect, while a stressed chibi Evgenia thinks to herself that this long-awaited moment has finally arrived.
Massaging her temple in immense frustration, Evgenia sighs deeply, thinking to herself that she had already suspected the original Evgenia was far more than just a simple villainess obsessed with the crown prince. Looking around her grand dressing room, Evgenia reflects on her maid Anne's incredible efficiency, noting how unusual it is for a noble lady's room to be overflowing with such highly advanced and expensive magic tools. Staring at her loyal subordinates, Evgenia's mind races as she realizes she is not only the head of Gold, the merchant group actively pursuing the Basilian merchant group, but also the master of Black, the notorious assassin guild feared even by the imperial family. Sitting on her sofa while her subordinates kneel, a sweating and panicked Evgenia realizes that if anyone discovers her secret organizations, she will instantly be targeted as a massive threat to the empire, prompting her worried subordinates to ask if she is all right. Quickly clearing her throat to regain her composure, Evgenia tells her startled subordinates that they all worked hard to travel all this way to the northern estate. Looking deeply moved, the subordinates whisper among themselves in gratitude, tearfully discussing how benevolent and soft their captain has become, recalling how she took them in and saved them when the Edhem kingdom fell. A chibi Evgenia blushes in immense embarrassment as her subordinates passionately recount how she saved them from unfair imprisonment and generously provided for their families and the poor children in the slums. Coughing awkwardly into her hand, a blushing Evgenia tries to quiet them down, prompting her bowing subordinates to quickly apologize for speaking out of turn. Looking up at her with earnest expressions, the subordinates shyly offer their belated but sincere congratulations to her on her sudden marriage to the Duke. Offering a warm and pleasant smile, Evgenia graciously thanks them and gently steers the conversation back to business, asking what they have to report. The leader explains that they have prepared this month's revenue, operations, and investment report for the Golden Merchant Group, noting that it is much longer than usual due to their successful expansion across the empire. Yevgenia reaches out with her elegant, black-gloved hand and takes the thick stack of financial documents, ready to review her merchant group's progress. Flipping through the reports, Evgenia thinks to herself that the House of Basilian has no idea about her secret merchant group, marveling at how young the original Evgenia must have been when she first started running such a massive enterprise at only 22 years old. Recalling the smug image of Content Prince from the original story, Evgenia reflects that given her immense power and wealth, she finds it hard to believe the original novel setting, claiming she was hopelessly obsessed with him. Passing the papers, Evgenia reviews the successful completion of this month's requests as her subordinate prepares to deliver his final, most critical update. The subordinate explains that while their upcoming official admission into the Ludian Knights will make this report irrelevant soon, he must report on the activities of their group's new master for the time being. Looking up with glowing red eyes, a solemn Richard stands ready as the subordinate officially introduces him as the newly appointed master of the Assassin Guild, Black. Speaking in a low, intense voice, Richard looks directly at Evgenia and asks if she was simply testing his capabilities this entire time. Kneeling before her, Richard reminds Evgenia of the moment she freed him when he knew nothing, recalling how she specifically told him who he needed to target for his revenge, leaving her completely stunned. Staring at him in utter shock and disbelief, Evgenia's mind races as she tries to process the sudden revelation that the original Evgenia was the one who spoke to Richard about taking revenge. Looking into Richard's glowing red eyes, Evgenia recalls the critical hidden lore from the original story regarding the secret of his birth. She reflects on the shocking truth that Richard, who was abandoned and sold into slavery, is actually the biological half-brother of the current emperor. Remembering how she visited his dark cell to free him, Evgenia realizes she knew she was the one who saved the imperial bastard from the slave market, but she never imagined the original host had actively plotted revenge with him. Recalling her past life where she read the webtoon on her phone, the transmigrated protagonist remembers how she used to find Evgenia's tragic exit confusing, recalling how the villainess broke into the palace right before Richard assassinated the emperor. She remembers how Kaiden discovered the assassination and framed Evgenia, leading to her swift arrest and lifetime imprisonment in the deep imperial dungeon. She recalls how the imperial forces seized all lands and assets belonging to the House of Basilia, stripping them of their honor and founding titles in a sea of flames.
Sitting in her modern room in her past life, she remembers wondering if such a brutal and forced exit was truly necessary for a satisfying plot development in the novel. Gulping in sudden, terrifying realization, Evgenia starts to connect all the pieces of the puzzle, realizing that the hidden details of the original story finally make perfect sense. She reflects on her ownership of Gold, the merchant group pursuing her own family, and Black, the incredibly powerful assassin guild at her beck and call. She considers the tragic past of Richard, an abandoned imperial prince who calls her master and eagerly seeks his bloody revenge against the throne. Staring at the grand, glowing magical crest before her, Evgenia realizes that all of these clues point to a single, shocking conclusion that changes everything. Holding her sword with absolute intensity, Evgenia comes to the horrifying realization that her character's crimes weren't a frame-up, and that the original Evgenia was actually plotting a massive rebellion. Staring at the glowing magical circle behind her, the realization sinks in that the severe crimes pinned on her body in the original story were entirely justified. Looking on with her sharp purple eyes, Yevgenia is left in suspense, wondering what deep and hidden motive drove the original villainess to try to start a rebellion in the first place. Reflecting on the deep connection of events, Evgenia realizes that the original host's actions must have been fueled by a deep-seated loathing for both her family and the crown prince. Though she has no immediate way of finding out the exact truth, she recognizes that the most dangerous person right now is Richard, who had plotted the entire rebellion with Evgenia. One of her loyal subordinates from her secret organization questions her, expressing confusion as to why they are recruiting knights for House Ludium instead of taking over the underworld after crushing the Black Market's assassin guild. Yevgenia asks if he is unhappy with her decision, to which the startled man quickly reassures her that he doesn't mind it at all. Dropping to his knees, the subordinate deeply apologizes and vows never to question her decisions ever again. Evgenia calls out to Richard, who nervously responds in surprise. Looking at him with deep sincerity, Yevgenia gently tells Richard that whether he chooses to pursue his revenge or walk away, she wants him to live his life doing exactly what he wants. Stunned by her unexpected kindness, Richard looks down, questioning if he is truly allowed to do what he wants. When Evgenia warmly confirms that he can do anything as long as it isn't bad, Richard looks like he is about to burst into tears of overwhelming joy and relief. Overcome with emotion, the pink-haired boy's face flushes as tears well up in his eyes, deeply moved by his savior's benevolence. Confused by his reaction, Evgenia pauses and nervously wonders what she could have said to make him react this way. Sobbing softly, Richard wipes his tears with his gloved hand and begs her to let him stay by her side instead of pursuing his revenge. Evgenia is shocked that Richard is willing to abandon his revenge just to stay with her, realizing that with the strained ties between House Ludion and the Imperial family, Richard might actually be her ultimate wildcard. She accepts his plea, but a thrilled Richard immediately offers to gouge out his own eyes as a solemn vow of loyalty. Startled, Evgenia sweat drops and flatly refuses, sweating in disbelief as she wonders just how much of a ruthless tyrant the original Evgenia was to inspire such extreme loyalty. Shifting her focus, Yevgenia tells Richard that she has an important task for him to carry out. Sitting elegantly in her lounge, she instructs him to spread specific, carefully crafted rumors throughout the imperial capital. 1 week later in the busy capital, gossip spreads like wildfire among the commoners about a northern merchant guild that supposedly monopolized and distributed daily necessities. The rumors detail how Duchess Evgenia herself reported the corrupt guild to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, prompting Lord Chionel to personally order a swift investigation. At a noble gathering, aristocrats whisper in disbelief about how House Ludion was foolishly paying distribution fees to that corrupt guild for an entire decade. Other nobles point out that if a guild was monopolizing essentials in the desolate north, it is only natural to ask why the imperial family never sent any subsidies or relief supplies to help the region. Gossip continues as people murmur that the imperial family not only ignored the Nord's plight, but they didn't even bother reducing their heavy taxes. Looking down from a balcony, a noble agrees that it is only natural for the empire to provide some support to such a desolate and struggling region. Back in the imperial palace, the emperor lets out a heavy, stressed sigh, deeply troubled by the rising public unrest. Sitting at his grand desk, the emperor demands to know what the political opposition is saying, to which his aide replies that public opinion is blaming the crisis on the empire's discrimination against the north. Furious, the emperor argues that the northerners were the ones who refused to cooperate, before angrily asking if they have captured the mastermind behind the rumors. The aide nervously admits that the instigators left absolutely no traces behind, prompting the emperor to ask if they have investigated the Basilian family. The aide reports that there has been no movement from the House of Basilian and suspects a mysterious third party is at play, leaving the emperor deep in thought. The Emperor recalls the recent attack on the assassin guild that ruled the underworld, realizing that while a power struggle would make sense, these culprits have kept their faces completely hidden. With a sharp glare, the Emperor thinks to himself that there is even more troubling matter weighing on his mind. He recalls the pink-haired boy, Richard, whom he threw into the slave market, noting with frustration that they never found out who purchased the imperial bastard. Massaging his temple, the Emperor wonders if the buyer of the boy and the mastermind behind the current rumors could possibly be the exact same person. Clenching his fist in absolute fury, he wonders who on earth would dare to plot against him in such a calculated manner. Trying to regain his composure, the Emperor asks for the final verdict of the guild's trial, and the aide confirms that they were found guilty and received the maximum sentence. The aide explains that the culprits have been stripped of their titles and sentenced to hard labor in the mines, with all their confiscated properties being transferred to House Ludian. The Emperor clicks his tongue in annoyance, displeased that House Ludian is gaining even more wealth and room to breathe on top of the riches they already received from the Basilian family. The aide hesitantly adds that there is more to the story, prompting the Emperor to ask what else could have happened. The aide explains that during the trial, the northern criminal desperately pleaded his innocence and claimed he did not act alone regarding the distribution fees from House Ludian. Leaning forward with a cold gaze, the Emperor demands to know who the criminal named as his accomplice. Sweating nervously, the aide confesses that despite his desperation, the criminal refused to say a single name. The aide explains that the criminal acted as if his partner was someone of such terrifying power that he simply couldn't handle betraying them. Holding his head in deep frustration, the Emperor realizes that at this rate, the rumors will make everyone believe he was the mastermind behind the scheme, and he cannot easily deny it. Deciding that things must change, the Emperor asks his aide for an update on the Crown Prince's current status. Looking at a strategic map, the aide reports that Crown Prince Kaiden is wrapping up the war with the Kingdom of Aruan and plans to continue his march into the neighboring Duchy of Demandra. Holding his pen, the Emperor decides that once Kaiden returns, he must throw a victory banquet grander than ever before to distract the public. He calculates that while everyone is distracted by the lavish celebration, he will keep his head down, knowing the satisfied commoners will sing the praises of the imperial family. The Emperor hands a document to his aide, ordering him to send it to the Crown Prince immediately as an urgent dispatch. Deep in the southern region of the Aruhin Kingdom, a large war camp is established amidst towering rocky mountains. Beside his horse, the battle-worn, red-haired Crown Prince Kaiden listens as his soldier reports that the unit commanders will soon arrive for a critical strategy meeting. As Kaiden prepares for the meeting, a soldier runs up to him in a panic, calling out to His Highness with urgent news. Crown Prince Kaiden, battle-worn and covered in blood, looks at his soldier and asks if they are under attack. The soldier quickly reassures him that it is not an enemy ambush. Out of breath, the soldier excitedly tells Kaiden that he just received a letter from his wife in the capital, full of juicy news that he wanted to share with him right away. The soldier reveals the shocking gossip that the Basilian princess has finally gotten married, causing Kaiden's face to stiffen in sheer disbelief. Stunned by the unexpected news, Kaiden asks for confirmation, wanting to know if Lady Basilian really did get married. The soldier cheerfully confirms it, reminding Kaiden that she was the lady who used to obsessively follow and harass him, and remarks that they should rejoice now that she has finally given up and married someone else. Gritting his teeth with a terrifyingly dark expression, a furious Kaiden coldly orders the soldier to shut up. Drawing his sword and pointing it directly at the startled soldier's throat, Kaiden angrily asks how he dares to spout such nonsense, muttering to himself in disbelief about how she could leave him behind. Glaring with intense, bloodshot eyes, Kaiden feels a surge of possessive fury, unable to accept that she would actually marry another man. Kaiden recalls how, before setting out for the war, he had sent a formal proposal to Duke Basilian's niece and even ordered a custom engagement ring to be crafted for Yevgenia. He desperately questions whether Evgenia really thought she could cast him aside so easily, imagining her wedding to another man in a state of complete denial. Trembling with deep-seated anger, Kaiden refuses to believe she would ever dare to marry someone else. Terrified, with a blade at his throat, the sweating soldier begs Kaiden to calm down, explaining that his wife wrote it in a letter and suggesting he summon Lord Basilian to verify it himself. Lowering his weapon slightly, Kaiden coldly commands them to bring Lord Basilian to his tent immediately. Alexis Basilian enters the tent, saluting and formally greeting Kaiden as the commander of the 5th Battalion. Without warning, Kaiden thrusts his sword at Alexis's throat, commanding him to speak for himself, leaving Alexis completely bewildered. Alexis stands frozen, wondering why he was summoned so suddenly out of the blue, only to be met with such a hostile, intense atmosphere. Keeping his sword leveled, Kaiden demands to know if Alexis, being family, knows about what happened to Yevgenia. Alexis looks back blankly as Kaiden asks if he has heard the news about his sister getting married. The other soldier nervously laughs, sweating profusely as he desperately hopes Alexis will say it is all just a baseless rumor. To everyone's shock, Alexis calmly confirms that the news of his sister's marriage is indeed true, leaving the room in a stunned, heavy silence. A quiet, somber transition showing a reflection of tree branches on the ground as Alexis prepares to explain the situation. In a chibi flashback, Alexis recalls Evgenia telling him to keep quiet about her plans, but decides that since the news has already reached the front lines, everyone in the capital must know, and it is fine to tell the prince. Kaden demands to know who on earth Evgenia married, and Alexis reveals that her new husband is Duke Ludion of the North. Caden's mind races with anger, wondering if sending a proposal to his niece had offended Duke Basilian, and if the Duke had forced Evgenia into this marriage. Alexis quickly corrects him, revealing that it was actually his sister who insisted on getting married first. Caden's eye twitches in absolute shock as the word impossible echoes in his mind. He flashes back to the moment Evgenia coldly told him that she was going to marry someone else, declaring that she had completely moved on from her feelings for him and would no longer bother him. Seeing Kaiden clenching his fist so hard that blood begins to drip, the panic-stricken soldiers frantically search for a handkerchief to stop the bleeding, asking Alexis if he has one. Alexis halts nervously, admitting he has one, prompting the desperate soldier to demand he hand it over immediately. Alexis looks down in silence, staring at the bandage-wrapped handkerchief on his hand with a conflicted expression. The blonde soldier teasingly asks if his lover gave him that handkerchief since he cannot seem to take his eyes off it, which Alexis blushingly and vigorously denies. Flushing bright pink, a flustered Alexis clears his throat nervously, trying to hide his embarrassment.
The soldiers watch in absolute horror as a dark, menacing aura surrounds Kaiden upon hearing that the handkerchief belonged to Alexis's sister.
Kaiden lets out a chilling, maniacal laugh as the grim realization sinks in. He recalls that the pattern and embroidery on the handkerchief he received from Evgenia were completely different from her actual handiwork. His blood boils as he realizes that the handkerchief she had gifted him as a token of affection wasn't even hers to begin with. Staring into the darkness, Kaiden realizes that Evgenia had planned to stab him in the back and completely sever ties with him from the very start. Clenching his bleeding hand tightly, Kaiden smiles with chilling madness, whispering that she truly refuses to lose to him even once. Suddenly, a soldier bursts into the war tent with an urgent dispatch from the Imperial Palace. Kaiden sits in brooding silence as he reads the Emperor's letter ordering him to return home for a victory banquet. With glowing, bloodthirsty eyes, Kaiden orders all current operational plans scrapped and demands they rebuild their strategy from scratch to end the war and return home immediately. Meanwhile, a loud, joyful scream echoes from the grand and elegant Ludian mansion in the snowy north. Inside her office, Evgenia throws her arms up in absolute ecstasy, cheering that the massive family debt has finally been paid off. Stretching her arms after her hard work, she remarks that she thought it would be a piece of cake, but is amazed that it took almost 2 entire weeks. She looks at the towering stacks of paperwork, noting that because the previous duke's debts had accumulated over so many years, the list of creditors alone was several pages long. She reflects on how satisfying it was to have all of Count Veyer's illegally amassed assets confiscated and returned to the Ludian estate, calling the ruling a massive relief. Clasping her hands together with hearts in her eyes, Evgenia gushes over her favorite character, Euclid, praising him for handling such a difficult task so flawlessly. Walking elegantly down a brightly lit corridor, Evgenia notes that she has successfully opened the Basilian trading post in the north and established a branch of the gold faction in the Ludian territory. Smiling warmly, she looks at a portrait of her and her favorite, Shianal, vowing to walk a path of flowers and happiness together with him. Standing by the window and looking out at the snowy landscape, she reflects that although they have spent a lot of time together and the mood has been pleasant, there is still a lingering sense of uncertainty. Feeling a bit down, Evgenia reflects on the awkward distance that remains between herself and Euclid, but she is suddenly interrupted by a knock at her office door. Startled by the knock, Evgenia quickly shakes off her melancholy thoughts, realizing she doesn't have time to dwell on her worries right now. Recalling that she and Euclid are scheduled to visit the gallery where the Ludian family portraits are kept today, Evgenia hastily checks herself in the mirror and happily calls out that she is coming. Approaching the door with a bright expression, Evgenia begins to open it to greet Euclid. To her surprise, Euclid is holding the young children, who excitedly shout that they want to come along to the gallery as well. Euclid warmly explains that since the gallery is such a significant place, he thought it would be wonderful to bring the kids, leaving a disappointed Evgenia completely speechless. As they start walking down the corridor, Evgenia looks at Euclid carrying the children and wonders why she feels so hollow inside, despite knowing his decision is perfectly reasonable. With a sudden realization, Evgenia gasps as she realizes that she and Euclid have hardly ever spent any intimate one-on-one time together since they married. She remembers they were only alone once in the bridal waiting room and once in her room after the wedding, but not a single time since. She recalls how she worked up the courage after dinner the previous evening to ask him directly if he would join her in visiting the gallery of past Ludian lords. Puzzled and a bit hurt, Evgenia wonders if Euclid is simply uncomfortable being left alone with her, or if there is another reason for his distance. Feeling a bit dejected, Evgenia looks down with a sad, wistful expression on her face as she walks behind them. Noticing her silence, Euclid turns to ask what is wrong, prompting Evgenia to quickly mask her disappointment with a bright laugh and tell him it is nothing. Walking down the hall, she reminds herself not to rush things, considering Euclid must still be under immense hidden pressure from the imperial family. Evgenia resolves to work even harder to make the Ludian territory prosperous so they can finally escape the imperial family's cold ostracization. Carrying the young boy on his shoulders, Euclid turns back toward Evgenia with a gentle and warm smile. Entering the grand gallery, Euclid gestures toward a large painting and explains that it is the portrait of the previous Duke Ludian, featuring his father, mother, older brother, and himself. Looking closely at the portrait of Euclid's father, Evgenia is struck by how cold, stern, and intimidating he looks compared to Euclid's warm and gentle impression. Euclid turns to Evgenia and softly remarks that he doesn't really look much like the rest of his family, and she awkwardly agrees. Observing the portraits of previous lords, Evgenia notes that everyone in Euclid's family possesses blunt, stubborn expressions, and the only similarity is their dull blonde hair. Euclid quietly adds that while his father had a cold face, he was always infinitely warm and loving toward him until the day he passed away. Seeing a gloomy shadow fall over Euclid's face, Evgenia immediately worries that she might have said something insensitive to upset him. Looking at Euclid's somber expression, Evgenia recalls a crucial rumor that her maid Anne had mentioned to her in the past. She remembers Anne explaining that the emperor secretly harbors deep resentment toward the north and quietly wishes for the ruin of the Ludian family. She recalls that 5 years ago, when Euclid inherited the dukedom, the original novel briefly mentioned that the former duke and the young lord died in a sudden accident in the capital. Staring intently at the portrait of Euclid's late father and older brother, a dark suspicion crosses Evgenia's mind as she wonders if the emperor was involved in their deaths. The grim thought lingers in her mind as she contemplates whether the emperor might have actively orchestrated the tragic accident that claimed their lives. Suddenly snapping back to reality, Evgenia scolds herself for spacing out and focusing on such grim matters during their family outing. Seeing Euclid's sad and distant gaze, Evgenia desperately searches for a cheerful topic to lighten the heavy atmosphere. She brightly asks Euclid if there are any solo portraits of him from when he was young, which catches him by surprise. Euclid explains that he was far too young and lacked the patience to sit still for a portrait back then. He chuckles, explaining that by the time he had the patience, the duchy's finances were in trouble, making Evgenia realize this family portrait is his only childhood painting. Looking up at the portrait, Shional and Dior call out for their late father with tears welling up in their eyes. Seeing the kids' sad expressions, Evgenia feels a sudden pang of sympathy, realizing how much emotional pain the young children must have endured. She tells herself that she must comfort them and show them that their hardships have finally ended, ushering in a time of true happiness. Shional looks up in surprise at her words, her teary eyes suddenly wide with curiosity. The children happily repeat that the mean Count Vyers was arrested and their debts are paid, confident they will live happily ever after because their auntie is never wrong. Evgenia sweats nervously, recalling how she casually spoke about the debts in front of the kids, reminding herself to be much more careful with her words. Turning to her, Euclid addresses her as wife and mentions that things have been so busy lately that he forgot to ask her something. Euclid asks how she managed to rescue the kids by suddenly emerging from the secret wardrobe in the children's room. Hearing this, Shional and Dior gasp in excitement, asking if there is a secret passage in the castle and begging to see it. With a knowing and playful smirk, Evgenia decides it is time to show them how the secret passage works. She reaches out and turns the hands of the grandfather clock in a specific pattern to activate the hidden mechanism. With a loud rumbling sound, a hidden stone doorway slides open, revealing a secret staircase that leaves the children and Euclid staring in absolute awe. Admiring the passage, Euclid asks if she really managed to find such a hidden place purely by accident, and Evgenia insists that is the case.
When Evgenia asks if Euclid was also unaware of it, he reveals that he has actually known about the castle's emergency secret passages for a long time.
Euclid admits it is fascinating that a non-wizard could trigger it by chance, prompting Chibi Evgenia to laugh nervously and claim she was just incredibly lucky. Standing at the entrance of the passage, Evgenia instructs the kids that if they go down the stairs and take the middle path, they will find the door to their room. Dior's eyes light up with excitement as he declares that he wants to try going back to his room using the secret passage. Before anyone can stop him, Dior eagerly runs down the stone steps, prompting a startled call from Euclid to wait up. Evgenia notices the children's outfits and gently advises them to grab their coats before heading out, noting that even though the weather has warmed up recently, it is still quite cold outside. Sensing the awkward silence, Evgenia's sweat drops as she notices the children staring at her with puzzled expressions, wondering if she said something wrong. Shionel asks her aunt if she really finds the weather cold lately, to which Evgenia replies that compared to the capital, it still feels quite cold here. The children whisper to each other, wondering if her reaction is because she lived in the capital or because she has a weak constitution, prompting Evgenia to sweat drop and say she can hear them. Shionel asks if her aunt can see the mountain in the distance, and Evgenia replies that she can see it clearly. Shionel explains that the mountain is usually covered in snow year-round, leaving Evgenia completely shocked that there is no snow on it right now. Shionel describes how it used to be much colder, with foggy morning windows, daily snow, and frequent blizzards around this time of year. Evgenia asks Euclid if this is true, and the Duke confirms that it should be much colder, adding that the strangely warm weather has caused a lot of gossip throughout the territory. Evgenia looks bewildered and sweat drops as she wonders if global warming exists in this novel's world as well. Dior cheerfully points out that it has been so warm lately they do not even need to wear coats. Agreeing with the children, Evgenia tells them they can go inside, silently reflecting that a little warmth is not a bad thing. A few days later, bright sunshine streams through the elegant windows of the Grand Mansion. Evgenia sits at her desk, reading a beautifully decorated floral letter from Melissa that radiates warmth. In her letter, Melissa writes to ask how Evgenia has been doing lately. Melissa shares that she has started attending social gatherings and mentions how thrilled she would be to receive a reply. Evgenia groans in distress over the letter, wishing she could tell Melissa that she isn't doing well at all since she never gets any quality time alone with Euclid. She reflects on how Euclid has been avoiding her ever since the northern cold softened and reports of budding sprouts began pouring in, which panicked the Duke. To deal with the sudden environmental change, Euclid called an emergency meeting, leaving him buried in work once again before they could even celebrate paying off their debts. Holding her paperwork, Chibi Evgenia pouts grumpily, knowing he is busy but still feeling a bit lonely. She recalls asking Euclid if he wanted some tea after his long meetings, only for him to politely decline and say he had already had some. She also remembers suggesting a walk to stretch his legs, but Euclid politely declined and thanked her for her concern. Squeezing her eyes shut, Evgenia sadly confirms her fears that Euclid is definitely keeping his distance from her. To distract herself from her depressing thoughts, Evgenia decides to focus on writing a reply to Melissa's letter. She recalls that in the original novel, Melissa would start temple volunteer work around this time and confess her feelings to Damien, only to be rejected. She contemplates writing a reply, knowing Melissa will likely pass her news along to Duke Basilian or Shionel. She muses that Alexis must be too busy with the war to write letters, but wonders why she always gets an ominous, uneasy feeling whenever the Crown Prince is mentioned. Having finished the letter, Evgenia sighs and decides to go for a short walk to clear her head. Anne asks where she is going, and Evgenia explains she is heading to the library to meet the Duke's nephew and niece. Evgenia tells Anne she does not need to follow her and asks her to send a letter on her desk to Melissa, leaving a dejected Anne behind. Walking down the hall, Evgenia reflects on how she has been neglecting Anne lately because she was so busy, resolving to take better care of her. Frustrated by being repeatedly turned down by her favorite character, Evgenia resolves not to seek Euclid out today to protect her pride. As she begins to open the library door, Evgenia pauses in confusion as she hears a strange commotion coming from inside. Inside, Shionel and Dior are having a heated argument, with Shionel accusing Dior of being stubborn and Dior calling his sister an idiot. Peeking inside, a sweat-dropping Evgenia is surprised to find the children arguing, wondering why on earth they are fighting. Shionel dramatically declares that their auntie likes someone else, which leaves Dior shouting in absolute shock. Overhearing the shocking statement, Evgenia starts coughing loudly in surprise, which immediately alerts the startled children to her presence. Clearing her throat, Evgenia walks into the room, causing a startled Shionel to ask if she is here already. Shionel guiltily apologizes and admits she knew the truth too, prompting a confused Evgenia to ask what exactly they knew. When Shionel reveals they knew she liked someone other than their uncle, Evgenia is struck by sheer panic, wondering how they could have possibly gotten that idea. As the children continue to argue over whether her words can be trusted, Evgenia desperately steps in to calm them down.
A sudden flashback of her and Euclid hidden closely together in the secret wardrobe makes her realize the children must be referring to the day they discovered the passage. She realizes it was a compromising situation that was highly prone to misunderstanding, regretting that she let it slide back then. Dior gently grabs the hem of Evgenia's dress, calling out her name. The young Dior looks up at her with large, tearful, and emotional blue eyes. Evgenia asks Dior what he thinks, and he hesitantly recalls that she had dismissed the rumors as nonsense. Dior happily clarifies that he only said it because he was upset, and a sweat-dropping Evgenia eagerly asks if they can just forget about that. Dior recalls how angry Evgenia got when she heard those rumors from Amy, and she confirms that she was indeed angry. Dior explains that because of her reaction, he never truly believed she liked anyone else, while a flashback shows Amy looking completely terrified and pale. Dior blushes and fidgets with his collar, pointing out that she stares at their uncle lovingly every single day. Hearing this, Evgenia freezes in complete shock, her eyes wide as she absorbs Dior's unexpected and stunning revelation. So, I think you like Uncle just as much as I do, because I stare at him every day too, but sister keeps saying I'm wrong. Dior looks up with a pleading, tearful expression and asks, "Am I really wrong, Auntie?" Looking at Dior's tearful face, Evgenia sadly realizes that the children must have been deeply hurt by the rumors. She reflects that the idea of their aunt liking another man instead of their uncle must have been quite a shocking blow to them. Evgenia looks down tenderly at Dior and replies, "Dior is right," leaving the young boy staring at her in complete surprise. Evgenia lets out a soft, warm chuckle as she smiles gently at the children. She realizes this is the very first time she has openly told the children that she likes Euclid, finding the confession to be surprisingly refreshing. Hearing this, Dior and Chionel beam with joy, asking in delight if it is really true, while Evgenia reflects on how nice it feels to finally be honest. Evgenia places a finger to her lips, advising them with a smile that this must remain a secret just between the three of them. Chionel and Dior tilt their heads in confusion, wondering why liking their uncle has to be kept a secret. Hesitant to explain, Evgenia stays silent, privately worried that Euclid might not believe her feelings or that things could get complicated. Dior excitedly declares that since she likes their uncle, they're truly family, happily pointing out that she can now read their special book with them. Bright light shines upon a massive bookshelf as Dior explains it is a magic storybook written by the very first head of their family. Evgenia considers how she was already looking for books on history or mythology, wondering if this magic storybook contains the empire's founding myth. A heavy, beautifully decorated red book bound with a massive golden lock appears before them, waiting to be opened. Dior enthusiastically explains how magic wind and lightning burst right out of the book when it is opened. Evgenia looks skeptical about the book shooting lightning, but Dior explains that it will not open at all unless the magic lock is undone first. Sweating nervously, Chibi Evgenia tries to pry the locked book open with all her might, finding that it truly refuses to budge. Eager to share, Dior offers to open the lock for her, while Evgenia hesitantly wonders if it is really all right for her to see its contents. Chionel assures her with a bright smile that since she is a Ludion too, she is absolutely allowed to read it. Evgenia clears her throat and asks if she should read the story to them, which makes the children cheer in excitement. Dior places his hand over the elaborate golden lock on the cover, promising to open it right away. With a soft click, the magical lock releases and the cover glows with a warm golden light. Evgenia is amazed to see that the book opens naturally as soon as a member of the Ludion family places their hand on it. Smiling warmly, Evgenia prepares to read as Chionel gazes at her with wide, sparkling eyes of pure anticipation. She turns the page to reveal a dramatic illustration of a town engulfed in roaring red flames, introducing the tale with the words, "Once upon a time." As Evgenia begins reading, her eyes widen in shock as she stops to wonder if she is actually reading the text correctly. The page features an illustration of a majestic golden dragon resting amidst ancient writing and white flowers. The story describes a great dragon feeling its eyes gradually growing heavy as it falls into a deep sleep. Tears well up in Dior's eyes as he sniffles and pities the poor dragon, prompting Evgenia to gently reassure him that it is only a myth. The page shows a detailed drawing of the majestic golden dragon covered in painful wounds and scratches. A close-up of the dragon's face reveals its peaceful yet sorrowful closed eyes. Staring at the pages, Evgenia's expression turns serious and deeply contemplative. She gazes at the handwritten text, wondering why a simple myth feels so incredibly bitter and real. Evgenia realizes that the story is actually a direct, highly dangerous jab at the imperial family, portraying the first emperor as a villain who stole the dragon's heart. Staring at a portrait, she wonders why the first Ludian head, who was the emperor's right hand, would write a book depicting the golden dragon's tragic myth instead of a founding myth. She deduces that the storybook definitely contains the raw, personal views of the first Ludian head rather than the empire's official history. Evgenia gazes at the desk, wondering if the founder wrote this out of pure spite to slander the emperor, or if it was a desperate attempt to preserve the truth. Dior and Chanel cheerfully discuss how much they love the dragon, wishing for its quick return to defeat the bad guys, while Evgenia sweats nervously. Eager to prevent trouble, Evgenia covers the book with her hand and playfully warns the kids that saying such things might actually delay the dragon's return. She advises them to keep those thoughts to themselves, knowing it is dangerous to speak of such things while their family is in the imperial family's bad graces. Hearing this, Dior suddenly realizes why their uncle said something very similar, prompting a surprised Evgenia to ask what the Duke told them. Dior explains that Euclid told them never to speak of the dragon outside and only with family, leading Evgenia to wonder if the Duke also secretly hopes for the dragon's return. Dior and Chanel look at her in unison, curiously asking why. Yevgenia laughs nervously, telling them there is simply no need to bring up the dragon again, while secretly dreading how troublesome it would be if Euclid found out she read this. Trying to change the subject, Yevgenia asks if there are any other founding books in the library, but Chanel confirms this is the only one. Chanel excitedly suggests that their uncle must have more history books in his possession, recalling he promised to show them to her before her tutoring starts next year. Dior gives a knowing, mischievous grin, casting doubt on whether their uncle will actually do so. Dior whispers to Chanel that their uncle is surprisingly shy and will surely run away embarrassed if he is left alone with their aunt, making a sweat-dropping Yevgenia sigh that she can hear them. Dior points enthusiastically at Chanel, declaring that they should go ahead and ask their aunt about it right now. Dior and Chanel grin mischievously as they call out, "Auntie!" Yevgenia is completely taken aback when the children enthusiastically suggest, "Let's play hide-and-seek together," leaving her sweat dropping as she wonders, "Huh? Hide-and-seek all of a sudden?" The sun sets beautifully behind the snowy mountains, casting a warm golden glow over the grand castle of the Ludian estate as the wind softly rustles by. Inside the Duke's grand office, the aide Delano hands over some documents and reports to Euclid, saying, "Your Grace, here is the soil condition report for each territory." Delano continues, "Oh, and Lady Marianne and Lord Dioran asked me to tell you to make sure to escort them before dinner." Euclid, focused on his paperwork, replies, "I'll head over as soon as I finish checking this." Delano wears a serious, slightly tense expression as he calls out, "Your Grace." This prompts a surprised Euclid to ask, "Yes? What is it, Delano?" In a comical chibi style, Delano sweat drops and whispers, "Are you perhaps feeling burdened?" Euclid sweat drops in return, asking in confusion, "Pardon? What do you mean by that?" Delano clarifies his concerns to Euclid, saying, "I know this question might be overstepping, but I was wondering if your wife is making you feel burdened." Hearing this, Euclid can only let out a quiet, "Ah." Delano clears his throat and explains, "Thinking back on it now, I feel truly sorry and ashamed toward her, but I was afraid she still hadn't let go of her feelings for the Crown Prince." Delano continues to share his new perspective with Euclid. "However, I believe now that the vow she made at the wedding was sincere. She actually wants to have a good relationship with you and is putting in the effort." Hearing this, Euclid goes silent and contemplates in deep thought. As Delano adds, "Of course your feelings are important too." Euclid looks up and softly replies, "No, I understand completely." Delano offers some gentle advice, suggesting, "If you truly feel burdened or if there's another reason, why not try having an honest conversation with her?" Euclid looks away, deeply contemplative. Euclid reflects on his fragile life, thinking of it as a life with a time bomb inside my body, while an illustration of a glowing, magic-infused human heart appears wrapped in unstable energy. He recalls his painful childhood under a heavy curse. "Since the moment I was born, my life has been at the mercy of my mana. Using magic in particular caused me unbearable pain, and the more high-level the magic, the more it felt like my heart was being shredded for days." As Euclid walks alone through the dimly lit hallway, his thoughts reveal his ultimate goal. "I only hope to hold on until I can pass the secrets of the Ludian family to my niece and nephew." Recalling the day of their wedding, Euclid looks down in sorrow as a vision of a beautiful Evgenia in her wedding veil appears, prompting him to wonder, how could I ever tell her such a selfish truth? An emotional flashback reveals Euclid gently taking Evgenia's hand during their wedding ceremony, feeling the weight of the secret he is keeping from his new bride.
Euclid suddenly snaps out of his deep thoughts as a loud hand clap echoes nearby, making him look around in confusion. Evgenia, wearing a white blindfold over her eyes, walks blindly down the hallway searching for the children, calling out, "Kids? Where are you?" while Shionel and Dior giggle quietly right behind her.
Unable to see where she is going, Evgenia blindly stumbles forward and begs, "Slow down, I can't see a thing," while Shionel smiles mischievously beside her.
With a loud clap, Shionel cheerfully pushes Evgenia forward, causing Euclid to stand frozen in surprise as he wonders what is happening.
Still blindfolded, Evgenia reaches out with her hands, searching the air as she tries to find her bearings.
Then, every so often, I find myself lost in strange thoughts that even I can't understand.
As Euclid stands perfectly still in the middle of the hallway, a blindfolded Evgenia walks directly towards him, completely unaware of his presence. With a sudden bump, Evgenia stumbles forward and wraps her arms around Euclid in a tight, unexpected hug, leaving the Duke wide-eyed with shock. A dramatic close-up reveals Euclid's stunned green eye as he freezes in absolute surprise at the sudden physical contact.
As Euclid processes the contact, he reflects on his lack of pain. Come to think of it, back then, it passed without any pain. Back then, I used simple magic, so I thought I was fine because I took the medicine right away. But this time, I used high-level magic on 2 people, while an image of his wife casting magic is shown.
Euclid's expression remains serious and stunned as he continues to reflect, "Yet I haven't felt anything wrong since that day." Looking at the empty medicine bottles on the table, Euclid considers his condition. Even if it was thanks to the Tower Master's medicine, it's only supposed to block the pain temporarily. Once the effect wore off, the pain should have returned, maybe, as his gaze drifts to Evgenia. He pulls Evgenia close in a warm, protective embrace, realizing the unbelievable truth. My body is actually getting better.
In a comical chibi scene, a blushing Evgenia lifts her blindfold with one eye and gasps in pure shock, "Eek! Euclid?"
Mortified by her mistake, Evgenia quickly backs away in a frantic rush, bowing repeatedly as she stammers, "I'm so sorry, Your Grace."
Evgenia blushes bright red as she tries to explain her actions, saying, "I had no idea you were here, since my eyes were covered."
Euclid blushes softly and looks down, trailing off in his thoughts as he wonders if my body really is healing, if that's...
Euclid looks down at his hand, which glows with faint magical sparks, realizing that his mana is no longer tearing his body apart. In an adorable chibi style, an extremely embarrassed Evgenia covers her red face and silently begs him in her thoughts, "This is embarrassing, so please say something."
Evgenia's face burns with embarrassment as she panics to herself, thinking, "What do I do? I must be going crazy."
A close-up of Euclid's boots walking forward is shown as Evgenia secretly reflects, "I heard Euclid's footsteps from a distance and was hoping it was him, but I already have my bias's footsteps memorized."
With a quick catch, Euclid grabs Evgenia to keep her from falling, prompting her to happily scream in her head, "To think our first historic physical contact would happen like this."
Dior and Shionel smile innocently as they recall their words, "Auntie, come play tag with us," while Evgenia sweat drops in realization, thinking, so that's why they suddenly wanted to play tag? Shionel and Dior giggle happily in their success, saying, "It's a success, and see, what did I tell you?" While Chibi Evgenia sweat drops warmly, thinking, "What am I going to do with these clever, adorable children?" Euclid gently places a hand on his chest and reassures her with a sweet smile, "My lady, I am quite all right." A flustered Evgenia replies, "Huh? Oh, yes." Euclid beams with an incredibly warm, bright smile as he asks her, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Staring at his dazzling expression, Evgenia's heart beats rapidly with a flutter as she blushes, thinking to herself, "What's this? Euclid's eyes and voice feel even sweeter than usual today." Euclid breaks the silence by saying, "You worked hard today, but you finished earlier than I expected." Evgenia happily replies, "It's all thanks to your help, my lady. Thank you." Evgenia quickly shifts the topic to his recent work, asking, "You've been busy lately looking for the cause of the weather changes, right? Have you found any plausible leads?" Euclid replies, "Well, we've come up with several hypotheses, but nothing definitive yet." Euclid sighs and explains, "There's only so much a report can tell me, so I plan to go out and inspect the duchy in person soon." Hearing this, Evgenia quickly chimes in, "In that case, I'd like to go with you." Euclid looks surprised by her request, asking, "Pardon? You would?" Evgenia nods determinedly and says, "Yes, I think I need to check things for myself as well." As a view of the townhouses is shown, Evgenia explains, "I want to see if the supplies are being properly distributed to the people according to the budget I approved. I also want to see if there's anything we missed or any extra help needed." Evgenia taps her chin thoughtfully, noting, "Come to think of it, I heard the children haven't left the castle recently."
Looking back at Evgenia's suggestion, she and Alan Dior look up in surprise and ask, all of us together? As Evgenia thinks that even though they aren't going for fun, it would be good for them to see the territory too. Euclid holds his chin thoughtfully, replying, now that I think about it, it's been quite a while since we went on an outing with the kids. I think it would be a lovely trip. In a chibi style, Evgenia grins happily, thinking to herself, using the kids as an excuse was definitely the right move. Otherwise, he would have found all sorts of excuses not to go with me. While Euclid replies, I'm glad to hear that. Euclid sighs softly, saying, more than anything, I should have been the one to suggest a tour of the territory. I'm sorry for making you bring it up first. As Euclid takes a step closer, Evgenia looks down at his boots in surprise, thinking to herself, huh? He's sorry? Euclid looks at Evgenia with a soft, sincere expression and tells her, I mean it. A close-up of Evgenia's stunned eye is shown as she wonders to herself, did he hear my thoughts? It feels like he's trying to comfort me because I was feeling a bit slighted. Dior's face lights up with pure excitement as he cheers, Uncle, are we going on a picnic? Wow! Euclid smiles down at the children and says, yes, we haven't been out together in a while, have we? I'm sorry. Shianol cheerfully walks beside them and replies, no, it's okay. We know you're busy, Uncle. Dior happily comments, since there's no blizzard and the ground isn't slippery, we can have so much fun. While Shiano beams, let's bring snacks too, making Euclid and Evgenia smile warmly. Later that evening, a quiet, gentle light shines from the large windows of the castle as night falls. Inside the cozy bedroom, Euclid leans over the bed to gently press a loving goodnight kiss on Dior's forehead. Watching the sweet moment, Evgenia smiles warmly, thinking, Euclid is so gentle with the children. He'll be such a wonderful father if he has kids of his own one day. And a goodnight kiss. She sighs softly with a wishful smile, thinking to herself, it would be nice if I got one too. Suddenly, Euclid freezes mid-motion and slowly turns his head toward her with wide eyes, making her blink in confusion and think, wait? A dramatic close-up reveals Euclid's deeply flushed face and stunned green eyes as Evgenia panics, thinking, why does Euclid look so shocked? No way! The realization hits Evgenia like a lightning bolt, making her sweat drop in absolute horror as she thinks, did I just say what I was thinking out loud? While Euclid stands completely frozen in silence. Evgenia's face burns bright red with mortification as she screams in her thoughts, have I lost my mind? Did I just ask Euclid for a goodnight kiss? The cold night wind blows outside the grand castle as Evgenia's internal screaming echoes. Have I lost my mind? Inside the room, Evgenia is completely frantic, thinking, did I just ask Euclid for a goodnight kiss? I know I was feeling down because my bias keeps rejecting me, but still, to think I'd completely lose my mind and make such a massive mistake, while Euclid looks away, blushing in silence. Clenching her hands tightly, Evgenia panics. What will Euclid say? No, how am I supposed to talk my way out of this? Euclid awkwardly clears his throat and tries to break the tense silence, saying, it seems you are quite exhausted, my wife. Evgenia can only reply with a speechless. Turning around, Euclid walks toward the door and politely suggests, shall we get going then? Leaving Evgenia staring blankly as she realizes, is he? A heavy, dark aura surrounds Evgenia as she stares at his retreating back, thinking in disbelief, just going to ignore it? A close-up of Evgenia's face is shown as she downcast her eyes, thinking, it was a mistake, sure, but it wasn't completely meaningless. She reaches out and grabs the door handle, pausing as a wave of mixed emotions washes over her. Looking back at Euclid, she forces a polite smile and says, yes, I am rather tired, as you said, Duke. Standing close to him, Evgenia's expression turns serious and dark, thinking, so if I tell you I need to lie down in bed right this second? Causing Euclid to flinch in surprise. A dramatic close-up of Euclid's wide, trembling green eye is shown as he is taken aback by her intensity. Evgenia looks up at him with a deeply emotional, teary-eyed gaze, surrounded by a soft, beautiful floral background. Later, as Evgenia returns to her chambers, her maid greets her happily, my lady, are you back? Dinner was quite late today, before gasping in pure shock at Evgenia's dark, fiery, and vengeful aura, stammering, my lady, what happened to your face? Did something happen? Evgenia looks out the window, completely calm on the outside as she replies, no, nothing happened at all. Reflecting on her bold words, she looks down with a quiet determination, thinking, at first, I regretted it the second the words left my mouth, but honestly, I'm glad I just went for it. She recalls Euclid's sweet, gentle smile as he played it off, thinking, it seems my wife is surprisingly playful. He seemed to play it off well, but for some reason, Euclid looked like he was about to cry. A close-up of Evgenia's thoughtful blue eye is shown as she ponders,
There might be some hidden reason he can't tell me about. Besides, she recalls Euclid's vow at their wedding, where he promised, if I were ever to give my heart to someone, it would obviously only be you, my wife, making her think, I believe Euclid will keep that promise someday. A comically fired-up chibi Evgenia screams, "Ag!" as she resolves, right, my feelings are basically out in the open anyway, so from now on, I'm just going to go all in without holding back, under the beautiful full moon. Walking in the hallway, Evgenia comments, the moon is really bright tonight, and her maid replies, yes, since today is the last day of the month. Evgenia looks up at the night sky, recalling the lore of the world. Right, in this world, the last day of every month is known as the day Goddess Hesserin answers prayers. She begins to analyze the original story plot, thinking, and this is the episode where Melissa goes out for volunteer work, gets her confession rejected by Damien, and then visits the Grand Temple only to find it was a wasted trip. She visualizes the scene where Melissa is surrounded by dangerous bandits. Then, on her way back home, she ran into some thugs and gets rescued by Richard. Wait a minute, Richard is in the Ludian Duchy right now. Then who is going to save Melissa? Meanwhile, at that exact moment in the Grand Temple, a priest runs hurriedly down the stone hallway, shouting, High Priest! He bursts through the doors of the temple sanctuary where a silver-haired high priest is kneeling in deep prayer before the altar, calling out again, High Priest! The priest approaches and says, I knew you'd be here. I've been looking all over for you. The high priest slowly turns his head, and the other priest continues, Priest Antonio, isn't today the last day of the month? To which Priest Antonio replies, Of course it is. You can easily tell just by the endless stream of people visiting the temple, even though it's late at night. Suddenly, two other priests walk into the chapel, gasping in surprise. High Priest, and Priest Antonio too. What brings you both here? Priest Antonio turns to them and asks, Are you the priest in charge of this prayer room today? The young priest nervously bows and answers, Yes, sir. I am the priest on duty this week. With a serious and slightly worried expression, Priest Antonio asks, Did anyone come to use this prayer room today? I tried to arrive on time, but did someone happen to come here? The young priest looks surprised by the question and replies, High Priest, no one has visited this prayer room today, leaving the high priest wide-eyed in shock. The priest looks surprised and says, Are you certain no one came? And adds that although he stepped away briefly to use the latrine, there should be a record in the temple's visitor log if anyone used the prayer room. The young priest turns to the high priest and asks, High Priest, were you perhaps expecting to meet someone here? Making the high priest look startled and ask, Pardon? Looking at the quiet, illuminated window of the room, a priest remarks, Now that I think about it, there were many suggestions to close down this old prayer room, but you went out of your way to keep it open. As he looks at the concerned high priest, the other priest continues, I always assumed it was because you wanted a quiet place to pray. Is there some other reason? In a quiet, reflective tone, the high priest thinks to himself, even though it was a lifetime ago, I remember it vividly. A view of a rundown town is shown as the high priest recalls, shabby shacks made of wooden boards that looked ready to collapse at any second, trash and filth scattered everywhere. A thin, frail, silver-haired child is shown sitting on the dirty ground in the slums, remembering, this place, reeking of rotting flesh, that was the scenery of the slums where I was born. A hand is shown gently handing a piece of warm bread to the young boy as he recalls, then, one day, a woman wearing a black robe appeared. The woman in the black hooded cloak is shown handing out food and clothing to the poor children in the slums, who look up at her in gratitude. With her face concealed, she handed out food and clothing, ultimately becoming a savior to the children of the slums. The young silver-haired boy beams with joy, saying to the hooded woman, They say I have divine power, a massive amount of it too, so I'm gonna join the temple, while the woman stands before him in silence. The young boy smiles brightly and says with absolute sincerity, That's why I want to repay you. If there's ever anything I can help you with, please, just tell me. The hooded woman gently places her hand on the young boy's shoulder. He reflects, I could never forget her answer that day, because that was the first and last proper conversation I ever had with her. Years pass as the narration note reads, several years later, a grown-up silver-haired priest is shown walking down the temple hall. Walking through the dim corridor at night, the young priest spots a figure in a black hooded robe slipping through a door. He thinks to himself, that person. The priest runs down the hallway with a look of hope, thinking that's the exact same crest and black robe from back then. It has to be her. Looking through the cracked doorway, he is startled to find the woman on her knees weeping, sobbing in deep, agonizing sorrow. He stands in the hallway listening to her cries, thinking, I couldn't bring myself to let her know I was there, and simply listen to her agonizing, weeping prayers over and over again. Looking at the stained glass window of the chapel at night, he reflects, since then she would appear on the last day of every month, and her wails, laying bare her deepest, rawest emotions, echoed from the prayer room. He looks down with a heavy heart, recalling, I prayed that she would cry no more. I prayed that the goddess would please answer her prayers. He tightly clenches his fist in determination, thinking, and that she would never have to visit this place again. Amid the darkness, he thinks, that is what I prayed for. Right before a voice suddenly calls out, High Priest? The High Priest snaps out of his deep thoughts as another priest calls out to him. High Priest? The High Priest holds his chin thoughtfully, sweating as he panics. Since when did she stop coming to the temple? Was it today? No. Was it earlier than that? I have something I absolutely must tell her. A beautiful, dark, floral background is shown with the thought, in my previous life, I definitely. The green-haired priest asks the High Priest, what was it that you were looking for me for? To which the High Priest snaps back to reality, saying, I came because I had something to discuss. The High Priest stands with the green-haired priest who notes, usually around this time every year, well, we're actually a bit late. Don't you personally oversee the volunteer activities? The green-haired priest continues, so many people have been asking where the volunteer work will be held this year. I told them the schedule hasn't been finalized yet, but they keep begging to know as soon as possible. Looking closely at the High Priest's pale face, the green-haired priest asks, you don't look so well. Is something wrong? To which the High Priest quickly replies, no, it's nothing. A beautiful young blonde girl wearing a white dress with ribbons is shown blushing as she holds out a bouquet of flowers. The High Priest looks incredibly tense and worried as he thinks to himself, she should be arriving right about now. Against a backdrop of beautiful, soft bokeh lights, a warm voice confesses, I really like you. The High Priest looks back coldly, addressing her, Lady Melisano, Princess Basilian. Are you insulting me right now? Standing inside the prayer room, Princess Melissa looks devastated and hurt as she tries to explain, I didn't mean to, but the High Priest coldly turns away and says, I don't want to hear any more of this. I'll pretend today never happened, so please leave. As the High Priest walks away, his footsteps echo down the hall as he recalls, in my past life, I received a confession from Melissa, and I pushed her away with harsh words. He walks away with a heavy heart, thinking, surprisingly, there were quite a few women who harbored feelings for me and confessed, so I could have just rejected her the same way I always did. Why was I so unusually harsh to her? A flashback of their hands holding is shown as he thinks, even in a difficult environment like mine, I admired Melissa for keeping her pure and kind heart. Young Melissa and the young priest walk together through the streets, as he recalls, and I sincerely hoped she would be protected by the goddess and never experience misfortune. Melissa stands before Duke Basilian as the priest remembers. That's why when it was revealed that Melissa was the niece of Duke Basilian, the young priest stands in the crowd watching her, thinking, and that she was being adopted as the Duke's daughter? I was as happy and relieved as if it were my own success. The High Priest looks back at her with complex feelings, wondering, her feelings for me, where did they even begin? The High Priest stands in a hallway under glowing bubbles of light, thinking, anyway, right now I need to find my benefactor quickly and tell her to hide somewhere safe. He paces down the hallway with deep lines on his forehead, thinking, I don't even know who my benefactor is, and since she never visits the temple, I can't pass on my message. Close-up of his intense blue eyes as he remembers, that woman? A flashback is shown where he is sitting on a sofa in a grand room across from an elegant long-haired woman who reveals, I have the late emperor's illegitimate child. The current emperor threw him into the underworld as a slave, and I bought him. The High Priest sits back in complete shock, sweating as he asks, what on earth are you talking about? The long-haired woman grins slyly, telling him, High Priest, you just need to do exactly as you're told. You don't exactly like the current imperial family either, do you, High Priest? The High Priest firmly states, you don't honestly think I'll accept that offer, do you? I never intended to do as the Duchess commands in the first place. To which she quickly corrects him, please don't call me Duchess. The woman looks cold and serious, saying with a firm gaze, I'm divorced. I am no longer affiliated with the Ludion Duchy, so I would prefer it if you didn't address me that way. Sitting across from each other in the grand drawing room, the woman leans forward and warns, High Priest, it would be in your best interest to do as I say regarding the visiting woman. That is, if you want to protect the woman who visits that old prayer room. The High Priest looks completely shocked, sweat dripping down his face as his eyes go wide, and he asks, what did you just say? The profile of his tense face highlighted in warm tones, the High Priest panics as he recalls the Duchess's threatening words. I managed to find the illegitimate child of the late emperor that the current emperor had hidden away. Do you really think I couldn't find one measly woman? Clenching his jaw, the High Priest looks down with a deeply troubled and regretful expression, whispering to himself in agonizing worry, I thought I'd be able to protect her this time. Desperately seeking information, the high priest turns to his subordinate priest and asks, "When did Lady Basilian arrive in the capital?" To which the green-haired priest replies in confusion, "Excuse me? I believe Lady Melissa has been in the capital this whole time." Standing in the grand hallway, the high priest quickly clarifies, I meant Lady Evgenia Basilian, the Duchess of Ludion." The green-haired priest looks surprised and comments, if the Duchess were in the capital right now, it would be an absolute uproar, what with her marriage news and the incidents in the north blowing up one after another. Sweating nervously, the high priest listens to his companion's words and thinks to himself, now that I think about it, I don't recall the North's affairs being talked about this much in my past life, regardless if she hasn't arrived in the capital yet. He holds his hand out with a serious, resolved expression, finalizing their plans. We will be going to the temple in the Ludian Duchy for this volunteer work. A scenic transition shows a grand, luxurious estate bathed in bright daylight. The caption reads, "A few days later at the Ludion Duchy Castle." Inside a sunlit, elegant office, the Duchess sits at her desk, sighing in relief as she thinks, "Phew, thank goodness, Melissa is safe thanks to the escorts who went with her, since Richard, who is supposed to protect Melissa, is in the north." A close-up shows her delicate hands holding a sealed letter as she ponders, did this all happen without Richard's involvement? Looking down thoughtfully at the letter in her hands, she thinks, a request to visit the Northern Temple for volunteer work out of nowhere. She runs her fingers along the wax seal of the envelope and analyzes the situation. Heading to the north as if to make a point, no matter how you look at it, it seems like he's rebelling against the Emperor. Looking over her desk strewn with scrolls and a feather pen, she continues her train of thought. And in the original story, he definitely went to do volunteer work near the capital, and Melissa followed him and confessed. It's changed quite a bit from the original plot I knew. Suddenly, a cheerful brown-haired maid walks into the room, reporting, "My lady, they say the preparations for your outing are all complete." The Duchess looks up from her work and thinks, well, I'll think about this later. Right now, it's the picnic day I've been waiting for. A stylish close-up shows the Duchess's high-heeled shoe clicking against the floor as she takes an elegant step forward. As she makes her grand entrance down the stairs, flanked by bowing servants, a voice calls out, "My lady, you've arrived!" She is accompanied by her maid and two adorable blonde-haired children. Looking at the assembled guards standing in neat lines, she smiles to herself and thinks, they look like a proper order of knights now. Her gaze falls upon a handsome young knight with soft pink hair and bright red eyes as she notes, and Richard seems strangely brighter. In the original story, he was a gloomy, obsessive guy whose inner thoughts were impossible to read. Is it because I didn't gouge out his eyes? Suddenly, the little blonde boy peeks out from behind the carriage curtain, pointing with a bright smile. Oh, it's the pretty brother. In a comical chibi scene, the little boy runs past the Duchess toward Richard, shouting, "Brother," while the Duchess sweats in nervous surprise, thinking, pretty brother? Richard bends down and catches the energetic young master, gently warning him, "Young master, you'll get hurt if you run like that." The boy beams up at him and asks, "Are you coming with us today too, pretty brother?" Looking slightly flustered, Richard soft-heartedly replies, "Yes, but you shouldn't call me that." The boy tilts his head in cute confusion and asks, "Why not?" Against a playful yellow background, Richard's sweat drops as he tries to explain, "Calling me pretty brother?" But the little boy cutely counters, "I call you pretty brother because you're a pretty brother. What else am I supposed to call you?" Sweating in embarrassment, Richard begs, "Please use my name." The little boy sparkles with joy and happily agrees, "Okay, pretty brother Richard." Watching the two interact, the Duchess sweat drops in complete bewilderment, asking her maid, "How on earth did those two—" To which the maid giggles and replies, apparently they got close at the training grounds. As she pictures the tall, pink-haired knight sitting on the stairs with the little boy, the maid explains, "I heard he even taught him a bit of basic martial arts when he had free time." The Duchess smiles and thinks, "Even so, that's an unexpectedly weird combination. Maybe they get along better than I thought?" The young master proudly brags to the Duchess, "Is pretty brother Richard. He's super fast and flies around like whoosh, and he's really good with a sword, too." The Duchess smiles in amusement and remarks, "Is he now?" The little boy excitedly jumps up and down, exclaiming, "Yeah, and he said he'd teach me too." Looking flustered, Richard quickly chimes in, "Only when you've grown a bit more, young master, and more importantly, if we get permission." A brown-haired knight steps forward to support Richard, smiling as he adds, "He's mastered all the basic swordsmanship through the recent knight training." Sir Richard's skills are acknowledged by the entire knighthood, so he would be perfectly suited to be the young master's swordsmanship instructor. The Duchess taps her chin thoughtfully and smiles, agreeing, "Right, the children do need swordsmanship training." The little boy cheers happily, "That's amazing, pretty brother Richard, right?" While Richard looks incredibly embarrassed and stammers, brother is a bit The Duchess leans in with a playful grin and says, "What's wrong with that? Even if you become master and student later, it's good to be like brothers for now." At her teasing words, Richard turns bright red and stands frozen in shock. With a warm smile, the Duchess continues her suggestion. You two already seem so close. How about you take on the role of escorting the young master and young miss? Richard flushes even more and nervously stammers, "We aren't that close." A close-up shows the young master looking up at Richard with massive, tearful puppy dog eyes that are absolutely impossible to resist. Seeing Richard's hopelessness, the Duchess thinks to herself with a smug smile, "See, you can't say no to that either, can you?" While Richard sweats profusely, mentally screaming for help. Seeing how cute and flustered Richard is, the Duchess covers her mouth and lets out a soft laugh, making the young knight blush even harder in embarrassment. As she continues to laugh merrily, a handsome blonde-haired man in elegant attire walks down the stairs behind her. A close-up of the handsome blonde man reveals his intense green eyes as he looks over at the group with a very serious and piercing gaze. Sensing a strong, sudden presence behind her, the Duchess flinches as a bright flash of light sparks in her mind, thinking, "Oh, this aura is definitely—" She quickly turns around with the look of pure shock and delight as she thinks it's Euclid, while the little girl beside her cheers, "Uncle." The handsome blonde man, Euclid, walks forward with a calm and gentle smile, saying, "I apologize for being a bit late." He then looks at the Duchess and asks, "What were you talking about that was so entertaining?" causing her to gasp in surprise. Full courtyard view shows Euclid walking up to the gathering, carrying himself with immense elegance and grace. The little boy runs up to Euclid and proudly boasts, "Uncle, this is pretty brother Richard. I was just asking him if he could protect me." The Duchess smiles warmly and adds, "I recommended him. I figured it wouldn't be a bad idea to assign an escort night for the children." Euclid's smile fades slightly as he replies, "I see." Watching him closely, the Duchess grows concerned, thinking, why does Euclid have that expression on his face? Against a dramatic background, she observes Euclid's tense posture and worries he seems strangely tense somehow. Looking at Euclid's serious profile from behind, the Duchess sweats nervously and wonders in concern, is he mad? A wide shot shows the entire group standing in the courtyard as the Duchess continues to panic internally. Euclid's expression seems strangely stiff. Did something bad happen? Noticing Euclid's hesitation, Richard steps forward politely and speaks in a calm, respectful tone. "If you don't feel comfortable with me being the escort knight, you don't have to allow it." Hearing Richard's words, Euclid's tense expression completely melts away as he beams with a bright, dazzling, and friendly smile. Looking at Euclid's sudden transformation, Richard watches him with a calm, analytical, and slightly intrigued expression, quietly observing the nobleman's actions. Diora looks up with sparkling, excited eyes and asks, "Then does that mean the pretty older brother is going to protect Dior and my sister now? Really?" Bowing deeply before the two children, Richard replies, "Yes, I'll do my absolute best to protect you both from now on. Please give me your orders." Richard looks down with a soft, slightly embarrassed expression as Dior cheerfully responds, "Okay, brother." As they prepare to leave, the Duke looks at his wife with a gentle gaze and calls out softly, "Wife." Euclid looks slightly hesitant and nervous, stammering, "Well," gesturing to his attire, Euclid smiles warmly and says, "I came out wearing the clothes you gifted me. They seem to suit the North's changing seasons perfectly. Thank you." The Duchess gasps softly in surprise. She recalls her conversation from earlier, thinking how glad she was to order matching clothes using the warm weather as an excuse. "Since the weather has gotten quite warm, I think we need to get some new clothes. The children will also need clothes that are comfortable to move around in," to which Euclid had replied, "Understood." A joyful chibi Duchess celebrates internally. "To wear matching outfits with my bias has finally been fulfilled. I'm almost thankful for the North's global warming." Smiling brightly, the Duchess looks at Euclid in his new outfit and praises, "They suit you perfectly." The Duchess reassures him with a grin, "I bought plenty for myself too, don't worry. They're new arrivals, so they're currently on their way from the capital." Euclid responds with a slight blush, "I see. I'll wear them well then." This makes the Duchess squeal internally. Is he worrying about my clothes too? As expected of my bias. A grand, luxurious carriage, decorated with intricate gold carvings, stands ready for their departure in the courtyard. Dior marvels at the vehicle, shouting, "It's my first time seeing a magic carriage! Aunt, are we supposed to ride this one?" The Duchess replies warmly, "Yes, you can ride with my maid, Anne. I've packed some snacks for the ride, so look forward to it." The Duchess gently slides her gloved hand onto Euclid's arm, causing him to flinch slightly and murmur in surprise, "Wife?" The Duchess suggests with a playful smile, "We can ride in the carriage up front." Euclid is caught completely off guard, his eyes widening in surprise as he looks at his wife clinging to his arm. An awkward, tense silence fills the carriage as the husband and wife sit side by side on the plush seat. Euclid breaks the silence with concern. "Wife, this seat is facing backwards, so you might get motion sickness." But she quickly counters, "I actually like writing backwards." She then bluntly adds, "But I do get motion sickness," leaving Euclid completely speechless and sweating in confusion. Watching Euclid fidget and stammer, I see. Then how should I? The Duchess tries her best to hold back her laughter. She scoots closer and smiles. "I'm joking. I'll be fine with this much," while Euclid remains frozen and flustered by her sudden proximity. Euclid looks down with a gentle but serious expression, responding softly, "Yes, go ahead." Euclid observes her thoughtfully and notes, "You seem to trust Sir Richard quite a bit," prompting her to blink in surprise and repeat, "Huh? Richard?" He begins to say he hasn't been with the Ludian Duchy for very long, but your trust in him seems to go beyond that, so, before trailing off and sighing, "Never mind." The Duchess reflects on the concept of trust, thinking, in the original story, Richard lives solely to get revenge on the current emperor, but I can't be sure the plot will continue to flow that way. And I think if Richard feels a sense of belonging to the Ludian family, he can change by showing loyalty to the boy. She clarifies her reasoning to Euclid. "If I had to specify, it's his skills I trust. If Dior wasn't close with Richard, I wouldn't have recommended him as an escort." Euclid relaxes slightly and asks, "Is that so?" Seeing his bright smile, the Duchess asks, "Is there something bothering you?" To which he sheepishly laughs, "No, I shouldn't have brought it up." A playful grin spreads across the Duchess's face as she looks at her handsome husband. She leans in even closer, catching him by surprise as he nervously stammers, "Yes?" Shifting back to a gentle tone, Euclid says, "Yes, aside from that, I am always grateful to you, wife." The Duchess leans in with a sly smile, teasing, "But do you only ever express your gratitude with words, Duke?" Which flusters Euclid as he stammers, "Well, is there something you want?" She gently rests her head against his shoulder, explaining with a soft yawn, "It's nothing major. I think I was so excited about going on inspection today that I tossed and turned all night. I think I need to lean on your shoulder and get some shut-eye." Euclid stands completely frozen and blushing intensely, his heart pounding as he whispers, "Wife." With a smug grin, the chibi Duchess warns him, "If you keep talking to me, I'm going to ask you to sing me a lullaby," instantly shutting Euclid up as he blushes in silence. Resting her head comfortably on his shoulder, the Duchess closes her eyes while Euclid looks down at her with a gentle, deeply affectionate gaze. The carriage arrives at a peaceful village where the local representative greets them warmly, saying, "To think the Duke and Duchess would come here in person. Thank you so much." The village leader reports on the town's prosperity. "There are no pests, and we haven't had any wild beasts coming down from the mountains. Everyone is healthy, and there's no sign of any epidemics going around." Euclid replies kindly, "Let me know any time if you need anything else." Smiling gratefully, the elderly villagers reply, "You've taken care of us so thoroughly and meticulously, there's nothing more to ask for. The seeds the Duchess sent have already started sprouting." The villagers express their deep gratitude, thinking of how neglected they were. "We haven't received a single ounce of help from the imperial family all this time, so if it weren't for the Duke and Duchess of Ludion, we would have starved to death long ago." Listening to their heartfelt words, the Duchess looks on with a soft, sympathetic expression. An elderly woman wipes away her tears of relief, remarking, "I don't think we'll be called a cursed land anymore, wherever we go." Euclid flinches slightly, caught off guard by the woman's mention of the cursed land label. The Duchess gently chimes in to ease their worries, saying, "Since we don't know how much warmer the days will get, I will leave you with some necessary clothes," earning a warm bow and a grateful, "Thank you so much, Your Grace." A legendary illustration appears on screen recounting the myth, a cursed land, that stems from the story that the first head of the Ludian family ended a dragon's life. The myth continues, and buried its corpse in the north, turning it into a harsh, unforgiving land. The legendary history explains further, most northerners, just like the other people of the empire, believed the gold dragon was an evil dragon. The narrative box clarifies the secret of the duchy, which means that only the blood relatives of the Ludian duchy have the true founding myth written by the first head passed down to them. The carriage rattles gently as it makes its way back through the peaceful village streets. Looking out the window, the Duchess ponders, "Regarding the founding myth picture book I saw in the library with the kids, I want to ask Euclid about it, but I guess I should hold back. Could the changing weather possibly have something to do with the dragon too?" She narrows her eyes slightly in deep thought, analyzing the mysterious connection between the weather and the legendary dragon. Looking over at Euclid, she reflects on his fate in the original story. He would have paid off all his debts using the abundance brought on by the climate change, and he might have perfectly resolved his niece and nephew's issues too. The Duchess reflects on Euclid's potential future, thinking, and even after divorcing Evgenia, he might have met someone nice and remarried. Euclid's soft voice breaks her train of thought as he calls out gently, "Wife?" The Duchess blinks awake, finding herself resting comfortably against Euclid's shoulder as he looks down at her with a soft, affectionate gaze. Blushing slightly, Euclid murmurs, "I'm sorry, there was something on your cheek," while the Duchess remains silent, touched by his gentle gesture. The Duchess feels her chest tighten with emotion, thinking, "I think my heart would hurt immensely." She gently holds his hand against her cheek, looking up into his eyes as a quiet, intimate moment passes between them. She looks at him with a gaze full of unspoken feelings, her expression filled with a gentle, bittersweet longing. Euclid continues to cradle her cheek in his hand, a warm and silent tenderness enveloping them both. The Duchess breaks into a warm, joyous laugh, holding his hand as they share a beautiful, light-hearted moment. Euclid's gaze softens even further, his golden eyes filled with deep, quiet affection. Leaning in close, Euclid gently lifts her chin, their faces inches apart as the tension between them reaches its peak. The Duchess's heart races as she waits, completely frozen by his sudden, intense proximity. Suddenly, Gressel's voice booms from outside, breaking the spell. "My lady, is something the matter? We arrived a while ago, why aren't you coming out?" Both Euclid and the Duchess flinch in surprise, their faces flushing red as they are abruptly jolted back to reality. The Duchess stomps out of the carriage, completely red-faced and screaming internally, "Gressel, why are you so dense? When a newlywed couple who hasn't even been married for 3 months doesn't come out of their carriage, shouldn't you take a hint?" Gressel greets them cheerfully, "You're finally out, Your Grace," to which Euclid replies with a polite but highly embarrassed, "Yes." Sensing the terrifying dark aura radiating from the Duchess, Gressel nervously sweats and stammers, "My lady, did I do something wrong?" Massaging her temples in frustration, she bluntly replies, "You're annoying me, so go away." Seeing Euclid freeze with a wounded, shocked expression, the Duchess panics and frantically waves her hands. "No, no, Euclid, I didn't mean you." As Euclid walks away dejectedly murmuring, "I'm sorry," the Duchess chases after him in a panic, crying out, "No, I was talking to Gressel." Noticing a commotion nearby, the Duchess pauses and wonders, why is it so noisy over there? Did something happen in the carriage the kids rode in? The Duchess walks over and asks, "What's going on?" And the guard explains, "Well, Lady Marianne keeps saying there's a strange smell coming from the carriage." Marianne runs up excitedly, calling out, "Auntie, you can smell it too, right, Auntie?" The Duchess responds in confusion, "I don't really smell anything." But Marianne insists, "Well, actually, it smells like gold coins." As Euclid, Richard, and the Duchess blink in utter bewilderment at the phrase "smells like gold coins," Dior proudly pipes up, "My sister is really good at smelling gold coins." Marianne blushes and yells, "Dior!" as the Duchess giggles, but Dior continues to expose her secrets. "It's true, you sleep hugging the allowance Auntie gave us every night. You even found all the gold coins I hid." The Duchess asks gently, "So you're looking for the gold coins right now?" To which Marianne sadly replies, "Yes, but no matter how hard I search, I can't find it. It's so weird, I can definitely smell it." Euclid clears his throat and suggests, since this is a magic carriage layered with dozens of spells, there might be a spatial storage spell placed on it. Looking inside, he points out, for instance, under the seats, and nods in agreement, saying, "Now that you mention it, when we rode in this carriage, the seats did feel a bit uncomfortable." The Duchess smiles eagerly and says, "Then let's take a look." One of the servants carefully reaches under the seats to open the hidden compartment. As the hidden compartment pops open, the servant's eyes widen to dinner plates in absolute shock. Peeking inside, Marianne gasps in disbelief. Seriously? At the sight of the hidden gold. A literal mountain of glittering gold coins spills out from beneath the seats, piling up high on the carriage floor. The carriage is practically overflowing with a blinding, dazzling stream of treasure. Staring at the massive fortune, the Duchess looks blankly at Euclid and whispers, "Duke, can we just pocket this and play dumb?" Euclid responds with perfect aristocratic logic, "Is there any reason we shouldn't? We traded for this carriage fair and square," prompting Gressel to pump his fist enthusiastically. "I completely agree, Your Grace." Anne sweats nervously, her conscience stinging as she looks at the gold. From a rough count, it looks like at least a month's worth of the Magic Tower's revenue. Is it really okay not to say anything to the Tower Master? Looking at Euclid, the Duchess realizes the implications of this windfall and wonders, by any chance, Then Euclid smiles warmly, a soft blush dusting his cheeks as he says, "Well, everything seems settled, so shall we get going?" "Yeah, let's," the Duchess replies softly, though she notes internally, "I still have things I want to tell Euclid." They enjoy a beautiful, peaceful picnic together on the lush green grass, laughing and sharing delicious treats under the warm sun. As they walk along the path, Marianne cheers happily. "Let's come here again next time. When the weather gets warmer, I want to dip my feet in the lake too." Euclid gently locks pinkies with her, smiling warmly. "Sure, let's definitely come back together." Euclid instructs the escort knight, Delano, "Please escort the children safely to the ducal castle," to which the knight respectfully bows, "Yes, your grace." The heavy carriage wheels begin to turn, rumbling softly as their journey resumes. Back in the carriage as evening falls, Euclid looks at her with concern. "My wife, are you feeling tired? The carriage might rattle quite a bit. If you start feeling unwell, please let me know right away." Smiling brightly, she reassures him, "I'm all right so far," while reflecting internally, "Actually, part of the reason I tagged along on this inspection was to spend some quality time with Euclid. But the main reason is the Cephalic Mountains, where the corpse of a gold dragon is said to be buried." Looking out at the majestic peaks, she wonders with excitement. It was just lightly mentioned as a background detail in the original novel, but how could I resist exploring the remains left by a literal dragon? Besides, this is a golden opportunity to be alone with Euclid. "Duke, there's something I've been meaning to tell you." "Yes, go ahead, my wife." "About earlier, when we arrived at the lake, I wasn't calling you annoying. I was talking to the Knight Commander." "Is that so?" "So you did misunderstand. How could I ever say such a harsh thing to you, Duke? Then I am so relieved." To the Duchess, Euclid is a depressed but criminally charming man. She feels an intense surge of affection, thinking about how lucky she is that they are actually married, and wanting to protect him and keep him safe from the world. "Did you have something else to say?" "Yes, I do. About the money we found in the carriage earlier. Don't you think it would be better to return it to the Tower Master? What if he holds a grudge over this? It's true he's quite obsessed with money. However, he's not so petty as to hold a grudge over something like this, so you can rest easy." "Actually, I've been trying to contact the Tower Master for a while now, but it seems he's currently out of the Empire. Is that so?" "Duke, I've made up my mind." "About what?" "I'm going to take this opportunity to pave the roads and develop the city while I'm at it." "Road maintenance and urban development?" "Actually, I've been thinking it'd be a good idea to start on those once we've settled our debts." "I see, so that's what you had in mind." "If they overhaul the entire underdeveloped northern region and establish a new road network to create a planned city, combined with the improving weather, they could finally expect some self-sustaining productivity, which would also open up possibilities for industrial development. If they succeed, it might even be possible to declare independence from the Empire." "I completely understand what you're saying, my wife. However, could you give me a little more time to think it over?" "Of course. You are the one who makes the final decisions for the North, Duke." "Are you all right, my lady?" "My lady, close your eyes and lean on me." "Okay." The carriage continues to rattle and bump along the snowy mountain path as the night deepens. "My wife." "Huh? Are we there already?" "Yes, but you need to bundle up before we head out. If you go out like this, you'll catch a cold." "There, you're all set." Sweet Euclid is the absolute best. The Duchess steps out of the carriage as the heavy snow falls around them on the frozen mountain. "This is the highest point we can reach by carriage on Mount Anita. From here on..." "My wife?" The Duchess suddenly clutches her chest and gasps for breath, looking pale and completely overwhelmed. Take a deep breath in and let it out. It's a common symptom at this high altitude. Altitude sickness? Is this what altitude sickness feels like? It's so hard to breathe. "My lady, you look incredibly pale. If it's too much, we can head back down right now. Just say the word." "No, I think I'm feeling a bit better. We still have to go higher from here, right?" "Yes, we'll have to travel on horseback from here on out, but..." "My wife, do you happen to know how to ride a horse?" "A horse? No, I don't." "That's fine. Even if you were an experienced rider, this terrain isn't easy for a beginner to navigate." A close-up shows a boot stepping firmly into the stirrup as Euclid prepares to mount his horse. "So you can ride with me." "Oh my gosh, he looks exactly like a prince on a white horse. Sharing a horse with my bias? I love this so much. Sounds good." The Duchess reaches up and places her gloved hand into Euclid's warm grasp. Euclid pulls her up in front of him, wrapping his arms securely around her to hold the reins as she blushes at their sudden close proximity. The mountain paths are rough, so it'd be safer to sit facing forward rather than side saddle. It might be a little uncomfortable, but please bear with it for a bit. No, it's not uncomfortable at all. Honestly, I could stay like this for the rest of my life. Getting a back hug is great and all, but I really wanted to see him ride the horse too. Anyway, I'm so used to seeing him stuck at a desk, pushing papers all day. Seeing him ride through these mountain trails so steadily feels new and amazing. I'm so glad I tagged along.
They finally reach the stone gates of the border region fortress as the snow continues to fall. Your Grace, we received word you were coming, so...
My apologies. I didn't realize the Duchess would join you. Forgive my disrespect. It's quite all right. I simply came to look around, so please be at ease.
If you'll excuse me for a moment. Right this way. And here I wanted to admire Euclid's face a bit more. I just want to stay like this. As you've probably noticed, the weather has improved dramatically, Your Grace. Just 3 months ago, during your last visit, the blizzards were so fierce we couldn't even see properly. With the weather clearing up, there might be people trying to cross the border. Please step up your patrols and tighten security further. Yes, sir. He must come all the way up here for regular inspections. No wonder he looked so comfortable riding a horse up a mountain. Isn't being a duke an extreme job at this point? The Duchess's purple eye widens in sudden, profound realization.
Somewhere around here lies the dragon known as the strongest creature on Earth. Or rather, the first head of the Ludion family is buried here. Isn't that right?
As the Duchess watches Euclid converse with the guard captain, she decides to step back and think, Euclid looks busy talking to the guard captain, so I should probably climb down and stay out of his way. Walking down the stone stairs, the Duchess suddenly stops in her tracks with an alarmed expression and gasps. She spots a group of exhausted knights resting on the ground, with one of them groaning, "Whoa there," as they catch their breath. One of the knights nervously tells her, "The path is just so rough. If you want to put me through endurance training or drills, I'm fully prepared for it." While the Duchess silently reflects, I should really just keep my mouth shut. Euclid approaches her with a soft, caring look and asks, "My wife, did you wait long?" Prompting her to respond, "Are you done talking?" Looking apologetic, Euclid sighs, "Yes, I'm sorry you had to make this difficult climb, only for us to have to head right back down." She smiles brightly and reassures him, "It's fine. I'm the one who stubbornly insisted on tagging along." Euclid suggestively says, "My wife, it will be much more comfortable for you to ride behind me this time." She looks slightly disappointed, thinking, "Guess I won't get to see his riding face this time either. What a shame." Suddenly, her eye catches something unusual in the snowy ravine below, and she gasps in shock, "Wait, just now." Noticing her distraction, Euclid asks with concern, "My lady, is something wrong?" As she calls out to him, "Duke." Pointing down toward a mysterious warm glow, she tells him, "Over there, I think I saw something strange." Investigating the source of the light, they discover a miraculous oasis of life, a lush meadow filled with blooming, colorful flowers in the middle of the frozen mountain. The Duchess gasps in awe. "What is this?" Euclid looks completely baffled and explains, "The guard forces split into teams and patrol this area every single day. But when I received the report earlier, there was no mention of a place like this existing." The Duchess is deeply puzzled and wonders, they patrol every day and somehow missed this? Does that mean this change happened after we got here? Sensing potential trouble, Euclid states, "We need to hurry back to the ducal castle immediately. I thought the Cephalic Mountains, at least, hadn't suffered drastic climate changes, but I need to convene a meeting right away to share this and come up with a plan." Looking anxious, the Duchess thinks to herself, the Cephalic Mountains border other countries. Since it's such a sensitive region, Euclid seems to have a lot on his plate. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound echoes as the snowy ground beneath her foot begins to collapse, causing her to gasp in horror. The Duchess loses her footing completely and begins to fall backward into a sudden deep fissure, crying out, "Huh!" in panic. As she plummets into the dark abyss, Euclid desperately reaches out his hand, screaming in absolute terror, "My wife!" Recalling the terrifying plunge, she reflects in a daze, "I remember the ground suddenly started collapsing." Falling down into the darkness, she looks up at the shrinking opening above and wonders, did I fall? Landing safely but covered in dirt, she sits up and sighs in exhaustion. But isn't this just a bit too sudden? Fearing the worst, she thinks sadly, "Don't tell me, did I die? I haven't even made Euclid happy yet." Looking around the dark, cavernous space, tears fill her eyes as she thinks, "If I really did die, at the very least, I hope Euclid would be a little sad about it. How nice it'd be." Sob. Out of the darkness, a deeply concerned and familiar voice calls out to her, "My wife?" Her eye widens in absolute shock as she gasps, "That voice!" Turning around, she finds Euclid sitting right there with her in the cavern. She exclaims, "Duke?" as he replies, "Yes, I'm here. Have you come to..." Filled with overwhelming relief and joy, she bursts into tears and throws her arms around his neck, crying, "Ah, hick." Clutching him tightly, she whispers,
there's no one around, as he holds her close with a tender expression. Euclid gently pats her back to comfort her as she weeps. I thought I was gonna die just like this. She pulls back slightly and asks, "But why are you here, Duke?" To which he smiles warmly and replies, "I couldn't leave my wife all by herself now, can I?" Shocked by his reckless behavior, she exclaims, "Are you saying you jumped in here? Why would you do something so reckless?" But he firmly reassures her, "What meaning would my safety have if my wife is in danger?" Smiling tenderly, Euclid adds, "If I had just let you go like that, I wouldn't have been able to do anything, pacing around in constant worry. It's far better to be with you than to burn with anxiety alone." Staring at him with deep affection, the Duchess blushes intensely and squeals internally. I can't see his face right now, but he must be smiling. His face alone is enough to justify his existence and charm, and now he's even sweethearted? Euclid, this scary bias of mine. Remembering her past life, she thinks warmly, "Actually, I was afraid I'd die in this world and return to my original body, but with Euclid here, I feel much better." She then smiles and says aloud, "Thank you for not leaving me alone." Looking around, Euclid reassures her, "My wife, don't worry about anything. I've already signaled the magic tower, so we should be able to get out soon." She thinks to herself, "Well, he wouldn't have jumped off the cliff without a plan anyway. He probably has a better plan than both of us combined." Euclid asks with concern, "By the way, are you hurt anywhere, my wife?" And she responds, "I'm perfectly fine. Are you all right, Duke?" To which he replies, "I am fine as well." Euclid gently leans close and whispers, "Rest easy now. It might be best to close your eyes until the rescue team arrives." However, she thinks to herself, "No, that won't do. This isn't exactly a great situation, but it's time just for the two of us." Drifting off, she smiles softly and thinks, "I want to talk more." Euclid gazes down at her with infinite tenderness as she peacefully falls asleep in his protective embrace. He gently brushes a soft lock of hair away from her face with a loving touch. Surrounded by an imaginary blooming floral background, Euclid tenderly places a soft kiss on her forehead. The Duchess slowly wakes up with a quiet cough and wonders, "Did I fall asleep?" Looking up at him, she asks, "Duke, how long did I sleep?" And he replies softly, "You didn't sleep for that long." Feeling self-conscious, she sheepishly asks, "I didn't snore, did I?" But he smiles and says, "Don't worry, you slept rather peacefully. By the way, the rescue team should be arriving soon." Embarrassed, she suspects, he seems to be changing the subject. Is it just my imagination? He must have heard me snoring loudly. Suddenly, she spots a bright glow nearby and gasps, "Huh?" Pointing toward the shimmering light, she says, "I think there's something shining over there," while Euclid asks in confusion, "My wife, is something wrong?" Crawling on her hands and knees toward the glow, she tells him, "Just a moment," as he watches her with concern and calls out, "My wife?" Reaching her hands toward a brilliant, floating shard of energy, she wonders in awe, "What on earth is this?" Before calling out, "Duke, look at this, here." The Duchess turns back to show Euclid the mysterious artifact, her face full of excitement. However, her expression turns to utter horror as she notices Euclid looking incredibly pale, sweating, and dazed. She gasps in alarm. Euclid's condition is strange. The Duchess gently touches Euclid's burning forehead, deeply worried as his temperature continues to rise rapidly. She looks down in shock as she notices a severe wound on his arm, covered in deep scrapes and dried blood. Despite his pale face and cold sweat, Euclid weakly opens his eyes and whispers to his wife, trying to reassure her that he is fine. Unable to sustain his remaining strength, Euclid's eyes close as he loses consciousness and collapses onto her shoulder. Terrified by his sudden collapse, the Duchess cries out in panic, desperately calling for him as darkness surrounds them. Euclid's painful childhood memories resurface, recalling how he was constantly plagued by a mysterious, undiagnosed illness that caused him to vomit blood and wake up with nosebleeds. One day, the master of the magic tower diagnosed his illness and provided a powerful painkiller, which could not control the rampaging mana in his small heart, but at least stop the agonizing pain. Knowing that the expensive medicine was a heavy burden on his family for a sickly youngest son who wasn't even the heir, young Euclid frequently wondered if he had any reason to live. However, his older brother gently placed a hand on his shoulder and firmly told him that they deeply cared for him and wanted him to live. Comforted by his brother's reassuring words that he was not a burden, but rather someone the family relied on, Euclid resolved to never entertain weak thoughts again. When his father later asked how his body was doing, Euclid put on a bright smile and said he felt much better thanks to the magic tower's medicine.
When asked about his magic, Euclid lied with a reassuring smile, promising his father that he wasn't using it at all to prevent them from worrying.
After seeing his family's relieved expressions, young Euclid would return to his room alone, quietly vomiting to relieve the agonizing pain he hid inside.
Over time, Euclid eventually mastered the art of perfectly hiding his suffering from everyone around him.
Returning to the present, Euclid looks down at his sleeping wife, feeling cowardly but relieved that he managed to lose consciousness before she could see him suffer. He watches her sleep, deeply determined to never make someone so precious to him suffer because of his condition again. Morning arrives at the magnificent ducal castle, with the peaceful sound of birds chirping in the bright sky. Inside the bedchamber, Euclid lies in bed sweating profusely as a voice notes that his fever is dangerously high. He weakly looks to his side, seeing his wife standing anxiously by his bedside. The doctor assures the Duchess that the Duke's fever will definitely go down within an hour, leaving her distressed that Euclid has to endure such intense heat for that long. Euclid places a weak hand over his face, sweating heavily as the high fever continues to ravage his body. The Duchess looks down with deep regret, blaming herself and thinking that none of this would have happened if she hadn't insisted on tagging along. Sensing her distress, Euclid looks up and gently reassures her that what happened is not her fault at all. He looks at her with a tender, loving gaze, telling her that he was actually happy. The Duchess looks at him with tears welling in her purple eyes as Euclid explains that he was happy not to be alone when he opened his eyes. She tearfully protests, telling him that he is not fine at all since his arm is broken and he is burning up with a high fever. Overwhelmed with emotion and worry, the Duchess chokes back her tears as she looks at her injured husband. Euclid smiles back at her with absolute tenderness, his warm expression contrasting with his pale, sweaty face. The Duchess stares down at him, her heart aching as tears slip from her eyes. Euclid softly whispers to her, saying that seeing her cry only makes his heart ache even more. She looks at him, deeply touched by his caring words despite his own immense physical suffering. The Duchess reflects on how Euclid's words sound as though he is declaring her to be someone truly precious to him. Still, she looks at him regretfully, admitting that even though he told her not to apologize, she still feels incredibly sorry. The knight captain approaches the Duchess, bowing his head in deep apology for not rescuing them sooner. He explains that the moment the ground collapsed, the Duke shielded her instantly, taking the brunt of the fall and saving her life. Another knight chimes in, highlighting that the minerals the Duchess discovered during their fall are extremely valuable. He reveals in excitement that they are legendary mana stones, which are impossible to find anywhere outside the Magic Tower, and says the Duke will be thrilled once he wakes up. The Duchess gently wipes Euclid's feverish forehead with a cool cloth, thinking that none of the wealth matters if Euclid is hurt. Her maid, Anne, knocks on the door and asks to enter, and the Duchess quietly invites her in. Anne expresses concern for the Duchess's exhaustion and suggests she get some rest, but the Duchess insists she is fine. Showing visible signs of fatigue, the Duchess declares she will stay by Euclid's side all night and tells Anne to rest instead. Seeing her determination, Anne brightly offers to brew some strong tea to help her stay awake, which the Duchess gratefully accepts. Left alone, the Duchess gently touches Euclid's face, telling him to hold on just a little longer until he can be healed. She thinks of a benevolent high priest, hoping that despite his dislike for her, his duty as a priest means he won't ignore a suffering patient. The next morning, bright sunlight bathes the castle walls as birds chirp peacefully in the courtyard. Euclid slowly opens his eyes, his fever finally starting to break in the warm morning light. He turns his head and smiles softly, finding the Duchess sleeping soundly right next to his bed while holding his hand. Euclid sits up carefully, keeping a gentle, protective hold on her hand so as not to wake her. He gazes at her sleeping face, remembering the deeply worried expression she made for him when he was in pain. Looking at his sleeping wife, Euclid's cheeks flush with a soft blush as he smiles with infinite warmth and love. The butler quietly peeks through the cracked open door, checking on the Duke's bedchamber. Opening the door a bit further, the butler peers inside and asks, "Duke, are you awake now?" as he spots Euclid sitting up in bed. Smiling gently, Euclid places a finger to his lips, gesturing for the butler to keep quiet so as not to wake the Duchess, who was sleeping peacefully beside him. Outside the room, a confused maid asks, "Butler, why aren't you going in?" And the blushing butler swoons, whispering, "It's love," with hearts in his eyes. Resting on the bed, the Duchess stirs slightly and lets out a soft, sleepy murmur, beginning to wake up. The Duchess sits up with a start and anxiously asks, "Duke, are you awake?" To which Euclid looks at her tenderly and replies, "Yes." Gently reaching out to touch his forehead, she notes with relief, "Your fever is completely gone. How's your body feeling?" And he softly answers, "I'm fine." Worried, she continues to ask, "What about your arm? Is there anywhere else that's uncomfortable?" But Euclid laughs lightheartedly and assures her, "Nothing at all, I'm fine." Looking at him with narrowing, suspicious eyes, she asks, "You're not trying to fool me again, are you?" Thinking to herself that Euclid is far too good at hiding his pain, and that she will have to keep a close eye on him from now on.
The doctor approaches and suggests, "My lady, I will stay by the Duke's side from now on. Please go rest comfortably in your room," though she silently thinks she feels perfectly fine.
The doctor offers a warm smile of reassurance and says, "The Duke has regained consciousness, and his fever has completely subsided. Now he just needs plenty of rest so his bones can heal properly." Looking extremely exhausted with heavy shadows under her eyes, she hesitates, saying, "But," as her worried maid exclaims, "What are we going to do if you end up falling ill as well, my lady?" Supporting the advice, Euclid says, "He is right, wife. Please go and get some rest," prompting her to pout slightly and agree, "All right, then I'll wash up, catch a little sleep, and come back."
Euclid gives her a reassuring smile and bids her, "Yes, please don't worry."
In a cute chibi dialogue, she instructs him, "And if Delano comes by to talk about work, tell him you're resting and you'll look at it later," to which he obediently replies, "Understood." She then asks with a sweet, lingering look, "Also, can I just rest for a little bit and come right back?" Overcome with emotion and tears of joy, the butler watches them affectionately, whispering to himself, "It's definitely love." A few hours pass by with the bright afternoon sun shining through the tall glass window of the castle. Feeling refreshed and clean, the Duchess returns wearing a stunning purple gown decorated with butterflies, thinking to herself, "Washed up, grabbed a quick bite, and on my way back." Approaching the door, she spots a young man standing there as children's voices call out from inside, "Uncle and Uncle!" She realizes Richard is here too. Peeking into the room, she sadly thinks the kids must have been so frightened, as one of them asks with deep concern, "Uncle, does it hurt a lot?" Sitting up in bed, Euclid smiles warmly and lovingly at the children. Standing by his bedside, the children look up as one of them asks, "Really? But what happened to your arm?" Little Dior and Marianne look up at their uncle with big, tearful eyes, desperately holding back their tears. Overcome with relief and worry, the children throw themselves into Euclid's arms, hugging him closely as he holds them close. Gently patting them, Euclid reassures them, "I'm really okay, so you don't need to cry," though they still tearfully ask, "Truly?" An aide rushes in to spread some exciting news, clapping his hands as he cheers, "Come now, Lady Marianne, Lord Dior, please rejoice, because our Ludian dukedom has just struck a gold mine," prompting a surprised, "A gold mine?" from Dior. The aide excitedly continues, "Yes, an entire mana stone mine has been discovered. To think we could become rich this easily." Hearing the news of their sudden fortune, the Duchess smiles warmly and proudly from outside the doorway. She decides to quietly slip away, thinking, "I feel a bit guilty interrupting such a heartwarming scene. I should come back later." With a soft smile, the Duchess turns on her heel to leave the hallway. She is surprised to find Richard still standing in the corridor, thinking, "Oh, Richard was still here." Looking at his downcast, blushing face, she gently asks, "Richard, is there something you want to say?" The two of them stand in the grand corridor, facing each other in silence. As Richard hesitatingly speaks, she tilts her head with a question mark, wondering what he means as a voice asks, "And if you were, do you think things would be any different?" The Duchess kindly reassures him, saying, "Richard, even though you're a knight of the Ludian dukedom, you aren't my personal escort, and you weren't even there, so there's no need for you to apologize." To which he quietly responds, "Yes, understood." Surrounded by a gentle floral aura, she gazes at him with a calm and encouraging expression. Deeply touched by her kindness, Richard's face lights up with a bright, joyful smile. Suddenly, a maid comes running up in a rush, calling out in panic, "My lady!" Surprised by her sudden entrance, the Duchess asks, "What is it? What's going on?" And the maid breathlessly announces, "They say the war with the Aruhin kingdom has ended in our victory. His Highness the Crown Prince will be returning to the Empire soon." The maid adds, "Oh, and they also said the High Priest has come to the north to volunteer," causing the Duchess to think in surprise, "Demian is already here?" Determined to see him, the Duchess turns to leave immediately, stating, "I need to go to the temple right away." But the maid desperately calls out, "My lady, wait, you don't need to go to the temple." The maid explains, "The High Priest is already inside the ducal castle," as we see a glimpse of the handsome silver-haired High Priest Demian. A hand grasps the handle to open the large double doors, accompanied by the thought, "It makes no sense for him to come to the dukedom instead of the temple." Walking inside, the Duchess sees the silver-haired High Priest sitting regally on a sofa in the drawing room. Feeling slightly tense, she approaches him and politely greets, "Hello, High Priest." Looking rather displeased, the high priest coolly addresses her. This is the first time we've met since the wedding, madam, while she nervously thinks, what's his deal? For someone here on a goodwill visit, he looks rather mad. They sit across from each other at the tea table, and she says, I never expected to see the high priest here in the north, so what brings you to the dukedom? The high priest stares at her with sharp green eyes, asking, no, I mean, is there something you need my help with? Taken aback by his accuracy, she sweat drops and thinks, wait, how did he's totally spot on, before asking aloud, there is an urgent favor I must ask of you, high priest. Is that all right? Looking at a majestic statue of the goddess holding lilies, the Duchess is completely bewildered, wondering, the goddess to aid me? Why? High Priest Demian stands enveloped in a mysterious blue light, declaring that since her goals align with Goddess Heserin's wishes, he will uphold the goddess's will and assist her. Looking extremely disgruntled, the Duchess pouts in her chibi form, thinking to herself that while she's grateful, his cold expression makes it look like she threatened him. She then questions, the goddess? Sitting across from each other at the tea table, Damien asks if she doubts his words, pointing out that she must have recently felt that the goddess has been protecting and blessing her. The Duchess recalls her dangerous fall in the forest, realizing with a start that her survival wasn't just a matter of simple luck. Memories of her wedding day and her arrival in this novel flash through her mind as she wonders if her transmigration into this world was also guided by a higher power. She stares ahead with a stunned, wide-eyed expression, completely lost in thought as she tries to process this incredible revelation. High Priest Demian stands regally, looking down at her with a calm but intense gaze as he waits for her response. The Duchess enters the bedchamber and asks if Euclid is feeling any better, to which he looks up warmly and replies that he is feeling much better now that she is here. Euclid mentions that Marianne and Dior were waiting for her for quite a while before they left, showing a cute flashback of the two children tearfully wishing to see their aunt, causing the Duchess to exclaim in surprise. Damien explains that he didn't force the children to see her since she must have been shocked, and the Duchess brightly replies that she is completely fine and will check on them later. Observing their affectionate interaction, Damien looks on with a sweat drop, thinking to himself that they get along incredibly well despite their impending divorce. The Duchess and Euclid sit together on the bed when Damien suddenly addresses her as Madam, catching her completely off guard. A sudden, chilling tension fills the room as Damien senses an overwhelming and powerful energy radiating from the silent Duke. To break the heavy silence, the Duchess claps her hands and explains that she brought the High Priest to heal the Duke's arm. Clapping her hands with a bright, cheerful smile, the Duchess tries to keep the atmosphere light and positive. The Duchess explains that she was going to retrieve the High Priest, but he surprisingly arrived at the dukedom first, while Euclid silently wonders if he was just imagining the strange pressure from before. Turning to the High Priest, the Duchess stops him and asks if he could possibly change the way he addresses her. She explains that since her husband also calls her Madam, it gets confusing, and she requests to be addressed properly as Duchess, leaving Damien sweating and utterly bewildered by the sudden demand. Watching their closeness, a tiny chibi Demian floats in the air, deeply questioning if these two are actually going through a divorce. Euclid and the Duchess share a warm, intimate smile, surrounded by a soft, affectionate glow that completely excludes everyone else. Euclid places his hand gently over his heavily bandaged arm, preparing for the divine healing to begin. Closing his eyes, Damien begins chanting holy scriptures as a bright, warm golden light begins to emanate from his hands, enveloping Euclid's arm. After the divine light fades, Euclid clenches his fist with a satisfied smile, feeling his arm completely restored as a voice tells him, "Don't mention it." Still deeply worried, the Duchess anxiously asks if his arm is truly all right and if there is any other place that hurts. Euclid looks down at her with a gentle smile and assures her that he is genuinely fine now, with Demian watching them quietly from the side. Damien presses his lips together in a tight line, his mind filled with worry as he wonders why he feels so incredibly uneasy about the situation. He remembers the cold, threatening smirk of the original Duchess, noting how vastly different she is from the warm woman sitting before him now. He reminds himself that the past and future he once knew have already vanished and are no longer relevant. Looking at her back, Demian realizes that there is no absolute rule stating this current life must follow the exact same path as before. Euclid sits quietly on his bed, looking at his wife with a gentle, attentive gaze as they prepare to bid the High Priest farewell. Euclid politely extends an invitation, insisting that the High Priest should stay for dinner since it wouldn't feel right to send him away after such a long journey. Damien politely declines the offer, stating that he has a party waiting for him and must head straight to the temple. With a calm and solemn expression, Damien adds that he didn't come to the dukedom to be treated like an honored guest. The Duchess politely escorts High Priest Damien down the grand sunlit corridor of the castle. Damien suddenly pauses in his tracks and calls out Duchess, prompting her to look back and encourage him to speak. Damien mentions that on his journey to the north, he noticed that the environment is vastly different from the harsh conditions he had heard about. The Duchess responds, explaining that the weather in the north has actually been getting rapidly warmer lately. Damien listens intently as the Duchess explains that they have been investigating the sudden warming trend, adding that after their conversation today, she thinks she finally knows the cause. She leans in slightly and whispers with a wide-eyed, playful expression that she believes the goddess might have used a bit of her divine power to warm up the north. Damien immediately shoots down her theory with a deadpan look, causing her to awkwardly retract her statement with a sweat drop. Damien points out logically that if the goddess had indeed bestowed her blessing upon the northern lands, there is absolutely no way he, as high priest, wouldn't have sensed it. He muses that the sudden warming of the north might actually be caused by some other mysterious power, as we see a beautiful external shot of the grand castle. Damien suddenly extends his hand toward her, but the Duchess shrinks back in confusion, thinking, "My hand?" and stating aloud that she is a married woman. The Duchess glares at him with pure disgust, frantically wondering if he is some kind of pervert since this wasn't in the novel, while Damien sighs and says he is the high priest and can practically hear her wild thoughts. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she relents and gently places her hand in his. As she holds his hand, a gentle, sparkling white aura surrounds them, indicating the activation of his holy power to inspect her. Damien gazes down with a serious and slightly surprised look in his green eyes as he senses the energy within her. Suddenly, a sharp, cold voice demands to know what exactly they are doing, causing them both to turn around in complete shock. Standing in the corridor with an irritated expression and running a hand through his messy dark hair, a handsome man glares at them with deep suspicion. Looking surprised, the Duchess asks, "Huh? By any chance, are you the Magic Tower Master?" To which he defensively replies, "What do you mean by any chance? My face isn't one you'd forget after just a few months." In their cute chibi forms, the Duchess points out, "It's just that your style has changed so much since the last time I saw you," causing him to ask, "Does it look okay this time? I put some effort into it." The Duchess then clarifies, "Oh, and please don't misunderstand. We were just reverently checking something at the High Priest's request." Realizing he has to leave, the Magic Tower Master waves goodbye cheerfully, saying, "Whoops, look at me losing my mind. My one and only friend has been desperately looking for me. I'll be off now, so feel free to continue your reverent checking or whatever. Well then, see ya." Sweat dropping in confusion, High Priest Damien asks, "That guy is the Magic Tower Master?" As a chibi Duchess confirms, "Yes, and he's also a friend of the Duke." Staring in deep contemplation, Damien's sharp green eyes narrow as he silently thinks, "That man's energy is definitely." Breaking his train of thought, the Duchess asks, "Oh, right, so are you done checking? Is the change in the weather really not because the goddess used her power?" Damien looks away in uncertainty, replying, "I'm not sure." Sinking into absolute darkness and worry, a shadow falls over a face as the thought echoes, "I don't know either." Closing her eyes with a disgruntled sigh, the Duchess pouts, "You don't know? Then why did you even ask for my hand?" As Damien watches the Magic Tower Master walk away, he contemplates the energy of the Magic Tower Master who suddenly appeared. Damien stands in a dark, desolate graveyard under a swirling sky filled with malevolent black spheres of energy, realizing the magic was exactly like the energy of the entity that... In a flashback, the Magic Tower Master stands by the bed of the blonde-haired Duke Euclid, using his magic to project a bright, glowing golden light from his hand onto the Duke's chest. A glowing magical projection of a beating heart pulses in the darkness as a voice asks, "How is it?" With a grave expression, the Magic Tower Master asks, "You said you haven't had any symptoms so far, right? That's only temporary," prompting a shocked Euclid to ask, "What? What do you mean?" Stunned and wide-eyed, Euclid is overcome with dread as the master explains, "Simply put, it's the calm before the storm." Sitting powerlessly on his bed, Euclid hangs his head in despair as he is warned, "From now on, you'll experience even worse pain than before. In other words, your heart is going to hit its limit." Euclid stares down in heavy silence, quietly murmuring, "I see." Euclid tightly clenches the bedsheets in his fist as the realization sets in. It's time to make a decision. A heavy, painful silence fills the room as Euclid sits quietly on his bed with his head bowed, while his friend looks at him with deep concern. Back in the corridor, the Duchess looks up at Damien and asks, "Then is that all you had to say?" Damien walks beside her in quiet contemplation, thinking to himself, All I had to say, huh? The truth is, I couldn't even bring up what I really wanted to say. Looking deeply conflicted, Demian sweats as his thoughts linger, like where that person is right now. In a dark, sorrowful flashback, Demian stands before the heavy iron bars of a prison cell, looking in at a silent woman with long dark hair, wondering, where is that person?
Memory of a past conversation flashes back, where Demian sat opposite the original Duchess in her grand drawing room, as she coldly stated, "I recall you saying they weren't important to you. You said you had nothing to do with them."
The imprisoned woman behind the iron bars chuckles mockingly, stating, well, that person is going to die soon. Don't worry about it. Leaving Demian to call out in despair, Evgenia, you... Overwhelmed by grief and helplessness, Demian collapses on his knees against the iron cell door as she adds, I hope you don't think it's your fault, High Priest. It's simply that woman's fate. Leaving him to deeply lament, I can't tell you how much I regretted not asking more about her that day. Startled out of his painful memories, Demian's blue-ringed eye goes wide with surprise as the Duchess calls out, High Priest? Bringing his hand to his chin, Demian looks down at her and asks, I've been meaning to ask you this whole time. Is healing the Duke really the only thing you need my help with? Demian gazes down with a solemn, intense expression, silently searching her face for any hidden truth. Touching her lip thoughtfully, the Duchess smiles in amusement, thinking to herself, anything to help me, to help me. To help me. A sweet memory shows a young, white-haired Demian smiling brightly as he says, I want to repay my debt. If there's anything I can help with, please let me know. A comforting hand of a mysterious, cloaked figure rests gently on the young boy's shoulder as a soft voice wonders, help me? Huh? Smiling warmly, the Duchess recalls those gentle words, whispering, unfortunately, there's nothing right now. I'll let you know if I ever need a favor. I hope you won't turn me down when that time comes. Staring at the Duchess's bright, genuine smile, Demian remembers the promise he made to her in the past. There's nothing right now. If that day ever comes, I won't turn her down. A close-up of Demian's softened green eye captures a moment of silent, heartfelt emotion as he gazes at her with deep affection. Walking back down the grand corridor, the Duchess stops and calls out, Oh, Duke, has the Master of the Magic Tower leave already? Standing quietly by the massive window, Euclid stares blankly out at the sky, lost in his own heavy thoughts. Noticing her presence, Euclid turns around slightly and responds, my wife. Euclid closes his eyes and greets her with an incredibly warm, gentle smile, radiating pure affection. Overcome with emotion, the Duchess walks forward and gently cups Euclid's cheek with both of her hands. Holding his face close, she looks up into his eyes and softly asks, Are you sure? Are you sure you're really okay? Feeling incredibly comforted by her touch, Euclid closes his eyes and leans his face affectionately into her warm hand. Standing close together by the window, they share a quiet, tender moment as Euclid looks down at her with endless warmth while she continues to hold his cheek. A few days pass and bright sunlight filters through the elegant, tall windows of the northern ducal castle as the scene transitions. In a cute, chibi thought bubble, the Duchess asks, has the imperial family ever sent an invitation like this to the north before? Looking at a letter sealed with red wax, the chibi maid replies frantically, No, they haven't, my lady. Sitting in her spacious office with Euclid on the couch, the Duchess listens to her aide explain, I don't know what's going on all of a sudden. It's not like this is the first or second time His Highness the Crown Prince has won a war. Holding the official document, the Duchess reads it with a serious frown, noting to throw such a massive victory banquet and even send an invitation demanding our attendance, to which Euclid solemnly agrees, I agree. Her aide tentatively suggests, My lady, then we'll RSVP that you won't be attending. But the Duchess interrupts firmly. We can't do that. The invitation explicitly states that attendance is mandatory. Looking down with a heavily troubled expression, the Duchess thinks to herself, I was trying to avoid stepping foot in the capital as much as possible after getting married, let alone for a banquet celebrating a war victory led by the Crown Prince. The Duchess worries that if they do not attend, they will be framed as a disloyal family disrespecting the imperial family and lose the meager support they still receive. The aide anxiously asks the Duke if he is really planning to attend the banquet, to which Euclid responds that they have no choice but to go without a valid excuse. Dumbfounded, the aide insists they do have a valid excuse since the Duke and Duchess were in a terrible carriage accident not too long ago. The aide passionately rants about how traumatizing the accident must have been, while the Duchess silently remembers how he was just rejoicing about getting rich from the Mana Stone mine. The Duchess glances over at her husband, noting with concern that Euclid has strangely stopped smiling. She wonders if the sudden change in Euclid's demeanor is indeed due to the trauma or after effects of the accident. When Euclid suggests that she will be able to see those she misses in the capital, the Duchess gently reassures him that the only person she misses is Euclid himself. Euclid mentions that Duke Basilian was disappointed when they left and will be thrilled to see her after such a long time. Looking toward Euclid, the Duchess softly agrees that it has indeed been a long time since they last visited. She then points out that they must hurry if they want to make it to the capital on schedule. The Duchess excuses herself to make preparations, leaving Euclid and the aide alone in the room. Once the Duchess leaves, a heavy silence falls over the room as the aide stares down at Euclid with deep concern. The aide frantically asks if the Duke is seriously planning to attend the banquet, but Euclid calmly questions why they shouldn't. The aide reminds Euclid of his own words, that going to the capital means the Duchess will reunite with the person she has been missing. Euclid admits that he did say that, but his voice trails off in clear conflict. The aide asks if Euclid has forgotten the true purpose of the victory banquet, causing the Duke's eyes to widen in sudden realization. While the aide begs to skip the banquet with a fabricated excuse to protect her, Euclid firmly objects, refusing to force his wife to stay behind against her wishes. Euclid silently reflects on how he now finds himself deeply caring about her past relationships that he knows nothing about. He admits to himself that he is even experiencing a ridiculous sense of jealousy. He recalls the tense, formal relationship that once existed between the Crown Prince and the original Duchess of Genya. Lost in his thoughts, Euclid looks down with an expression of quiet pain and worry. Meanwhile, the red-haired Crown Prince walks determinedly down a corridor and throws open a door. To his utter surprise, the Crown Prince catches sight of Evgenia standing gracefully in front of a bright window. He is left completely stunned, wondering why she is suddenly standing there before him. His crimson eyes shake with absolute disbelief as he halts in his tracks. However, the illusion shifts to reveal Duke Euclid standing closely beside her, holding her hand. The Crown Prince suddenly jolts awake in his dark bed, gasping for breath as sweat pours down his face. He turns around in the dim light, realizing that he has just woken up from a vivid nightmare. He bitterly muses that Evgenia is a woman incapable of love, and her obsession with him must have been driven entirely by her desire to gain something. He contemplates whether she wanted the title of Crown Princess or something else entirely, knowing she was willing to endure any humiliation to achieve her goals. Because of her relentless pursuit, he admits that he couldn't help but make a crucial mistake. He deeply regrets assuming that no matter how coldly he treated her, she would never actually leave his side. His guard opens the carriage curtain to check on him, prompting the Crown Prince to ask how much longer until they reach the capital. Upon hearing that they will arrive in 3 days, the Crown Prince orders the troops to prepare for departure at sunrise. He sits alone in the quiet carriage, staring out into the dark night as his thoughts turn grim. He silently ponders his ultimate decision, whether he should forgive Evgenia or execute her alongside Duke Ludian. Meanwhile, the Duchess sits inside her traveling carriage, looking incredibly tense and anxious. When Euclid asks if anything is wrong, the Duchess tries to brush it off by saying she simply felt a sudden chill. Euclid notes she is dressed too lightly, while her adorable nephew hilariously insists she take his clothes since he is feeling hot anyway. After receiving the official invitation from the imperial family to attend the Crown Prince's grand victory banquet, the ducal couple decided to travel to the capital together, planning to use the long journey as an exciting field trip for the children. The trip would also serve as the perfect opportunity to formally introduce the kids to the prestigious Basilian family. The children fret over her getting sick, prompting the Duchess to sweat drop and silently muse that she has somehow become the archetypal frail female lead. Nevertheless, she asks to keep the carriage curtains open so the kids can enjoy the scenic approach to the capital. The little girl curiously asks if her aunt's family lives in the capital and who exactly is in her family. The Duchess explains that her family consists of her father, an older brother, a younger brother, and a cousin. The young boy asks with surprise if she has younger siblings, to which she confirms she has a younger brother and a younger sister. The boy happily assumes her siblings must love her very much, but the Duchess can only chuckle awkwardly and express her doubts. When the girl asks if she misses them, the Duchess bluntly replies that she doesn't at all, inwardly sweating at the sheer volume of family questions. Realizing the source of their anxiety, the Duchess gently asks if they are nervous about meeting her family, prompting a highly defensive and synchronized denial from the kids. Looking at her adorable little niece Marianne, who is feeling quite downcast, the Duchess can't help but gush inwardly over how incredibly cute she is, convinced that absolutely no one could possibly dislike such a darling child.
Sitting with Marianne in the carriage, the Duchess gently reassures her that such a thing would never happen, curiously asking what made her think that way in the first place. Flushing red, the shy little Marianne nervously fidgets and plays with her fingers, looking down in quiet embarrassment. Overcome with surprise by the children's vulnerability, the Duchess's purple eye widens as she processes their worries. Chibi Dior speaks up from above, admitting that they simply want to make a good impression and asking if that's strange, to which Chibi Evgenia warmly responds that it is not strange at all, since she felt the exact same way. Euclid gazes at his wife with a tender yet solemn expression, quietly taking in her deep care for the children's feelings. Overjoyed by her reassurance, the children happily embrace the Duchess, shouting how glad they are to be her family, while she affectionately warns them to sit back down for safety in the moving carriage. As the elegant carriage rolls steadily down the paved road of the courtyard, the Duchess resolutely resolves to protect the kids, thinking that she won't stand idly by if anyone shows even a hint of displeasure toward them. The grand carriage finally comes to a halt, and the northern ducal family steps out to be greeted by the waiting Basilian family. The hosts step forward to welcome them warmly, politely inquiring if their long journey was difficult. Looking at the Duchess's father and brother standing side by side, the chibi nephew Dior is utterly shocked, noting that they look like complete copy and paste clones of their aunt. While Euclid gently instructs Dior to behave politely, the Duchess gets a dark shadow over her face, inwardly protesting the idea that she looks like those cold-blooded men. Euclid quickly apologizes for his nephew's bluntness, but the Duchess's brother dismisses it with a smirk, claiming the boy said nothing wrong, though the Duchess notices the corner of his mouth twitching with amusement. Duke Basilian warmly welcomes Euclid, noting that it is wonderful to see his face again, and mentioning how incredibly busy Euclid has been lately. He shifts the conversation to the unusual developments in the north, pointing out that the weather there has been getting warmer by the day and asking if they have discovered the cause. The Duke explains that he has kept these climate changes quiet, and since the temple that visited the Ludian Duchy hasn't said a word either, Euclid can rest easy. Relieved by this crucial piece of information, Euclid sincerely thanks Duke Basilian for letting him know in advance. Turning around to see Euclid's warm smile, the Duchess is momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing slightly in surprise. Pouting in chibi form, the Duchess playfully confronts her father, asking why he is only talking to Euclid and ignoring his own daughter who is standing right in front of him. Chuckling warmly, Duke Basilian turns his attention back to her and agrees, deciding it is indeed time to introduce the children properly. Pointing to Dior and Marianne, the Duchess introduces them as the young lord and lady of the Ludian Duchy, encouraging them to greet everyone. Dior and Marianne nervously step forward, with a flustered Dior stuttering as he tries to introduce himself. Duke Basilian bows respectfully to the little ones, welcoming them warmly, which prompts a polite bow from the kids as they thank him. Dior looks down shyly, still feeling incredibly overwhelmed by the grand meeting and blushing in embarrassment. Whispering quietly, Dior glances up at the intimidating, similar-looking men standing beside his aunt's father. Duke Basilian laughs off the formal thanks, warmly reminding everyone that they are family and not strangers. He then calls out to Melissa, asking if she wouldn't mind showing their guests to the room she personally prepared for them. Smiling brightly with pure, sparkling green eyes, the beautiful blonde lady, Melissa, happily agrees to lead the way. Melissa warmly holds the Duchess's hands, gushing that it was absolutely no trouble at all and that she arranged everything out of pure excitement to see her dear friend again. However, a bolt of lightning metaphorically strikes Chibi Evgenia as Melissa proudly reveals that she decorated separate rooms for Evgenia, the Duke, and the kids. With a completely innocent smile and zero malicious intent, Melissa explains that she did this because she heard that married couples in the north traditionally use separate bedrooms. While Chibi Evgenia fumes with rage upon realizing who orchestrated this, her smug brothers smirk mischievously in the background, teasing Melissa for being so thoughtful despite her busy schedule. To Evgenia's absolute shock, Euclid calmly steps in and politely thanks her brother for his kind consideration, confirming that northern couples indeed use separate personal bedrooms along with a conjugal one. Staring at her husband in utter disbelief, the Duchess can only glare at him with a sweat drop, processing his surprisingly smooth response to the sleeping arrangements.